When she was 19, the girl fell in love with the devil. She'd spent the night in the campus library, cramming for the first exam of the semester when exhaustion started to eat away at her very bones, sending her head dropping down on the table every other moment. The effort to stay awake was draining all that remained of the energy she needed in order to focus. She decided that enough time had passed, and she was in dire need of sleep after the long day. Letting her eyes scan the hundreds of words she'd sloppily scribbled down on a worn piece of paper one last time, she gave in to the urge to leave. By then, the library had gone quiet. Only a few other students remained, their heads hanging over pages and piles of notebooks and information, as they refused to let sleep lull them into its enchanting trance. The girl muffled a yawn with her hand as she gathered her things and made her way out of the library. As soon as she stepped out of the building, she was met with a wave of icy air and howling winds that nipped at her skin. The night was dark, with little to no stars in the sky, and the only light came from the streetlights scattered around campus. The place was a ghost town, but she wasn't surprised considering it was a Sunday night and she'd gone to the secluded part of campus. The girl shivered and wrapped her arms around herself as she quickened her pace back to her dorm, her footsteps fast and steady on the concrete as she walked. The atmosphere was almost eerie in a way, and an unsettling feeling wrapped around her heart. It was the first time she saw him. He was sitting on one of the benches that lined the sidewalk, and she thought that he was the most beautiful person she had ever seen. He looked around her age, maybe a year or so older, and he had headphones in as he sat alone in the dark. One hand lazily held a cigarette in his fingers as he seemed to be lost in his own head. The sight of him all alone was almost haunting in a way, and yet her footsteps faltered in her path as she spotted him. An enigma in the night. That's what he was. It was the first word that came to mind. She wanted to paint him, as if he could feel her looking at him. The boy's head slowly lifted up and the girl's breath caught as she met his gaze. Midnight black hair paired with a set of striking, cerulean blue eyes lured her into his trap the moment she saw him. Despite the distance between them, she saw everything on his features under the moonlight. His face was all angles and structure, with a set of defined cheekbones and lips that were the perfect shade of pink. The girl never realized that she had stopped paying attention to where she was going, so she missed the crack in the sidewalk. One moment, she was walking alongside the path steadily, yet in the next, her books slipped from her hands as she stumbled to the ground. Pain sliced across her bare skin from where she had landed. It was the first time she fell in front of him. It was the only time he wasn't the reason behind her fall. Humiliation stained her cheeks pink as she realized what had just happened, and a deep chuckle had her head whipping back up as she shifted her attention back to the boy. She watched, completely frozen from the shock and mortification, as he slowly pulled himself off the bench and started towards her. Her mouth turned dry as he came to a stop in front of her. She had opened her mouth to speak, despite not knowing what she wanted to say, when the boy reached one of his hands out for her to take. She blinked in surprise and he grinned. His eyes glinted with something she couldn't read in the dark, and she wished she had realized it wasn't the smile of a gentleman. It was the smile of the devil disguising himself as someone he was not. A monster wearing a human face because to him all people were innocent, and he tainted their very souls when they fell into his spell. "Well," he began, his voice pure velvet. "Are you planning on staying down there all night, love?" Realizing she had lost herself in her head once again, the girl quickly recovered and reached for his hand, her face warming up despite the cold. His fingers were strong and he yanked her up off the ground in one quick motion. She blushed even more when he let his hand linger in hers before he let go entirely, leaving tingles running up and down her arm in his absence. She didn't know why she was feeling the way she was. It was something strange, and she couldn't pinpoint it. Something felt off, but at the same time, something seemed to connect as she watched him. He was mesmerizing, and at the moment, she didn't realize that it was in the worst type of way. "You all right? That was quite the fall," he asked smoothly, amusement dancing in his eyes as he watched the flustered girl scramble to put herself together once again. She nodded quickly. Yes. Thank you," she rushed out in a panic. "For helping me." The boy smiled, his eyes raking over her face. "I'm the reason you fell. So it's only fair that I help you up, isn't it?" Her lips parted in disbelief at his words. The boy laughed again, a soft sound that had her body relaxing despite herself. "Are you hurt?" he asked as they both reached down to gather her things that had scattered everywhere. She ignored the burning on her knees from the scrapes as she crouched. The girl smiled gently and shook her head, mumbling a thanks as he handed her books back to her. She adjusted them in her arms and met his gaze once more. "I'm fine. Thank you again. I'm sorry you had to see that." She winced, laughing uncomfortably as she knew that she'd remember this moment at the worst times. He brushed her off with a wave of his hand. "Don't worry about it." She nodded briefly, tugging at the corner of her lip with her teeth as she contemplated what to say next. She knew she should have left by now, but he was still standing there and something inside of her wouldn't let her leave. Something tugged her back into place, refusing to let her walk away. She figured that he sensed this, so he spoke up for her, finally deciding to put her out of her misery. "Can I ask what you're doing out so late at night?" he questioned, simple curiosity lacing his words. She straightened. "Oh, I was in the library studying. I'm headed back to my dorm now," she replied hesitantly, studying him. "And you?" The boy shrugged, and she pretended she didn't notice as he fell into step beside her as she began walking. She realized her heart was pounding inside her chest, and she had no idea why. Deep down, her instincts were screaming at her to walk away. This was a stranger and it was the middle of the night. What was she doing? "I like the quiet. It's rare around here during the day," he answered simply, slipping his hands into the pockets of his jeans as they walked. "It's lonely though, isn't it?" she asked quizzically. The boy glanced over at her and frowned. She wondered if she'd said the wrong thing, and before she could say something further to clarify what she meant, he spoke. "That's the point. I don't like people." She did a double take, staring at him in slight surprise. "Oh, okay." The boy's lips twitched. "Except you. You're the exception already, I can tell." She swallowed hard, her steps almost faltering once more. "You just met me," she said cautiously, now starting to become more alert. "I don't even know your name." The boy suddenly came to an abrupt stop, one of his hands shooting out to grab her wrist. The movement was so sudden and unexpected. She almost stumbled again. The girl froze, watching him warily as she slowly let her eyes linger to where his hand gripped her wrist. The boy quickly let go of her and the smile that formed on his lips sent chills crawling up and down her spine. The good kind. She told herself that it was the good kind. "Let's change that then," he offered calmly. "What's your name?" She only hesitated a second before she responded. "Elena." The boy's grin never left his face as he held his hand out to her. She looked down at it before she realized he was asking for hers. Sheepishly, Elena slid her fingers into his, and he held it firmly in greeting. "I'm Lucas," he said, his eyes flashing with some emotion she couldn't read as he stared at her. "It's very nice to meet you, Elena." Words had seemed to fail her hazy mind, and yet somehow, she gathered enough sense to speak. "You too," she whispered, slipping her hand out of his grasp. I should go. It's late." Lucas smiled and took a step back, his hands returning back to his pockets as he watched her. "Of course. Have a nice night," he said, and she let her eyes roam his face once more, before she turned around to leave. His voice stopped her before she got far. "Elena," he called out behind her, and she paused, spinning around to face him. Lucas cocked his head to the side. "I'll see you around, then?" Elena stilled, her lips parting as she debated what to say back. "Oh, sure. I'll see you around," she stuttered, a slight frown marring her forehead as she watched him stand under the streetlight. Lucas only smiled in response, and without another word, he spun around on his heels and started to walk away. She watched him go, a tall silhouette in the dark, until he vanished at the end of the street. She realized she had started smiling as she watched him walk away. When she was 25, the baby's cry was the softest sound she had ever heard in the world that had only shown her misery and suffering. It was the cry of an angel, and she almost burst into tears at the realization that she'd given life to 2 more souls. And now she was responsible for them. Sweat gleamed on her skin from the excruciating pain she'd gone through the entire night. Pain sliced at her limbs, and she knew blood coated the hospital bed she was laying on from the procedure that had gone wrong. But she'd endure it all over again if it meant that she could stay away from him. Time was mercy, and Elena had forgotten what mercy felt like. All she knew was pain. It followed her everywhere she went, suffocated her until she choked on the cruelty of the man she had once loved, and coaxed her to sleep at night when she lay awake wondering if the next night would be her last. Pain had become her companion, and it refused to leave her side. Out of every feeling that existed in the world, pain was the one she was most familiar with. She didn't know what being happy felt like anymore. "Are you sure?" The nurse's voice caught her attention, and Elena peeled her eyes open, her breathing harsh as she gripped the bed sheets. Her gaze tiredly shifted down to the 2 babies the nurse held in her arms. One was a baby girl, and the other was a baby boy. Elena didn't speak, and the nurse's eyes softened. "We can help you. If you let us, we can find a way," she whispered. "We can get you out." Elena's eyes welled with tears, and she wanted nothing more than to agree, but she couldn't. They didn't understand. They couldn't help her. No one could. She hated when people tried. She hated a lot of things these days. Everything was dull and gloomy, and nothing was exciting to her anymore. She hated when she saw happy people. She hated when people tried to sympathize with her when in reality, they knew nothing of what it was like living each and every day wishing for something to finally happen and the pain to end. Once upon a time, she'd met a boy in the dark and fallen in love without knowing about the mask he wore. Now, she paid the price each and every day. She took a deep breath, blinking past the black spots crowding the edges of her vision. "I'm sure. Take them. Take them away. Please." The nurse hesitated, her gentle eyes searching Elena's face for answers. She knew that if she left, there would be no turning back. She could either help the children or she could help the woman who had suffered enough. Elena swallowed hard and lifted her head off the pillow. "Please," she begged. "Take them. Before he finds out, go." She would get on her knees and plead if she needed to. She couldn't save herself, but 2 more lives depended on her now, and she would do anything in order to keep them safe. Freya had promised her she'd keep the twins safe. The nurse's own eyes were lined with silver as she studied Elena, but she nodded anyways. It was a brief motion, but firm enough that Elena dropped her head back on the pillow that lay underneath her, slipping her eyes closed in relief. "There's a black car parked at the back of the building, by the road," Elena whispered, wincing as more agony shot through her body. She ignored it and took a deep breath, composing herself as best as she could. "My sister will be waiting inside. Please don't let anyone see," she begged, and the nurse knew that she meant one person in specific. "Please protect them." The nurse gazed at her only for another moment, before shifting her attention back to the twins in her arms. "With my life," she promised, and without another word, she left. Only when she was left all alone in the empty silence of the hospital room, did Elena let herself wish that she'd gotten the chance to hold them one time. One time. She just wanted to hold her children one time. When she was 29, she held the baby boy in her arms and let herself cry as she stood in front of the house. The house towered in front of her and all the lights were on. A few cars were parked in the driveway as she clutched the baby to her chest, and she knew that her sister was home. She knew that her twins were somewhere inside the walls of the home, growing up in a family she knew would make them happy. Her hands were clammy as she shifted her attention back to the baby boy, silent tears streaming down her face as she rocked him one last time. Nothing but love and agony aching in her very bones as she held her last child one final time. Caleb began to cry in her arms. "Shoo! It's okay," she croaked, shifting him in her arms to nuzzle his face in her neck. "I'm right here, baby. Right here." She was still trying to console him as she gazed up at the house, every part of her twisting in fear as she realized that this was it. She would leave him on the doorstep, ring the doorbell, and then disappear. Blinding lights made Elena jump, and she turned her head to see a car pass by her. She quickly moved and hid herself behind one of the trees, before letting herself watch the house again. Her eyes pooled with water as she realized that after she left him there, she'd never see him again. Sniffling, she turned her attention back to Caleb, letting herself study him one more time to engrave his little face into her mind, into her heart. She hoped he would grow up happy here. She hoped he would receive everything she could never give him even if she tried. Elena had nothing left to give. Not for herself nor for anyone else. Everyone had taken everything from her. One man had taken everything from her. Caleb's eyes slowly opened as his wails died down, and a muffled cry escaped Elena's lips as he gazed up at her with his wide, gray eyes. "I love you," she whispered, holding him tighter against her, soaking in as much time with him as she could manage. "But I have to go now, okay?" She knew that he didn't understand what she was saying, but she would never get the chance to speak to her son again. These words would last a lifetime. "I love you so much," she said, her voice breaking as she leaned down and pressed her face against the side of his, closing her eyes. "And I don't want to leave you, but I have to, and I know you'll be in safe hands. She choked on the words. "Your mom and dad will love you very much, and you're going to be happy and healthy here. They'll give you everything that I can't give you. You'll have siblings and a family, and maybe even a dog." Elena paused, a broken laugh slipping from her lips. Freya always wanted a dog. Caleb simply stared up at her with his wide, doe eyes, blinking once in a while as if he was curious, as if he was actually listening to and understanding what his mother was saying to him. Elena's face crumpled. "They'll all love you so much, Caleb. They'll know that you're nothing like him, and you'll be happy," she whispered against his soft hair, her face shining with tears in the dark. "I promise. You'll be so happy, my love." One of the lights in the house flickered off and she knew that she had to go. Elena took a deep breath and shifted her baby in her arms, before she began to slowly tread up to the house. One hand carried the car seat that she had used to carry him. It was the only thing she had. Her legs trembled with every step she took up the front steps, and she froze when she reached the last one. With shaking hands and a heavy heart, Elena placed the seat in front of the door and wrapped Caleb's blanket tighter around him before she set the bundle down, her hand gently lingering on his head. "I love you," she whispered, stroking his cheek once with a feather-like touch. His eyes were open as Elena stood up and rang the doorbell twice, before she spun around and started to walk away. As soon as she made it to the bottom step, Elena began running. She'd barely made it back to her car when she heard him. It was almost as if he felt her go, as if he'd listened to every word she'd told him, as if he knew that she'd left him. Caleb began to cry. When she was 43, she heard a knock at the door. Elena had been in the middle of folding some laundry she'd put off for days, when she froze at the sound that had become foreign to her ears. Isolation had become her friend. Human interaction was something unknown to her over the years, and yet, she preferred it that way. It was safer that way. She didn't feel safe around people. Anyone could hurt her. Anyone could break her trust. The first emotion that rushed through her veins was fear. Ice cold, immobilizing terror sunk its claws into her as her mind raced with the possibilities of who it could be. One option was more terrifying than the others. Her limbs turned heavy, and her chest began to tighten as she slowly stood up. She flinched when another knock sounded at the door, but this time, it sounded different. The motion of the hand hitting the door sounded almost desperate, as if the person was asking for help. "Mom!" Elena's heart stopped dead in her chest at the voice. The next time, a different voice spoke up. This one was deeper. "Elena, open the door." It sounded like Elijah. Another knock followed, this time quicker than the past ones. The blood drained from Elena's face as she heard the desperate voice again. "Mom!" the young girl sobbed, banging her fist as hard as she could while she stood outside the hotel room. "Please, open the door." Elena began moving when she heard the terror in the girl's voice. She herself knew what that desperation and anguish felt like well enough because of her own past. So Elena opened the door because she heard herself in the voice that cried out for her. She saw herself when she opened the door. Time slowed to a stop as she saw the young girl standing at the threshold. Her brother's arm around her waist, holding her up against him as if he was preventing her from falling. "Sophia?" Elena breathed, her face draining of color as she stumbled back a step at the sight of her daughter. Sophia's eyes were wide as she stared at her mother, clinging to Elijah because he was the only one helping her keep her balance. Her face was streaked with tears, and she knew that she looked like she'd gone through hell and back, which she had. But all that faded as she saw the woman standing in front of her. "It's really you?" Sophia whispered, a hand going up to grasp her throat where she could feel her pulse pounding rapidly. Elena just stared and stared, the only noise truly audible to her being the dull roar in her head. She felt like she'd plunged her head underwater, and she couldn't lift herself back up. She wondered if she was dreaming, if what she was seeing in front of her was simply a figment of her imagination because she'd finally lost all sense of reality from being locked away, all alone. She only snapped out of it when she spotted something as her eyes traveled downwards. There was blood dripping down the side of Sophia's body, and her dress was soaked crimson. She looked as if she'd been hurt. Next to Sophia, Elijah had blood on his hands as he held his sister. Elena's breath caught. What happened? She quickly rushed out, all the shock dissipating in the blink of an eye. "Why are you bleeding?" Sophia blinked as if she was in a daze and slowly looked down, her gaze zoning in on the stains that covered her dress. She mindlessly brought a hand up to graze her waist, as if she could feel where the injury was. Elena launched forward when Sophia stumbled, almost hitting the ground, but Elijah caught her. He grunted with the effort of steadying her and glanced towards Elena. "She needs to stay here," he said, and without another word, pushed past Elena to bring Sophia inside. Sophia's feet dragged against the floor, so Elijah reached down and picked her up bridal style. Sophia's eyes fluttered shut against his shoulder as she was carried inside, and Elena followed the siblings with panic bubbling in her throat. "Put her here," Elena said quickly, fixing up the couch closest to the windows where sunlight streamed through during the day. It was nighttime, but the sun would rise in the early hours of the morning. Elijah complied and gently placed Sophia down, adjusting her head to rest it on the pillow. Elena's eyes wandered down to the blood once again. Her heart sunk. "What happened?" she asked, her voice breaking as Elijah took a seat on the edge of the couch, next to his sister who was so still, it looked like she wasn't breathing. Elijah didn't look back at her, all his attention solely focused on his sister. He brushed some stray strands of hair out of her face. He was tense as he finally spoke. "She knew I was going to do it," he said, his voice strained as his hand paused on Sophia's cheek. "She told me to do it." Elena didn't understand what he was trying to say. Elena's hands began to tremble. She wondered if she was hearing him right. Elijah must have sensed this because he slowly met her gaze, his eyes void of emotion. "I had to," he said, his words coming out lifeless. Elena's throat closed up. "I had to keep her safe, I had to." She opened her lips to speak, but her mouth had run dry and no words would come out. She wanted to ask what he was talking about, but it felt wrong for some reason. Every hair on her body stood up in the cold silence of the room. Sophia's voice caught them both off guard. Elena's breath hitched as she watched her daughter open her pretty, blue-gray eyes. She only met Elena's gaze for a moment, before she sluggishly shifted her attention back over to her brother. Sophia's lashes fluttered against her skin as she stared at Elijah. "Is it done?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Elijah nodded, his voice thick with emotion as he gazed down at his little sister. "It is," he said gently, gripping her hand tightly in his. "You're safe, sophomore. You're safe now." Sophia smiled, her eyes slipping shut again, and another piece of Elena's heart fractured as she recognized the exhaustion behind her daughter's features. It wasn't the type of tired that came from restless nights, but the type of tired that rooted deep in torment and hurt. "After I leave, there's 2 doctors coming to see her." Elijah broke the silence, his voice flat of emotion. "They'll stitch her up and leave. You can open the door for them." Elena stayed silent, Elijah leaned down and brushed a lingering kiss to the crown of Sophia's head. "I love you," he murmured against her hair. "And I'm sorry." Elena was about to ask what he was sorry for, but Elijah pulled away before she could. He turned back to Elena, his eyes dull. "She's staying with you from now on. I'll come back when I can to tell you what happened. Don't try calling me." Elena heard the unspoken question behind what he'd said and took a step forward, placing a hand on Elijah's arm. "I'll take care of her," she told him softly, making sure he saw nothing but sincerity in her eyes. "She'll be safe here." Elijah held her gaze wordlessly, before he gave her a brief nod. Without another word, he turned away and started towards the door. He was almost at the door when her voice stopped him. "Elijah!" Sophia called out gently, her head lazily falling to the side. Elijah halted and turned back around. Sophia's eyes were squinted as she watched him. "Can you tell Caden and Izzy that I'm okay? Tell them that I'll come back to see them as soon as I can and—" She trailed off. "Tell them that I love them. Tell Ethan and Caleb, too." Elijah stilled. Sophia's voice came out slurred as she continued, and Elena knew that she was about to lose consciousness at any moment now. "Will you?" She pressed quietly, staring at her brother through half-lidded eyes. "You'll tell them the truth, right?" Elena swore she saw something akin to devastation flash through Elijah's eyes, but he nodded nonetheless. "Of course," he promised, something unrecognizable and unlike him in his voice. Elena frowned. Sophia smiled, nodding tiredly. "Thank you." Elijah's eyes were unreadable as he watched her for another moment, before he turned around. He didn't spare another look back before he shut the door behind him as he left. Elena watched the spot where he'd just been standing, before her eyes slowly trailed back over to her daughter. She startled when she realized Sophia was already watching her. Sophia's lip quivered as she stared up at her mother. "You're Elena," she said, her eyes welling. "You're my mother." Elena couldn't move. She couldn't speak. Sophia continued. You're... She broke, her lips parting. Sophia's face crumpled. "Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" The words forced Elena out of whatever trance she'd gone into. It was like all the air had returned to her body as she realized that she wasn't dreaming. She wasn't seeing things. She wasn't living through another nightmare. This was real. Sophia's hand shot up to cover her mouth in horror. She was shaking so violently. Elena took a step forward as if she was going to comfort her, but she stopped herself. "Do you know what you caused?" Sophia said shakily, her eyes wide. "Do you know about what he was going to do to me?" she asked, her voice cracking from grief. "To my family? Do you know what he did to my parents?" Elena reached out for her, but Sophia flinched. "Why didn't you come back for me?" Sophia whimpered, nothing but hurt and agony lacing her voice. "Why didn't you come back for Caden?" Elena choked. "Sophia, we needed you," Sophia cried. The sentence was small, yet it snapped whatever tethers remained inside of Elena. The anchor crumbled and the well broke. After what felt like years, she started to feel something. Something that felt like light after spending years in the darkness. Something that felt like hope despite the pain. Elena began to sob. Across the country, hundreds of miles away, an 18-year-old boy kneeled in front of his twin's grave. "I fucking hate you," he whispered, his voice breaking as the anger began to stream into his veins, cracking open every wound he thought he had healed. Every wound that had ripped wide open when he heard the words that would haunt him forever. "I hate you for leaving me." He was trembling as he went limp, and something he hadn't felt in a long time began to sting at the back of his eyes. A feeling he thought he had suppressed began to rise. He felt her absence inside of him. It was a growing ache that screamed that something was missing. Something wasn't whole. She was the person he'd been connected to since the very beginning of time. His twin, his better half, and now she was gone. "Why did you do that, Sophia?" he asked into the empty silence of the darkness. "Why would you leave me?" The rain mixed in with his tears, and for the first time in his life, Caden let himself fall apart. Hidden behind the trees, a 16-year-old boy felt something shatter inside of him that he knew would never come together again, as he watched his older brother begin his path to self-destruction. The guilt came in slowly. It seeped into every part him until he wanted nothing more than to scream the truth that only a few knew. The truth that he wasn't supposed to know. But he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and now he was trapped. And it hurt. It hurt a lot. It hurt more than anything in his life had ever hurt before. The pain threatened to overwhelm him, and Ethan knew that nothing would ever be the same again. He knew he would never feel happy again. Maybe he would smile, maybe he would laugh, but none of it was going to be real. He let himself watch his brother for only another moment, before he took a deep breath, straightened and swallowed down the agony that was on the verge of ripping him apart. It took everything in him to turn around and walk away. It took the last of his courage, and he knew that he had nothing left. Ethan never really understood what any of them did to deserve everything that happened to them. In the home that no longer felt like home, a 22-year-old boy sat alone in the silence of his dark room. A glass of golden liquid sat in one hand as he gazed at the fireplace burning bright in front of him, his eyes glinting with the reflection of the fire. His other hand was no longer stained crimson, but the feeling lingered and he did nothing to shake it off. A part of Elijah wanted to welcome the pain that came with the reminder of what he'd done, what he had to do. The weight of the world had always rested on his shoulders. Elijah had always felt it there. It was something that never left. It was always a reminder of everything he had to do, everyone he owed, all that he was responsible for. And yet, as he sat alone in the hollow quiet of the home, the burden haunted him more deeply than it ever had before. Tired. He was so tired. In the same home, a 13-year-old girl stood outside her sister's bedroom, wondering if there was some way to bring her back. Izzy swallowed down the painful lump that had formed in her throat, and with a shaking hand, reached for the handle. The emptiness that slammed into her when she took her first steps inside the room had her heart sinking. Izzy was trembling from head to toe as she took slow steps inside, slowly closing the door behind her. Her eyes were burning. Her lungs were on fire as she let her eyes roam the room that would no longer be in use. She wondered if she was the first one who'd stepped inside. If she was the first one who let herself do what she knew would hurt the most. She hesitated as her gaze landed on the bed. It was still made as it had been for a while now. She glanced out the window, noticing that it was nighttime. The house was dead silent, and she didn't know if anyone else was home. No one really talked to her anymore. Izzy took slow steps towards the bed, shaking so hard she thought something would break. But she didn't stop. Her heart was pounding as she pulled back the blanket. But she only hesitated another second before she slowly laid down and pulled the covers tight over her head. She fell asleep pretending that she wasn't alone. In my dream, someone was whispering my name. There was a girl with raven hair and blue-gray eyes standing over me. Her face was heart-shaped and she had a faint scar lining the right side of her throat. She had tears streaming down her face, and I realized her lips were moving with a steady line of words, but I couldn't understand what she was saying. Next to her, a boy stood who I recognized. He was also saying something, but I couldn't hear. It felt like water was filling my lungs and drowning out every noise around me. I wanted to scream for help, but I couldn't move. I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. I was paralyzed. Something was holding me down. Izzy? The dark-haired girl begged, her slender hands coming up to grip my shoulders as she shook me. Wake up! Wasn't I already awake? I didn't understand what was happening. She started to shake me harder. It's me, Sophia. She pleaded, desperation lining every word she spoke. Wake up! Sophia was dead. This wasn't her. She wasn't there. This wasn't real. Izzy? She tried again, her fingers brushing the hair away from my eyes. Wake up! Panic flooded my veins. Someone yelled something, and I wondered if I was thrashing around or shouting something, but something light brushing my face stopped me. It was a soft touch that I was instantly drawn to. A hand cupped the side of my cheek. The touch was cold, yet I recognized it. Isa, he said. Wake up! His voice was one I recognized. His voice was one that snapped some invisible bindings and tethered me back to reality. He was there because he was real. I opened my eyes. I blinked a few times as I adjusted to the dim light streaming through the dark room, letting myself remember where I was. Then, slowly, my gaze wandered over to Julian, who was looming above me, studying me evenly. My head felt heavy as I spoke, and I realized I was laying on the ground. "What happened?" I asked hoarsely, scanning his face for answers. Julian didn't respond, and his hesitation made my attention shift to the person sitting right next to me, kneeling. In the blink of an eye, I shot up and scrambled backwards, my nails scraping against the floor as I flailed to get away from her. Water pooled in my eyes as I crawled backwards, and panic bubbled in my chest when I saw her. "And no," I rasped, gasping for air as I scrambled as far back as I could until my back hit something hard. "And not possible. No, no, no." The girl that looked just like Sophia stood. She started taking a few steps towards me, and a panicked sob escaped my lips as I pressed my back against the wall, willing it to suck me in so I could disappear. "She get away from me?" I choked out, and she kept moving towards me. My airways closed up. "Get away from me!" I screamed. Sophia stopped, visibly swallowing hard as she kept all her attention on me. The heartbreak was visible on her features as she watched me. My heart was hammering against my ribcage, and I felt the terror rushing through my veins, turning my body cold. Every part of me was alert, and I was trembling so hard, something felt like it would shatter. This wasn't possible. It was not possible. "Izzy?" she started, her voice breaking. "It's me." She was dead. She was lying. Whoever this was, she wasn't who I thought she was. She wasn't who she looked like. This wasn't real. Sophia was dead. Dead, 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 dead. I chanted the words over and over again in my head, pinching my eyes shut to convince myself that I was in some sort of nightmare and I couldn't wake up. My sister was dead. She tried again, but I whimpered and pressed myself harder against the wall. "Stay away from me," I sobbed. "Don't come near me. You're not. You're not." Sophia's eyes welled, but she remained unmoving. I watched her like a hawk through blurry eyes, my whole body tense as if I was ready to run as soon as I got the chance. My head snapped over to see movement. Julian approached me like I was some wild animal. My throat tightened up and my hand shot up to grasp it. I could feel my pulse pounding from the panic that cornered me. He stopped right before me and reached a hand out for me to grasp. I studied it cautiously before I hesitantly slipped mine into his grip. He pulled me up and I scrambled to get closer to him. "It's not her, Julian," I told him quickly, my words coming out a jumbled mess. I gripped his shirt and tugged him closer. Moving so he shielded my view of Sophia and Elena, who stood watching us silently. "It's not her. It's not her, right?" Julian's eyebrows furrowed as he watched me, something like sympathy flashing through his features. He brought his hands up to grip my wrists. "It's her, I say," he began gently. My eyes widened and I started shaking my head wildly. "No." Julian's hand came up to the side of my face and he brushed away a few stray tears. "It is," he murmured, his dark eyes searching my face. "It's your sister." "Stop," I croaked, shaking my head as I inched closer to him, squeezing my eyes shut. "It's not. She's dead. She's dead, Julian." Julian's gaze softened and he pulled me into him. I buried my face in his neck, my lashes fluttering against his skin as I closed my eyes. "She's not," he whispered against the side of my head, and I muffled my cry against his shoulder. He ran a hand through my hair soothingly. "It's her." Something compelled me to open my eyes and peer over his shoulder at where I could feel her presence. The entirety of her slammed into me full force as I saw her, and my legs gave out under me as I crashed onto the floor. Julian went down with me and pulled me into his chest. "No," I stammered against his neck, my nails digging into his shirt as my chest heaved. "It's not possible. They wouldn't do that to me. They wouldn't lie about this." He wrapped his arms tighter around me and I slowly pulled away, risking a glance over his shoulder. Sophia was still standing there. When she noticed that I was looking at her, she tried to take another step forward. I flinched and she froze again, even going as far as to take a step back. Elena moved and took her spot next to Sophia, placing a hand on her arm and squeezing in comfort. I didn't know how much time passed in silence. The only sounds audible in the room were my gasps for air as I tried to regain control of my mind, my breathing. I watched Sophia closely over Julian's shoulder, making sure she didn't get too close. "It's her," he whispered against my hair, so softly that only I could hear. I stiffened in his arms and tightened my hold around him. "It's your sister." I didn't say anything in response, but my eyes drifted back over to where she stood, silent and unmoving as she gave me my space. Somehow, I found the strength to speak, and it was only one word, barely perceptible, but everyone heard it. "How?" I croaked. Sophia blinked, my question registering to her slowly before the realization of what I was asking hit her. She glanced at Elena before answering. "Elijah and I faked my death." I went still. Sophia continued, her voice wary as she spoke. "I've been here for the last 3 years," she said quietly. "With her." My gaze shifted over to Elena, who hadn't said a word. She offered me a small smile when she saw I was watching her cautiously, but it didn't reach her eyes. Julian raked a hand through my hair comfortingly, reminding me that he was still there. My lip quivered. You've been here this whole time?" Sophia nodded faintly. My eyes welled. "Why?" I trailed off, my voice breaking as a choked sob escaped my lips. "Everyone knows but me?" Sophia shook her head, taking a few quick steps forward as if she wanted to reach for me. No, she began quickly. "Only Elijah and Ethan know. Ethan found out by accident." It didn't make anything better. I opened my lips to speak, to say anything at all, but nothing would come out. No words could be enough for the storm hurling through my mind, my heart as it shattered more and more with every new revelation, every new lie unveiled, every truth hidden from me, no matter how much it had hurt in the past. Not that it ever stopped hurting, but I had thought that I'd been healing, that I'd been starting my path to acceptance and healing and understanding that death was inevitable, and there was nothing I could do about it. What happened had happened, and I couldn't reverse time and go back to stop anything. It wasn't in my control, and once I got answers, I'd let it go. I had started to accept it, but now, a wound that I thought had started to close up ripped wide open, and all the progress that I thought I was ready for crumbled in the blink of an eye. The agony seeped into every crack, every bone of my body until it overwhelmed me, and everything that I thought I'd started working for vanished. And something inside started to hurt again. Sophia must have seen this on my face because she limply fell to the floor on her knees, reaching out for me. It started with the burning in my eyes, and then it turned into something more as a few tears started falling down my face. And then I was crying so hard, I couldn't breathe or see clearly as Sophia moved for me quicker than I could see and pulled me into her arms. I fought at first, with every atom of strength left inside of me, which wasn't anything at all anymore. I tugged on it and fought her. I clawed her arms and tried wrenching away, but she only pulled me into her embrace tighter. "I'm sorry, Izzy. I'm sorry," she whispered against my hair, and I realized had started crying too. She tightened her hold around me as I tried pushing her away. "I'm sorry." "No," I sobbed against her shoulder. Let me go, Sophia." She held on no matter how fiercely I tried, so I gave up. All the energy, all the fight I had left in me drained away in less than a second as I went limp in her arms. What was the use anymore? I was always the one who lost. "Why didn't you ever call?" I cried against her neck, refusing to hug her back even though there was nothing I wanted more. Why didn't anyone ever tell me? That was the part that was more unbearable than anything. They kept me in the dark. Kept Caden and Caleb in the dark, and they saw how it ripped all of us apart each and every day. And yet no one had said a word. When did it stop? When would it end? All the lying and secrets and grief. Would I face it forever? How much more was there? Sophia stayed quiet, rocking us back and forth as she whispered apologies against my hair. I squeezed my eyes shut, letting my head drop limply on her shoulder. "I would have understood," I whispered, the words coming out weak and lifeless. I didn't recognize my own voice. If someone had told me why at the beginning or even later, I would have understood. But they'd never even given me a chance. Why didn't anyone give me a chance? Or Caleb or Caden? Why didn't anyone believe in me? In them, I would have understood that her life was at stake along with many others. I would have understood that she needed to go, and I would have been alright with it because I would have known who the real enemies were. Caleb and Caden would have too. And maybe it wouldn't have hurt as much. Sophia was about to say something, but she was interrupted by a sound that had all our heads turning. There was a hard knock at the door. I froze, before my eyes immediately snapped over to Elena, who had gone so still. She looked like she wasn't breathing. Sophia stood up, turning to gaze towards the direction of the door, and I followed her line of sight. With trembling legs, I stood up too, everything else momentarily forgotten as I focused on who could be there. When no one moved to answer it, another knock sounded, louder this time, and I startled as a voice spoke up. The blood drained from my face as I realized I recognized who it was. Elena blinked. "It's Elijah," she said, and started moving towards the door. When I saw that she was almost there, I recovered in an instant and launched forward, forcing her to halt as I blocked her path. "No, please, he can't come in," I said, not bothering to hide the desperation and fear that laced my tone. "Please." Elena's brows furrowed momentarily in confusion, but I saw the realization flash through her features. Her eyes softened. "Isabella, please," I pleaded, flinching when another firm knock hit the door. "Don't open it, he's gonna make me go home. I don't want to go back." And I wasn't going to. I had promised myself. Elena hesitated and my heart twisted in fear. "Please," I tried again quietly. "Elena." His voice was firm as it came through the door. "Open the door." Elena sighed as she heard him, briefly closing her eyes. "He has a key anyways. He can get in." I deflated, all the hope I had left dissipating in less than a second. Before I could think of anything else to say, Elena averted her gaze and started towards the door as if she had no other choice. I was frozen from shock, and from the corner of my eye, I could see Sophia watching me intently. I slowly turned my head to meet her gaze, and I wondered if she felt the fear I was feeling as I stood there, because her next words surprised me. "I won't let him take you back there," she said quietly, visibly swallowing hard. My lips parted in disbelief. "You don't want to go back, right?" I shook my head as I brought my hand up to wipe the stray tears away, unable to speak. I didn't know what I felt about all of this at the moment, but I didn't want to go back. Sophia nodded in understanding and reached her hand out for me. I hesitated, watching it warily for a few moments before I took it. Julian looked almost relieved in a way as he watched me, and I stepped closer to him. Sophia squeezed my fingers tightly and pulled me behind her as soon as the door slammed open. It hit the wall so hard, I flinched and took a step back. Sophia's hand tightened around mine as Elijah came into view, his face stone and gaze impassive as he searched the room. Elena followed him into the room gingerly, her footsteps light and almost cautious. He came to a slow stop when he saw me, and I stepped another inch closer to Sophia, half of me hidden behind her. "Elijah," Sophia greeted firmly, and he only let his gaze shift off of me for a second to glance at her. His jaw tightened. "Is there something you need?" He locked his jaw and shifted his attention back over to me. "You just gonna hide there all day?" he asked, not bothering to pay Julian a single glance as he got straight to the point. I stayed quiet, refusing to move or speak. I wanted to tell myself that it was because I had nothing to say, but the truth was I was scared. Elijah raised his eyebrows. "I'm talking to you," he said, and I scowled at the tone. Sophia tensed. "Elijah, calm." His attention whipped over to her with a hard glare that made me take another step back with Sophia. "Mind your business," he gritted out and looked back over at me. "Izzy, I've given you enough time. Now quit wasting mine and let's go." I didn't respond. Elijah's eyes hardened. "What did I just say?" "She wants to stay here," Sophia interrupted, her voice firmer this time as she straightened. "Let her stay." Elijah bristled. No. Stay the fuck out of this. Elena tried cutting in by taking a step forward. Elijah, just give her some more time to... She broke off when his glare whipped over to her. This doesn't concern you, he growled. It's between Izzy and I. I realized my hand had started trembling in Sophia's, and she must have noticed because she spoke up again. What did you do to have her so scared? She asked, and I looked up at the surprise in her voice. Elijah rolled his eyes. I didn't do anything, he said flatly, before his attention shifted back to me. Izzy, I'm not gonna say it again. I swallowed hard and found the courage to speak. I'm not going, I whispered. You can't make me. Elijah's eyes darkened and he started moving towards my direction. I paled and instantly moved to fully hide behind Sophia, keeping me completely out of his sight. Julian moved closer too, and yet I didn't feel safe. Isabella, I'm going to give you 5 seconds, Elijah warned calmly, and even though I couldn't see him, I heard him and it was terrifying enough anyways. Get over here. No, I said, peeking around Sophia's arm. I was holding her hand so tight, it could have been painful, but she let me hang on like she was a lifeline. I'm not going. Elijah held my gaze wordlessly for a few moments, and I held my breath for what he would say next. I'll give you one last chance, he continued calmly. Come here. I stiffened and didn't even realize what I was doing as I stepped away from Sophia. I said no. Elijah cocked an eyebrow. No. I ignored the fact that I was shaking from head to toe and held my ground, completely letting go of Sophia's hand. Her attention shot over to me. No, I repeated, briefly surprised at the sudden burst of bravery that sparked through me, but I continued anyways. I'm not going home and you can't make me. You can't just order everyone around whenever you see fit. It doesn't work like that. I can make my own choices. Elijah's jaw clenched harder. Your so-called choices, Izzy, land you in situations where someone else always has to come save you. You do understand that, right? I could tell Sophia was about to say something in response to that, but I beat her to it. I snapped my teeth together almost painfully. It's not my fault you never tell me anything, and it always ends badly for me, I snapped. All you do is lie, Elijah, and it's the reason why everything always go wrong. He didn't react, and I waited, bracing myself. Instead of getting the response I thought I would, he surprised me by moving. My eyes widened as he started for me, and I quickly scrambled behind Sophia again, gripping the back of her sweater to put her in front of me. Elijah halted again, and the anger simmering off of him in waves was enough to set the room on fire. His gaze pinned me in place, and it didn't matter that I was hiding. I still felt it burning into me. Sophia, he gritted out when she blocked his path. Move. Fortunately, she didn't, and I almost relaxed in relief. She served as a barrier between the two of us, and I needed it to stay that way. Sophia put her hand up. You need to calm down, she began evenly. If she wants to stay, let her. She'll be with me, she'll be fine. Now she knows. Elijah ignored her and tried moving around her to get to me, but Sophia twisted so he was blocked off again. I gripped her sweater tighter, refusing to let go. He briefly closed his eyes, trying to regain whatever composure he had left. She's coming with me whether she wants to or not. Now move. He sneered and reached out to grab my arm, but Sophia jerked backwards again, taking me with her. Elijah, she'll be safe here if she wants to stay. Elena cut in, her brows furrowed in concern as she scanned the situation. Elijah stilled. We've been safe this entire time, and we'll be with her. Elijah's voice cut through the air, interrupting her halfway. I don't know where he is. Elena froze, all the color draining from her face as she watched my brother. Who? She breathed, but I had a feeling she already knew. Sophia was as still as death in front of me. Who do you think? Elijah snapped. Elena stumbled back a step, shaking her head. No, that's not possible. I thought he lived near you. She trailed off. Elijah sighed tiredly. Not anymore. He's gone. I don't know where or what he's up to, but I know he's looking for you again. He has been for a while now. That much I knew. All the incidents came back into mind where multiple people that I'd had encounters with had asked where Elena Manning was. And Elena had said so herself. He'd never stop looking, never stop waiting for her to come home. Elijah didn't bother explaining anything else, completely ignoring the way Elena was about to collapse, as he turned his attention back to me. By now, I'd moved away so I wasn't entirely behind Sophia anymore. Julian was far too, so when Elijah lunged, no one saw it coming. I barely managed to make it away in time with a scream caught in my throat. Sophia shouted Elijah's name, but he didn't care. Elijah didn't catch me as I rushed to the other side of the room, behind the small dining table that lay near the kitchens. Instead of Sophia, the table was my barrier now. I pressed my back against the windows, the cold surface causing me to jump slightly. Elijah's glare intensified, and it took everything in me not to look away from the heat of the stare. I told you, I bit out. I'm not going back. Elijah gritted his teeth. You don't have a choice. A glare of my own settled on my features as I met his. I hate you, I hissed. I wish you'd stayed gone forever when you disappeared that week. Elijah's lips twitched into a small smirk and he cocked his head to the side in amusement. I was told that you cried every night. My hands clenched into fists. My mistake. I shot back. I never recognized what happened as the blessing it was. Elijah raised his eyebrows in challenge. What happened to don't ever do that again, Elijah? Or, I thought you were dead, Elijah. He mocked and I glowered at him. He smiled cruelly and continued. Are you done stalling? I stayed quiet, my gaze flickering past him to Sophia who watching me. She nodded her head in a gesture I didn't understand and I frowned. Was she trying to tell me something? She nodded again. The gesture pointed to somewhere I couldn't pinpoint and I realized that she was. My breath caught as I shifted my attention over to Julian, who mouthed something to me that I had almost figured out, until I saw Elijah lunge. All the amusement vanished from Elijah's face as he started around the table once again. My heart sunk as all the earlier feelings of terror returned and I quickly moved the opposite way. I figured that his patience had finally worn thin because he suddenly stopped and I flinched hard as he flipped the chair over at the table. It crashed onto the floor so loud. The noise echoed through the room and my eyes were wide as he bristled. He was visibly seething as he met my gaze once more and this time, I had to look away. This is my last warning, he said, his voice deadly calm. We leave now or that's it, Isabella. I whipped my head up. What did he mean by the last bit? A glance behind him told me that everyone else was thinking the same thing from the expressions on their faces. Elijah continued when I said nothing, his eyes dark with rage. You come with me right now or I swear to God I will never allow you back home. His words echoed through my head, my heart. Every part of me went still as I processed what he'd just said. What? I breathed, not bothering to conceal the disbelief that was crystal clear on my face. I didn't know what I'd been expecting him to say, but that was not it. Elijah's eyes were empty as he spoke again. I'll give you one more minute to decide, he said calmly. We leave now or you can consider yourself dead to me, to us. Paled. Sophia stepped forward, the surprise also visible on her features. Elijah, what the fuck? She started. What the hell is wrong with you? He ignored her, keeping all his attention solely on me. I couldn't read him or what he was thinking. It was all a mystery to me. I realized he was waiting for a response, for me to say something that would change the course of everything, but I didn't know what to say to this. I waited for him to take what he'd said back. I wondered if this was just a method he was using to force me back home by instilling fear and guilt into me. But I looked into his eyes and when I saw nothing but resolve there, I realized Elijah was telling the truth. He meant it. I'd be dead to them. The initial feelings of hurt I'd felt at his threat fell away in the blink of an eye as anger took over. How could he say something like that? How could he make it seem like I was the one doing something wrong? I ignoring my pounding heart and clammy hands as I spoke. Fine, I said, the word burning my tongue. Go. Elijah didn't react. His eyes pierced through my face as he studied me, and I was holding my breath as I waited for a response. When I finally got one, I was glad that my heart wasn't capable of being torn apart anymore, because I knew that any other time, I wouldn't have been able to endure it. Elijah nodded. "Fine," he clipped, straightening. My throat closed up as he backed up a step. "If that's your choice, then consider what I said done. You're dead to me." My eyes stung with unshed tears, but I refused to let them fall. I blinked rapidly, forcing them back. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Elijah's face was impassive as he turned around without another word and started for the door. The tension in the room was so thick, I felt it as a physical force that wrapped its invisible hands around my throat and squeezed. I was still paralyzed and my legs felt like they'd give out as I watched him go. When I thought that he was going to leave without another word, I was proven wrong. At the last second, Elijah stopped near the door and turned around to face me again. His next words were spoken so quietly, I almost didn't hear him. But I did, and I wished I never had because I knew they'd engrave themselves into my head to the point where I'd fall apart every time I would remember. Elijah's eyes were cold as he spoke, his gaze drilling me into place. "When you have absolutely nothing and no one left in this world, Isabella, don't come to my doorstep crying for help. You have no home there anymore." Before the true weight of his words could hit me, he slammed the door shut behind him and left. The silence that followed after the door slammed shut was suffocating. My eyes lingered on the spot where Elijah had just been, and his words marked themselves into my head. I heard them on repeat, and every time, the meaning behind what he'd just said to me hit me harder. And as much as I hated admitting it, I was hurt. What he'd said had hurt, and it was the type of feeling that sent my stomach churning with nausea. They were words that I had never thought I would hear coming from my brother. I knew he was reckless and he didn't care about who he hurt when he said the things that he did. But I didn't ever think he'd say something so awful to my face. Something that he knew would hurt me, and that was why he'd said it. In a way, it related to my fear of being a burden everywhere I went, and he'd shut me out completely. He'd told me that I was dead to him, and now, he wanted nothing to do with me. Once again, he'd made himself the victim. He'd disowned me as if I'd done something wrong in leaving. "Izzy." In a daze, my gaze shifted over to Sophia, who was approaching me quietly. Her eyes were soft, and I wondered if I looked as horrible as I felt. I wondered if the heartbreak was clear on my face because I felt it cracking inside my chest. I swallowed hard and looked around, realizing all eyes were on me. Everyone looked concerned, and it became too much, so I averted my gaze. My eyes were stinging and a painful lump had formed in my throat, but I forced the tears back. I was already humiliated enough by what he'd said. I didn't need everyone to know that I cared as much as I did. Feelings hurt, and I hated every single one I felt. "It's okay," I whispered, breaking the tense silence. He didn't mean it. Deep down, I had a feeling he did. Sophia stayed quiet, and I hesitantly looked behind her to see Julian watching me. He had no pity or sympathy in his eyes, so it made it easier to hold his gaze. I didn't know what he saw on my face that made him act, but he was moving after he took one glance at me. My heart was stuck in my throat as he approached me calmly and took my hand. He didn't bother explaining to anyone else where we were going as he pulled me along with him. I vaguely realized he'd pulled me out of the hotel room and into the corridor, shutting the door after us softly. He pulled me to stand in front of him, but I refused to look away from his collar, locking my jaw tight as I held in tears. He was becoming blurry in front of me, so I knew I was failing horribly. "It's okay to cry," he began quietly, and his first words to me made me look up at him. Julian brought one hand up to run it through my hair, tucking it behind my ear. "I know you were holding it in because you didn't want them to see. I hate him," I croaked, and didn't bother wiping away the stream as it started flowing down my cheeks. "I hate him so much, Julian." He held my gaze wordlessly before he reached forward and pulled me into his arms. "I know," he murmured, and I broke. He held me for I didn't know how long, and his shoulder had become soaked by now, but he didn't seem to mind. "I hate him," I cried, and Julian tightened his arms around me, not saying a single word. "I hated Elijah so much. I never did anything to deserve all that he said to me, and yet he never cared. I didn't know how much time passed until he spoke against my hair. You know, I was expecting him to be pretty awful from what you told me. But fucking hell, he breathed, chuckling a little. That was something else. Despite myself, I laughed against his shirt and pulled back, using the back of my hands to wipe at my face. I don't blame you if you're planning on running away. Julian smiled, his eyes glinting. I think it's too late for that, he said. But his smile disappeared and I braced myself as he suddenly tensed. But there is something I need to tell you. I stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. I need to leave, he said, and I went limp. I was supposed to go back home yesterday, but I waited another day and I'm already late. Oh, I whispered, and he ran his thumb over my knuckles. I get it, that's fine. Julian gripped my other hand. You're planning on staying here? I nodded, my throat tightening up as I glanced back at the door. Yeah, at least for a while, I said, and trailed off. And then, I'll figure it out. He studied me for a few moments. You trust them? He asked warily. I know she's your sister and all, but do you? I thought about it for a few seconds. I wasn't sure how I felt about Elena or Sophia right now, and I didn't think I fully trusted them, but maybe if they told me the rest of the truth, then I could learn to. And then I'd leave. One more year. When I was 18, I was going to be free. Maybe I already was if I managed to get my life together. I don't know, but I'm willing to take the risk. I finally replied and looked up at him. Do you think he meant it? Julian hesitated at my question, but he knew who I was talking about. My stomach sunk at his silence. I don't know him, so I don't know if I can answer that. All I can say is that even if he didn't mean it, he said it because he knew it would hurt you, he said gently. I think that says enough. He was right. The fact that Elijah had even said something like that. I gulped. Okay. Thank you, I eventually mumbled. For everything. For being here and coming with me and staying. Thank you. It meant more than he knew. Julian's eyes raked my face once before he nodded faintly. I'll see you again, he said, ignoring what I'd said. I blinked and his eyes danced with amusement. So I'm not gonna bother with a goodbye or any of that shit. It's bad luck. I raised an eyebrow. I've never heard that before. He shrugged. Now you have. It's true, so don't try it. I grinned. Fine. He smiled back. Fine. I bit the corner of my lip. Fine. Julian's grin slowly vanished and my breath hitched as his gaze shifted to my lips. I could tell he was considering it, so instead of wasting any more time, I acted first. I gripped his shirt in my hand and yanked him down to bring his lips to mine. Julian responded by bringing his hands up to cup the sides of my face as he stepped closer, deepening the kiss as he forced me back against the wall. I reached up on my tiptoes and locked my arms around his neck. I bit his lower lip, and he reacted by wrapping one arm around my waist to tug me closer. Unlike the night before, this was a gentle kiss. It wasn't a goodbye, but it was something more. Something that said we'd meet again. When it ended, I was left breathless and every part of me was tingling with nerves as he pulled back. The feeling was so addicting, I almost considered pulling him back into me, but he needed to go. I'll see you soon, I say, he murmured, and pressed one last, soft kiss to my forehead. His lips lingered on the burning skin before he let go. He didn't look back as he finally walked away, but I watched him go and couldn't help but wonder if I'd made a mistake by not going back with him. He was still in sight when I considered running after him to go with, but something invisible stopped me. You have no home there anymore. Elijah's words slithered into my mind once again, and my smile dropped as something bitter poisoned my heart. It was the realization that every time I managed to get something I wanted, something I'd been waiting for, he still found a way to ruin it for me. He still found a way to win, to make sure he had the upper hand and the last word. I couldn't escape, no matter how far I went or where. I truly had no way out. When I walked back inside, Sophia was nowhere in sight. Elena was in the small living room, fixing up the pillows on the couch and blowing out the candles as she walked around the room. She glanced over when she noticed me tread in and offered me a small smile. I tried to return it but failed miserably. Where's Sophia? I asked, breaking the silence first as I shifted uncomfortably on my feet. Elena straightened and pointed behind me. Her room. She said to send you there when you came back in, she replied softly. It's the first door on your right behind the small hallway. I nodded and turned around to head towards the direction she told me to go. I found the room right away and hesitated before I knocked. Come in, Sophia called out, and I slowly pushed open the door. I faltered in my path as I realized her room looked exactly like the one she'd had back at home. I scanned the room as I walked in, my heart twisting with nerves and nostalgia. Everything was a cream color, almost white, and it was beautiful. There were pictures and lights everywhere, and my throat locked up when I realized I was in a lot of them. I noticed all my brothers in some too, and Amina and Olivia in others. With surprise, I realized there was a picture of her and Roman too. She noticed me staring at that one and spoke. We used to date. My eyes widened. What? Sophia looked over at me and smiled slightly. She took a seat on the edge of her bed and patted the spot next to her. I instantly began moving and gingerly took a seat next to her, but not too close. The entire thing felt like a dream. I couldn't believe I was sitting here, with her, and talking to her like nothing had ever changed. I couldn't believe any of this. It seemed too unreal to believe. I wanted to reach out and grab her hand just to make sure this was reality, and not something my mind had made up. Sophia rested her back against her headboard and pointed to one of the pictures. I was 18, he was 21. She began, and I didn't tell her that I already knew what she was getting at. I hated him at first, actually for a long time. I opened my mouth before I realized what I was saying. But you slept with him. I immediately wanted to take the words back. I winced as her head shot over to me, and I was about to defend what I'd said so bluntly, but she surprised me. Sophia laughed. It was a sound I hadn't heard in so long. It blew me away. I stared at her shocked, but she didn't notice as she grabbed the picture and ripped it off the wall. Roman and I were both drunk in this picture. I don't remember if he asked me out or if I did, but I think we both agreed. I hated him, and he hated me, but it was fun being with him, she explained. Plus, it was worth it. I got to piss everyone off. I wrinkled my nose in disgust. I don't like him. Sophia smiled and threw the picture off to the side. I don't either, she said. But Elijah deserved it for sleeping with Amina. My head whipped back over to her so fast, I was surprised my neck didn't snap. What did you just say? Sophia's eyebrows shot up. Elijah and Amina, she repeated, amusement dancing in her eyes. They think I didn't know, but I'm not as oblivious as they all thought I was. I didn't know what to say. Elijah and Amina, it was unbelievable. They hated each other, or at least that's what it always seemed like. It made me wonder if Caden knew. And Olivia, what a mess, I mumbled, shaking my head. Sophia grinned. A little complicated, isn't it? I decided not to respond, and instead, focused on the wall of memories once again. I knew she was watching me, but I didn't look back, running my eyes over every picture attached to her wall. We sat in silence for some time, but she was the first one who broke it. I came back for you. My head snapped over to her, and I didn't bother hiding the surprise from my face. What? Sophia averted her gaze and took a long breath. I can't count how many times I went back to tell you the truth, to bring you with me if you wanted to leave because I knew things were hard for you at home. What I have here isn't much of a life, but at least you'd have a choice. I went as still as death. But you didn't? Sophia glanced over at me, and for the first time, I noticed how her eyes were more of a sea blue than gray. Because I always got caught, she said. I was always sent back here, but I left you hints. My eyes widened. You did. Sophia nodded, her face tight. One time, I left my room unlocked. I was going to leave a note, but Caleb had come home, so I left before he could see me. My lips parted in shock and I shot forward. You left your door unlocked? That was you. My head started pounding as I remembered the time I'd found the note and syringe in her room. I'd left because Elijah had come home, but the next day Caden had lashed out at me. They'd said the door had been left unlocked, and I remembered locking it. Now I knew it was Sophia. She'd been in the house and I'd never even known. I frowned as I remembered what else she'd said. How did you know things were bad? I asked warily. For me. Sophia's brows furrowed in confusion as she glanced over at me. I thought you knew, she muttered, but when I only stared at her, she explained. I knew because of Amina. I froze. Sophia continued evenly, studying my reaction. She's always told me everything that happened back home, she said. I talk to her a few times a month and she updates Elena and I on everything. I was sure I looked like I was going to faint. I felt the blood leave my body. That's not possible. She thinks you're dead. Sophia frowned. Olivia and her, along with Elijah and Ethan, are the only people who knew. The entire time, she clarified. You didn't know? I thought she was helping you find me. My throat closed up. No, she was helping me find out who was responsible. She approached me first. She told me that she had a feeling what happened hadn't been an accident. Sophia briefly closed her eyes, seeming exhausted all of a sudden. I guess she lied to me then, about what she was doing to help you, she muttered, a frown marring her forehead. We both went quiet. No words were enough to satisfy the thoughts racing through our heads. A part of me was conflicted because Amina had been genuinely trying to help, but she could have just flat out told me everything. That way, so much that we both went through could have been avoided, and yet she didn't. She knew, but I couldn't? I couldn't help but ask quietly. Sophia slowly looked over at me, but I didn't meet her gaze. Caleb couldn't? Sophia let out a deep breath and sat up, bringing her legs under her as she turned to face me. We didn't tell you because you were too young. The same for Caleb. I know it seems unfair, but if Elijah had to tell you that we were going to fake my death, then he'd have to explain why, she explained and smiled bitterly. How do you tell children something so horrible? How do you tell someone so young about the awful things that happened to our family because of some man who's sick in the head? I stayed quiet because there was some truth to her words. She was right. If I was in their place and I had younger siblings who'd barely made it to their teens, I wouldn't tell either, especially if there was so much at stake. Sophia continued. It needed to look real, Izzy. Everything needed to look real, and you two were too young. We wanted to keep all of you out of it, but of course it didn't work out. I nodded eventually, and it was a faint, almost imperceptible gesture. And what about Caden? Wasn't he old enough to know? So much pain could have been avoided. So much hurt, and anger, and sadness for all of us could have been avoided because he wouldn't have spiraled the way he did. The way he still was most of the time. Sophia's eyes visibly dulled, all the light leaving them. I wanted to tell him, but Elijah didn't agree. He said Caden wouldn't accept it. He'd want to find another way, but Elijah had tried everything. Caden wouldn't understand that there was no other way. I bit the corner of my lip. Lucas is that powerful? People fear him that much? I knew the answer, but I needed to know for sure. Sophia nodded tightly. At the end of the day, Izzy, he has years of more experience than Elijah. Lucas never had anything to lose, and even if he did, he didn't care. Elijah has everything to lose. We have everything to lose because we care. We're capable of caring. I doubted Elijah cared anymore, but I didn't voice my thoughts. Were you actually stabbed? I asked hesitantly. And drugged? Sophia nodded, and I did a double take when she laughed. She pulled up the hem of her white sweater, and my breath hitched as I caught sight of the scar lining the side of her waist. Hurt like a bitch, she muttered, and looked up at me, her lips twitching. I wouldn't do it again. Her ability to make light of the situation surprised me, but I understood that it was her way of coping. She laughed so she didn't cry. She smiled so she didn't fall apart, even if it was all a facade to mask the despair that lay under the surface. I stared at her in disbelief. And who exactly stabbed you? Someone had to do it, even if it was all staged. Lucas clearly wanted evidence, so they needed to go to extremes. Elijah had to do it. There was no one else who could, she explained quietly. I told him to do it, but I didn't want to know when. So I didn't see it coming when it happened. My blood ran cold. You didn't want to know? Sophia nodded. Knowing that it was going to happen was terrifying enough on its own anyways, but if I knew when it was going to happen with whatever time I had left before everything went to shit, I'd never be able to live in peace. I'd be afraid constantly, and I didn't think I'd be able to handle it. For me, the unknown was a better option than being prepared. I swallowed hard and shifted on the bed. How did Ethan find out? You said it was an accident. Sophia frowned and picked up one of her pillows to put it on her lap. She pulled at one of the loose threads as she spoke. Because he came home at the wrong time and he saw everything happen. None of us knew he was watching. I stayed quiet. It destroyed him, Sophia added weakly. Finding out everything and why. If I could go back, I would want him to stay out of it. Elijah felt the same way. He was too young. First our parents and what he'd seen. Then came Sophia and God knows what else. My heart ached for Ethan in a way it hadn't for a while. He ended up in the wrong places at the wrong times and it was slowly breaking him. The guilt, the regret, the coping mechanisms. It all made sense now. He'd been forced to keep all these secrets, forced to watch our family self-destruct and tear apart from the inside, forced to watch as Caden became more of a stranger every day as years passed on, and he couldn't say a single word about it. Ethan had been a child too. He may have been older than me at the time, but he was still young. As for the rest, Sophia continued, and I watched as her gaze trailed to the clock above her dresser. It was the middle of the night, and I was taken back by how late it was. I hadn't even realized. Sophia suddenly straightened and glanced over at me. "Wanna go get ice cream?" I blinked. "What?" She smiled and stood up from the bed. "There's a place down the street only open at night. I'll tell you the rest on the way there and back. We can walk." I watched her warily. "I thought you couldn't leave?" Sophia walked over to her closet and pulled out a thin, black jacket. She threw it on and tugged on a pair of shoes, before looking over at me. "I can't go far, but down the street is usually fine. I've gone before." I hesitated only another moment before I agreed. Sophia handed me an old spare jacket that was soft and fuzzy, and I found myself wrapping it tighter around me. When we headed out of her room, Elena was still in the living room. She had a dim lamp on next to where she sat, and she had a book in her hand. I wondered if they ever slept. She looked up when she saw us approaching and frowned when she saw our attire. "Where are you going?" Sophia grabbed a spare set of keys from the coffee table. "Joanna's." I figured that was the name of the ice cream place. Elena nodded. "Be safe," she said gently, shooting me a small smile which I faintly returned. Darkness surrounded me as soon as we stepped outside, and despite the lively city, there was a hollow sort of quiet present all around us. Although I wasn't surprised because the hotel was in an isolated area. Everything was small and quiet around the block, and multiple cars were parked along the road, but no one was really out. The sky was vacant of stars, but that was also expected, and a chilling cold sent shudders traveling down my body. Sophia and I walked in silence for a few minutes, and I slipped my hands in the pockets of the jacket. An occasional cool breeze sent strands of my hair falling into my face, but I didn't bother pushing them away. I broke the silence first. "One time, I went into your room and I found something," I said, stepping over a crack in the sidewalk as I kept my gaze averted downwards. "What did you find?" Sophia asked, glancing over at me. I looked over at her. "The note you left," I told her, and she nodded in realization. "The one you were going to leave Caden. And I found a syringe. Was it the one that was used to drug you so that you seemed dead?" It was what Elena had told me, at least. The purpose of the drug was to slip you into a state that resembled death. It was new in the market and not a lot of people knew about it. It wasn't legal either, but pharmaceutical companies were always making advances, so I wasn't surprised that something like that would be put into existence. It made me wonder if the same one had been used on Sebastian when he faked his death. Briefly, I thought about where he was right now and what he was doing, if he was even alive. Sophia's footsteps slowed on the concrete and I realized she was frowning at me. "You found a syringe?" My eyebrows creased in confusion. "Yeah," I answered flatly. "In your room, and I found a package in Caden's apartment." Sophia hummed. "Huh, that's weird. Maybe Elijah dropped it or something, she reasoned, shrugging. But I don't see how they were in Caden's apartment. Or why. My mind turned hazy as I tried to figure out why they'd be there. Since Caden was completely in the dark, it wouldn't make sense for him to have something to do with any of this. Maybe Elijah put them there because he couldn't have them at home, I voiced my thought. Or maybe, I trailed off. My eyes widened. What if he does drugs? Sophia cocked an eyebrow. Would that really be that surprising? It's Caden. She was right, so I let it go as I caught sight of the small ice cream shop approaching. The lights were on, and I noticed 3 people in total sitting inside. 2 girls who looked Sophia's age were sitting at one of the tables in the corner, and there was a middle-aged woman behind the counter. "Can you order?" I immediately asked. My voice hushed as I pulled open the door. "For me too." Sophia rolled her eyes as she passed me. "No, you can do it yourself." "Sophia, please," I begged as I trailed behind her to the counter. Sophia shot me a sideways glance, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Why can't you?" "Because I don't feel like it." She rolled her eyes again and scanned the different flavors. I already knew what I wanted, so I didn't bother. It was the same order every time. 1 scoop of Rocky Road, and another of pineapple coconut. Mia had introduced it to me, and it had become my favorite combination despite being reluctant to try it at first. Sophia always got mint chocolate chip. "Fine," she muttered, taking out her wallet. "Next time, you're doing it yourself." I smiled in victory and stood next to her as she recited our orders. I felt oddly warm inside as I realized she still remembered mine, despite the time that had passed. It was a little thing to notice, but it meant that she'd never truly forgotten about me, and it was comforting in a way. "It's gonna fall apart," Sophia warned as we started our walk back to the hotel. She was looking at my ice cream. "Look, it's already dripping." "Shut up," I scoffed, and she ducked her head to hide a smile. "If you want to try some, just ask." Sophia shook her head, still grinning slightly, and I caught sight of the building approaching again. She made small talk as we made our way inside, and asked about school when we were in the elevators. That was a question I dodged because school was a topic that I'd shoved out of my head. At this point, it was almost like I'd dropped out considering I never did the work. Other thoughts lingered in the back of my mind as we made conversation. The feeling that this was all a dream never truly left, and sometimes I found myself staring at her as the surprise that she was truly in front of me slammed into me every once in a while. Hearing her laugh was the part that always snapped me out of the trance, and the reminder hit me again. It was real. She was here. Sophia was right in front of me. When we got back to the room, Elena's voice was coming in through the small kitchen that I hadn't seen yet. Sophia trailed towards that direction, so I followed to see Elena with her back to us as she used the landline phone. She turned around and her eyes found mine when she heard our footsteps nearing. "She's here," she said into the phone and gestured for me to come over. I stilled, but she motioned with her hand again, so I began moving cautiously. Sophia stayed behind, watching. She smiled at me and handed me the phone. I blinked at it before looking back up at her. "It's your brother, Ethan." At first, I went completely still from the surprise. But then I realized she was watching me expectantly, and I took the phone hesitantly. As soon as I put it up to my ear, Sophia and Elena left the room without another word. "Izzy." Ethan's voice came through the phone, and my breath hitched in shock. It had been a while since I'd heard him. "You there?" I noticed that something was off as soon as he spoke. Usually, he sounded confident and steady. His tone was always firm or a little rude when he spoke, as if he didn't care about how it affected the other person. He said whatever he wanted to, without caring about how it sounded. But now, something was different, and it was oddly unsettling. His voice sounded quiet and husky. He sounded like he hadn't slept in days, and it made me think that something was wrong. "I'm here," I replied carefully. It was silent on the other end of the call. I waited anxiously, my stomach knotting up from the nerves that began to build up. "Are you okay?" My heart dropped at the words I didn't think I'd ever heard come out of his mouth. Sometimes, the differences in his behavior continued to shock me. I still wasn't used to it. My throat locked up. "Why are you asking?" By now, he probably knew that I'd found out Sophia was alive. By now, he probably knew that I knew he'd lied to me too. But what I wanted to know was if he knew about what Elijah had said to me. I wanted to know if he felt the same way, even if I was already fragile enough and I wouldn't be able to endure it. "You know why?" he replied tiredly. I could almost picture him closing his eyes in exasperation. I swallowed hard. "No," I answered honestly. "I'm not okay." Because even though I was trying to keep everything normal, something inside had changed. Something was off, and as much as I tried to talk to Sophia normally and act like we hadn't just spent years apart, it was all forced. It felt forced, and I felt like I hadn't realized the true extent of the mess everything had become. It hadn't truly hit me yet, and I was terrified for when it would. Ethan went quiet again, and I heard shuffling before a door shut softly. I thought he wasn't going to respond, but when he did, my heart sunk. Elijah told us. I stayed silent, trying to ignore the sting as I remembered my oldest brother's words once again. Would they ever truly leave my head? Ethan continued. He's not back home yet, but I called him to find out what was happening. Caden was around, so he kept it vague and worded it in a way so he wouldn't know, but he trailed off. "We know what he said to you." There was nothing I wanted to or needed to say in response, so I let him talk. "For the record," Ethan said, his voice sounding like it was void of all emotion, "he doesn't speak for all of us. None of us agree with what he said." I knew. I should have known from the start that the rest of them would never agree with Elijah telling me I was dead to them. But there was a part of me that had still been afraid that they would have. I didn't say it and it still hurt, but I found myself being able to breathe a little easier from the relief Ethan's words offered me. "You're not dead to us?" Ethan continued quietly, and I choked on my emotions as I listened. "He's just being the fucking idiot he always is. No one agrees with what he said to you besides Roman. Everyone else is pissed, even Olivia. But I'm dead to him," I croaked. He sounded like he meant it. He said that I'm not welcome home anymore. Not that I'm coming back. But still, I didn't want to leave like this. With Elijah getting the last word, Ethan sighed weakly. "I'm not trying to excuse what he said or anything because it was fucked up, but he's just stressed and overwhelmed right now. It's not because of you or anything, but there's a few things going on that hit him just recently and it's fucking with all our lives," he told me and then scoffed. Not that our lives weren't already fucked up, but it seems to be getting worse. The truth behind his words made me laugh dryly. It was a sad sound, and it quickly died down. "So if I ever came back home, he'd let me back in?" Ethan didn't respond and my face fell. "So he did mean it, huh?" I whispered, gripping the edge of the kitchen counter as tightly as possible. My knuckles paled from the grip. "He wouldn't let me back home? To tell you the truth, I don't know," he replied hesitantly, and my stomach twisted. "Okay," I said, my voice hollow. "It's not like I'm planning on coming back anyways." Ethan said nothing in response to that, but I swore I heard him take a deep breath, almost as if what I'd said had impacted him deeply. "I actually called you to tell you something. I don't think Elijah did, so I figured that you should know." My blood ran cold at his voice. Fear. There was fear lacing his words. "It's actually why Elijah came to get you," Ethan continued, his tone lifeless. "He was going to give you more time, but then, things changed." My heart was pounding against my chest as I listened. "What happened?" I asked, my mind wandering to the worst possible scenarios. Ethan let out an exasperated breath. "Caleb's in the hospital." The blood drained from my body. I blinked, wondering if I'd heard him correctly. "What?" He was looking pretty sick for a while. The bruises you noticed and how he was always tired, the fevers, the nosebleeds. We didn't realize that something was wrong. But then, he collapsed. Ethan continued, his voice cracking. My eyes burned. He hit his head and it split open. The doctors stitched that up right away when we got there. But he trailed off, letting out a shaky breath. "But what, Ethan?" I wanted to scream the words. I wanted to scream anything just to calm the fire rushing through my veins, enveloping my heart as the grief destroyed it more and more every day. How much more? How much more? How much more? They ran some tests, he whispered, and if I wasn't so scared of what was to come, my heart would have fractured a little more at the terror in Ethan's voice. Blood tests and, the usual. They found out that his white blood cell count, it's too high. My eyes squeezed shut. This was not happening. Out of everyone, Caleb was innocent. Caleb knew nothing. Caleb didn't deserve this. This wasn't fair. Caleb was a good person. He had a good heart. He didn't deserve any more pain. He didn't deserve any suffering. My mind flashed with memories because I knew. Sometimes the soul knows what's going to happen before it comes. Something began to crackle in my chest and rip apart. Unfair. It was not fair. Ethan's voice was thick with emotion as he continued. They did a bone marrow test too, he mumbled. And they sent it to a lab to look for the cells. I knew what type of cells they were looking for before Ethan finished. My knees buckled. My heart stopped. The world stopped turning as time came to an abrupt halt. When would it end? Was there even an end to the suffering? To the pain? To death? It's called acute myeloid leukemia, Ethan whispered. Caleb has cancer. Caleb has cancer. I wasn't sure if I was breathing. Is he? Ethan's hoarse voice came through the phone. I couldn't answer. I couldn't talk, but he heard my sharp intake of breath, so he spoke for me. The world was spinning in front of my eyes. Cancer. Caleb had cancer. It was a disease that took so many lives, ruined so many lives, and survival wasn't always guaranteed. They're going to start treatment right away. Ethan continued quietly. But I'm not going to lie to you. It's not going to be easy. The one he has, it's fatal. He has a higher chance of surviving because of his age, but he's already so weak. Is he? He can barely stand on his own, and it's not looking good right now. It's progressing too fast. My heart was breaking. Every other word that came out of his mouth was another dagger to my chest. My ears were ringing. Couldn't breathe. Caleb. Caleb didn't deserve this. Why Caleb? He's been in the hospital because his immune system is too weak. He can't fight off infections, so he's deteriorating too quickly. Ethan's voice broke and I was trembling so hard, I almost dropped the phone. Chemotherapy's going to only make him weaker, and there's a chance he might not make it. Ethan's voice died down as if the last words had hurt him too much to say. I knew they did because they hurt me. So bad that I had to close my eyes as I thought of the one topic I couldn't take anymore. Death. It was too unbearable. What do I do? It was the first thing I said, and it was uttered barely as a broken whisper. But Ethan heard me because he halted in the middle of his sentence. What do I do? I croaked, my heart racing as tears filled my eyes. What do I do, Ethan? Do I stay away because it's better for me, or do I come back just in case? I couldn't finish. I didn't know what to do. For myself, I wanted to stay away. I wanted to never see any of them again because I was sick and tired of everything. I wanted to stay with Sophia, but my head was at war with my heart because something else was at stake here. If something happened to Caleb and I never got a chance to say goodbye, my heart clenched at the thought. The thought of me leaving being his last memory of me. The thought of him not knowing where I'd gone and never getting a chance to talk to me again. To see me again. To see him again. What was I supposed to do? I didn't know. Ethan was quiet and I almost started pleading with him to help me decide. If there was anyone who could, it would be him. He'd tell me the truth. He'd tell me what he truly thought I should have done, and I knew he would be sincere when saying it because he wouldn't force me back home if it wasn't serious. He'd told me himself a while ago, I'd find a way out. What do you want to do? He asked in response, and I pinched my eyes shut. I don't know, Ethan, I whispered, shaking my head as something painful started to squeeze at my heartstrings. The thought of Caleb gone. I couldn't bear it. Tell me what to do. What do I do? I was asking him, but my mind was elsewhere. The same words were an agonizing chant in my head. He had cancer. Things weren't looking good. He was too weak. Death and more death. It followed me everywhere I went. I couldn't escape. How much more? I think. Ethan trailed off, and I heard the devastation in his voice at having to choose. It was as if he knew that either option would end terribly for someone. You should come home. My throat tightened up. Ethan continued. At least just for a while. Just to see him again, just in case. Then you can leave again. If you want. My mind was screaming at me not to go back. To put myself first for once and let it go, but Caleb could die. He was already too weak, and my heart wanted me to go back. For him. For my brother who wasn't truly my brother. But he'd been my best friend for so long. If he hadn't been there when I'd gone through all that I did, I knew that I wouldn't have made it. Caleb was a good person and I wanted to go back for him. Despite everything, he was my family no matter the fact that we didn't share the same blood. He was still my brother and I needed to go back. He hadn't hurt me the way everyone else did, so I wanted to go. Even if it was going to be just to say goodbye. But something else made me hesitate. Where would I stay? Where would I go if I went back? I decided to voice my thoughts. Where would I stay? I asked, cutting the tense silence as I pressed the phone closer to my ear. Elijah won't let me back home. I was dead to him after all. Ethan let out a tired breath. Fuck. I don't know, he murmured. Who do you have left here? I cringed at the words, even if it wasn't his intention to be rude. Ethan must have realized this because he paused and cursed under his breath. Shit. I didn't mean it that way, he quickly clarified. I sighed. I know you didn't. I played with the handle of the drawer under the counter. Where would I stay if I came back? Ethan was quiet for moments, thinking of what he could say. You can try coming home, he offered. I mean, maybe he'll let you in. It's your house too. I could use that reason, but Elijah would ask me if I paid the bills. He would ask me who supported me financially, and he'd use money as a method to manipulate me. I knew that much by now. I knew him well enough. Ethan picked up on my hesitation. I'll let you in. My heart dropped. He cleared his throat awkwardly, as if what he was saying was something foreign to him. If he doesn't let you in, I'll stand up for you. I should have since the start anyways. My eyes stung. You will. Yeah, he replied simply. Besides, I owe you for lying about everything all these years. It was the closest thing I'd get to an apology, and I wanted to tell him that he was the person I was the least mad at because he'd suffered too, but I stayed quiet. Maybe some other time. Maybe when things were better, even if I figured that was unlikely to happen at this point. Okay, I'll think about coming back, I whispered. At least for a while. Just to see Caleb. All right. I swallowed hard. Bye, Ethan. I managed to get out. Tell Caleb. Tell him I love him and I'll see him soon. I will. Bye, Izzy? Ethan said and hung up before I had a chance to respond. For moments, I just stood there, letting myself breathe as I stared down at the limp phone in my hand. I was still staring at it when I heard footsteps come in behind me, and I turned to see Sophia standing at the entrance of the kitchen. The concern was visible in her eyes, so I decided to get it over with. I took a deep breath and faced her fully. Caleb has cancer. I got straight to the point and watched as the blood drained from Sophia's face. Ethan just called and said, he said he might not make it. Sophia was so still, it looked like she wasn't breathing. Her chest was barely moving. I have to go back, just in case. Something like devastation flashed across Sophia's face as she nodded, the realization hitting her suddenly. To say goodbye and to be with him, she whispered. Just in case. I nodded briefly, swallowing past the tightness in my throat. I know I shouldn't, but if something happens... I trailed off and she understood immediately. I needed to prepare for the worst. I held her gaze through blurry eyes and a lump formed in my throat. I wish you could come back with me. I just found her, and now I'd lose her again. Sophia's eyes welled with tears, and in the blink of an eye, she was moving for me. My jaw trembled as I clenched it shut, and Sophia pulled me into her arms. I responded instantly and wrapped my arms around her waist, resting my cheek against her shoulder as I hugged her tighter than I ever had in the past. Even before she'd disappeared. I wish I could come with you too, she whispered against my hair, rocking us back and forth. I squeezed tighter. I'm happy you found me, Izzy. Me too, I cried against her sweater, and she only tightened her arms around me as we hung on to each other like our lives depended on it. I decided I'd leave the following afternoon, so I was staying with Sophia and Elena for the rest of the night. Really, it was morning because we were only mere hours away until the sun rose, but I considered it nighttime. I barely spoke to anyone. My voice had fallen to the pit of my stomach because there was only one thing on my mind: Caleb and what he was going through right this second. I knew he was in pain, but I just didn't know how much. And I knew he was scared. Caleb had a fear of death. It had been so bad when he was younger, he'd refused to sleep at night because it consumed his mind. Mom and Dad would have to stay up with him, coaxing him to sleep because the fear ate him alive. They'd also considered taking him to therapy at one point because it had gotten so extreme. He was always scared of dying because there was so much he wanted to do in the world. He'd always said that he wished he was immortal so he could live forever, and the fear had lessened in its intensity as he grew up, but it never truly left. So I knew that he was probably terrified of what was going to happen to him, and that broke my heart more than anything. I didn't want him to be scared. I didn't want anything to happen to him. "Do you need anything else?" Sophia asked, setting her water bottle down on her nightstand. I shook my head and pulled the blanket up higher over my body, watching as she moved around her room before we both went to bed. "Good night," she whispered, reaching over to flick the lights off before she got into bed next to me. I instinctively inched closer to her until our arms were pressed against each other. "Good night," I said quietly and turned so I was on my side. I didn't know if Sophia fell asleep, but I couldn't. My mind was too alert, too awake, and the effort to try and sleep was too pointless. So I simply laid there, staring up at the darkness. I didn't know how much time passed as I listened to the silence around me. Sophia's soft breathing as she slept, the distant sounds of the city that surrounded us, the occasional honking of cars or the sirens of an ambulance. Nothing soothed the race my mind had started on. At one point, I was even sure I heard a door open, but it didn't serve to distract me. Nothing did. Nothing but the blood-curdling scream that traveled through the thin walls. It shattered my eardrums and had me shooting up in bed. Next to me, Sophia jerked awake and instantly sat up, reaching over to turn the light on. My heart stopped dead in my chest with fear as I listened to the sound of something falling to the ground just outside and heavy footsteps. This time, another scream pierced through the air and we both launched off the bed. Something thumped to the floor again, and with horror, I realized it sounded like a person. It was Elena. Sophia had gone pale as she stared at where the door was. I was absolutely frozen as I watched her, my mind turning blank as in what to do in the moment. Sophia snapped out of it and quickly looked over at me. "Stay here, Izzy. I'm gonna go see what happened." I nodded faintly, my pulse skyrocketing as I heard the pure terror behind her trembling voice. I watched helpless as Sophia rushed out of her room, leaving the door open behind her as she headed to the living room, where the scream had come from. I waited in the cold silence of the room, flinching every time I heard another crash. I was going to stay until I heard another scream. This time I recognized it as Sophia. I was moving in an instant, the only thing on my mind being my sister and what was happening out there. I scrambled out of Sophia's room and made it to the living room area quicker than I thought was possible. I heard Lucas chuckle darkly before I even saw him. He looked like he always had. A combination of black and gray hair slickly combed back on his head, a slight stubble that seemed to have grown out over the weeks, and eyes that were so dark, they were almost onyx black as he stood above Elena. There were a few things that I'd never noticed before that were more prominent than before. The dark circles underneath his eyes, the way his skin seemed to be paler, and the way his body seemed frail almost. He was still broad, but he seemed weaker in a way. It was strange, but I didn't notice it for too long as I stopped when I neared Sophia and followed her line of sight. Elena was kneeling on the ground next to Lucas, a cloth forcing her mouth shut. She was barely wearing a robe for clothing, and she had tears streaming down her face as Lucas loomed over her. Her hands were tied behind her back and she had a gun pressed against her temple. Lucas met my gaze when he saw me and smiled. "Isabella, nice to see you again. I was going to be sick," My stomach churned with fear as I scanned the two other men standing around the room. Their faces set in stone as they stood on guard. Sophia grabbed my hand and pulled me closer to her, and I could feel her shaking next to me. "Surprised to see me?" he asked, and his eyes stayed on me while he kept the barrel of the gun pressed against Elena's head. "I would say you are. I mean, look at that pretty, little face. You look like you're about to pass out." Bile rose to the back of my throat as I remembered everything I'd been told about him. One part hit me the hardest, and it was the part about what he'd been planning to do to Sophia. What he'd done to Elena, to my parents. "I asked you a question," Lucas continued smoothly. No one responded. No one uttered a single word, and he sighed dramatically, tucking his gun back in his waistband. Elena was visibly trembling on the ground next to him, her face void of all color. I noticed a bruise on her left cheek that told me that he'd already put his hands on her. "Fine, don't answer." Lucas huffed and I froze as he moved to lazily plop backwards on the couch. He lifted his feet to rest them on the coffee table and spread his arms wide across the back of the couch, his eyes glinting as he raked them over Sophia and I. "How's my favorite pair of sisters doing?" he asked. "Let me guess, you're wondering how I got in, aren't you? How I found this place." We stayed quiet. Lucas trailed his gaze over to Sophia, letting it linger, and my stomach rolled in disgust. "Dead girl walking, huh?" he smirked. "You're looking as good as ever, Sophie. Just like Elena." My stomach twisted with nausea at the nickname, at the look in his eyes as he stared at her. I stepped closer to Sophia. "All right, since no one wants to chat." Lucas sighed and crossed his legs at the ankles as he relaxed back against the couch, causally taking out his gun and resting it on his leg. "I guess I'll do the talking." Sophia bristled right next to me and moved to shield me from his view. This way I could still see him, but he was mostly obstructed from my sight. Lucas took out a cigarette and lit it, bringing it up to rest between his lips as he spoke. "I only recently suspected that you've been alive," Lucas drawled. "Actually, I only knew for sure when I paid a visit to that hospital and couldn't find a file, nor could I find any trace of the woman who examined your body. Or at least, pretended to examine you." Sophia stilled. Lucas's lips twitched as he continued. "From there, I thought of two possibilities. Either Natalia was dead or she was missing," he said. "And it wasn't that hard to figure out that she was missing. Poor woman didn't even see me coming when I broke into her little cabin." Paled. Lucas chuckled dryly and continued, taking a long drag from his cigarette. "A clean shot through the heart," he bragged, and I gripped Sophia's hand tighter. "You know, I wouldn't have killed her if she'd simply told me who helped her leave, and why she'd left in the first place. But of course, she refused to spill, so I got rid of her. After that, it took me a while, but as I began to think about it more and more, it became clear to me." Lucas shot up from the couch and I flinched hard at the sudden movement. He noticed, and the satisfaction was visible in his eyes as he realized I was afraid of him. I thought to myself, who is the one person in the world that I know of who's absolutely stellar at getting rid of people? Lucas thought out loud, making his way back over to Elena. And it hit me when I realized that the way the woman had disappeared reminded me a lot of my own tactics and skills. So then I thought, who is the one person in the world who knows about all my ways and tricks because I've taught him everything myself? I swallowed hard as I thought about Elijah. Lucas had taught him everything. That was how he knew. My stomach turned as Lucas stopped right in front of Elena and grabbed her jaw hard. Despite the cloth over her mouth, I heard her whimper as he forced her head up to meet his gaze. Lucas studied her only for a few moments before he let go and turned back to us. He grinned when he made eye contact with me, and then Sophia. Anyways, from there on out, I started doing my own research, looking into some things that were related to your supposed death. I honestly thought I was a fool at first because I'd seen your damn body myself as evidence for Elijah doing what I ordered him to do. But then I went to your grave. My heart stopped. Lucas whistled, shaking his head slowly. "It was the dirtiest damn job I'd ever done in my entire life," he breathed. "I just knew that I was going to hell after digging through all that dirt. But who gives a flying fuck? Am I right or am I right?" He was met with dead silence. Lucas rolled his eyes and took a seat on the edge of the coffee table. So anyways, imagine my surprise when I find nothing there. Nothing. That grave was fucking empty? He exclaimed, his eyes widening with mock disbelief. Can you believe that? Can you believe I got fooled for 3 goddamn years by the man I considered my son? I winced at the last word. If only he knew. Anyways, after that, I took it upon myself to find you because I figured that you were still out there somewhere. Now don't think I'm obsessed with you or anything, Lucas mocked. But Elijah disrespected me, so I needed to make him pay. And what better way than destroying the one thing he thought he'd fooled me with? What better way than finding you and making him realize that everything he'd worked for in order to protect you was in vain? You sick fuck, Sophia uttered in shock, trembling. You're fucking disgusting. Elijah should have killed you when he had the chance. Lucas laughed. Oh, don't worry. He was going to, but he couldn't. His eyes swiveled towards me as they danced with amusement. Izzy might know why. Do you? I racked my brain for what he could mean, and the realization hit me. Lucas liked to talk in cryptic messages, in riddles, in secrets, and I remembered something from the day Caden had been shot. Elijah had been on the verge of killing him, when Lucas uttered 2 simple words. I know. Elijah had gone as still as death. Because you knew that Sophia was alive and it was a warning, I whispered, and Lucas smirked proudly. Elijah didn't kill you that day because you told him that you figured it out. Lucas nodded. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. He winked at me and my hands clenched into fists. And that's exactly right. If he killed me, I'd have Sophia and Elena killed, and he knew it. Actually, I had men stationed right outside this place that day, and if they found out that I'd been killed or that I'd even gone missing, they'd finish the job. Obviously, your brother couldn't risk it. Poor guy, am I right? I stayed quiet. Lucas sighed and leaned back on his hands. Anyways, it took some time, but I eventually found you. He nodded his head at Sophia, and then glanced over at Elena, who was still kneeling on the floor, the terror simmering off of her palpable to everyone. Lucas reached out and traced a finger down her cheek. Elena cringed in fright. And, of course, my lovely wife who I haven't seen in years. Lucas gritted his teeth at her reaction and stood up, his eyes darkening as he shot a glare at Elena before turning his attention back to us. He offered me a feral grin as he met my gaze, and I braced myself. Sophia was gripping my hand so tight, it was starting to hurt, but I held on with just as much force. I have some news for you, kid, he began smoothly, taking another drag from his cigarette. I watched the smoke swirl through the air. Would you like to know? I stayed silent, my throat locking up. I didn't want to know because it wasn't going to be anything good. Lucas continued anyways. I've been having some people spy on your brothers back home. People who still remain loyal to me. He started, his voice and eyes light with humor. And guess who paid Elijah a visit 2 days ago? I inched closer to Sophia, waiting with dread rendering me immobile. I didn't know. I didn't want to know. I'll tell you anyways. Child Protective Services. Lucas crooned, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. They paid your family a visit. The blood drained from my face. Actually, they didn't pay him a visit. I sort of called them to, offer them an anonymous tip about some. He trailed off. Let's just say concerning situations at the Kingston house. It took a few calls, but they eventually agreed to check the place out and want to know what they found. I didn't want to know. I felt sick to my stomach. I was going to puke. Lucas leaned his elbows on his knees. They found things that they didn't like. Your brothers hadn't been prepared for the visit, so it was quite a shock for them. But imagine the surprise the social workers felt when they saw guns, cash, drugs, and God knows what else scattered around the house. I didn't like where this was going. Lucas continued unfazed. Imagine their surprise when I called in about situations of abuse and neglect taking place in the same house you, a minor, lived in. Imagine their surprise when they asked Elijah where you were and he had the audacity to disrespect the already uncomfortable employees of the state. And let me just add, they were already not very happy with the atmosphere itself. Your brother just made it worse when he came home drunk and proceeded to then destroy their self-esteems. I was going to be sick because I knew where this was going, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. I wanted it to stop. Couldn't breathe. Lucas's eyes glinted as he studied my reaction. Sophia was frozen next to me. Now, thanks to your bastard of a brother, I have nothing left. But that doesn't mean I can't call in favors and pay people later, he said, and the dull roar in my head magnified. Should I tell you what I did? I wanted to shake my head. I didn't want to know. But he was going to tell me anyways. I was going to scream. Do you know how easy it is to change a will, Izzy? Lucas asked, and my mouth ran dry with terror. He continued, do you know how easy it is to bribe people into changing a few documents? How easy it is to gain custody of someone and fool the state into thinking you're related? Horror turned my veins to ice. It turned my body cold in every way possible, and I was sure I was going to faint. Fear, real fear, slammed into me like a wave of ice-cold water and pulled me under the current. Lucas grinned darkly. Especially when they're convinced that your current home is not a good place for you to be? He asked rhetorically. Because after all, you are a minor in the eyes of the law. The state still gets to decide where you go, and right now, since I've changed the will, I'm the next best option. In their eyes, I'm perfect compared to your brothers. No, I breathed. No, that's not possible. I wouldn't go. Couldn't. This couldn't happen. Lucas rolled his eyes. Oh, don't you freak out on me. Nothing has happened yet. Elijah still has custody of you, but I just thought I'd warn you before he loses it. Because I promise you, he's about to. Lucas smiled. And then, kid, when you're stuck with me, not a single soul in this world will be able to help you. This was some nightmare. It had to be. It was something I couldn't wake up from, even though I wanted nothing more. I was paralyzed and my lungs were screaming at me to use my voice. She's never going to live with you? Sophia hissed, breaking the silence. Her hand tightened around mine. Elijah would never let that happen. None of us would. Lucas ignored her entirely and stood up. Anyways, that's enough talking. I got places to be, money to get back, and things to do. He suddenly clapped his hands together and glanced over at the two men who were standing like statues. With one nod from Lucas, they were moving in the blink of an eye. My breath caught in horror as one began moving towards Sophia and I, while the other moved towards Elena. Lucas stopped the one making his way towards us with his voice. Not them. Just her for now, he said, gesturing at Elena as he strolled for the exit. He reached the door and paused by it, causally propping himself up against the wall as he watched everything go down. Elena screamed as one of the men suddenly grabbed her and lifted her up roughly. Sophia let go of my hand and started for her mother, but the other man whipped out a gun and pointed it at my sister, forcing her to halt. Sophia backed up a few steps. Don't do this, please. Sophia's voice cracked as she could do nothing but watch as they took Elena. Please, Lucas. She looked over at the man himself, but he ignored her, focusing solely on Elena with a stone-cold expression. Elena fought the entire way as she was carried to the door. At one point, she almost escaped, but the man holding her by her arms grabbed his gun and slammed it into the side of her head with as much force as possible. A sob escaped Sophia's lips as Elena went limp right away, all consciousness fading away into nothingness as they reached the door. We could do nothing but watch as Lucas opened the door. One of his men picked Elena up bridal style and walked out of the hotel room, completely disappearing out of sight. The other one followed, but Lucas lingered behind. His eyes found Sophia's first and then mine. Nothing human in the emptiness I found in the black depths of pure evil. He didn't look human. There was nothing that resembled humanity on his face. His eyes were empty, his face like stone, and his mind was poison. The slow smile that formed on his lips was haunting as he spoke. I'll be back for you too, he warned calmly. But until then, he trailed off. If you believe in God, I'd send a little prayer up there for Elena's sake. She's gonna need it. With those being his parting words, he stepped out and slammed the door shut behind him. His footsteps were heavy as they faded away. Sophia and I were the only two left behind. We listened in desolating silence, No words enough to describe the chaos that we'd just seen unfold. /N. Question. Do you want Izzy to go back home or stay away for good? The first person who recovered from what we just witnessed was Sophia. She jumped into action and grabbed the landline. With my heart in my throat, I watched her every move as she dialed a number that I knew by heart because I'd used it so much. Sophia's hands were shaking as she pressed the call button and brought the phone to her ear. I quickly jerked forward and motioned for her to put it on speaker because I wanted to hear what he said. Even if I hated him now, Elijah picked up right when I thought he wouldn't. I told you not to call me. Sophia cut him off before he could finish his sentence. Lucas was here. There was silence on the other end of the call. We both waited anxiously for his reaction. What? Sophia briefly closed her eyes. Lucas, he was here. He broke in, she continued, her voice steady despite the trembling that took over her body. He took Elena. Why would you open the door? Elijah asked flatly, and my heart sunk at the slur behind his words. He was drunk. Distantly, in the background I heard pounding music playing and deep laughter, which probably meant that he was at a club. He was in no state to care now. Not that he ever was. But this was worse. Sophia's eyebrows furrowed as she stared down at the phone. Are you fucking kidding me? She exclaimed, rage underlying her voice. Did you hear what I said? He broke in and took Elena. How's that my problem? Elijah replied simply, and I heard more male laughter in the background. It sounded familiar. Sophia's lips parted in disbelief at the phone. Elijah, do you hear yourself? What the fuck is wrong with you? You realize this affects us all, right? Everything is ruined now. Yeah, he chuckled lowly. For you. I frowned as I glanced between the phone and Sophia. My sister looked shocked at everything that came out of his mouth, but I'd expected worse. I doubted he'd care anyways. What are you trying to say then? Sophia asked incredulously, gripping the phone tighter. He took her and you're not going to help find her? I heard a frustrated sigh over the phone and shuffling. Moments later, a door slammed shut and the background noise faded away. Elijah spoke again. Why should I help you? Sophia didn't respond, and she looked genuinely taken back by his words. I figured that he'd never dismissed her like this. Elijah broke the silence again. Call the police. Sophia let out a bitter laugh. Makes perfect sense. They're going to help so much, right? Elijah scoffed. I don't know what you want me to tell you, sophomore. Sophia stared down at the device for a few seconds before she visibly swallowed hard. Tell me you'll find her. Or at least try to do something. No. Sophia repeated quietly. I'm not risking our lives again to find a woman I don't give a fuck about. She'll be fine. He won't kill her. Elijah told us flatly, and my heart twisted at the dull tone. And quite honestly, even if he does, there's nothing I can do about it, nor do I care. Sophia's jaw tightened. Do you understand what he's going to do to her? Elijah sounded sober when he answered. I'm sorry, Sophia, but I can't help you. There's too much at risk. Sophia briefly closed her eyes. Like what? Elijah scoffed again. Like what? He echoed mockingly. How about my life? And Caden's? Caleb's and Ethan's? I noticed how he didn't say my name and tried my best to ignore the slight sting. Not to mention the goddamn kid I'm about to have. I blinked. Sophia slowly looked over at me with an expression on her face that told me she was wondering if I'd heard the same thing she had. When we realized we'd heard him right, Sophia's jaw dropped. My own replicated the motion. What did you just say? Sophia breathed, the shock audible in her voice. Elijah let out a frustrated breath. Olivia's pregnant. I almost burst out laughing. Of course this would be our family's luck. Of course this would get thrown at us at the worst time possible. I'd been right before. The universe hated us. Like, actually pregnant? Sophia muttered, all the chaos forgotten as we only focused on this new revelation. I wondered if this was what Ethan meant by Elijah being stressed by something else. Something that had hit him hard. What do you think? Elijah snapped and Sophia frowned. I told her to get an abortion because it's the last thing we need right now, but she refuses. Sophia's lips opened and closed as she scrambled for what to say. I didn't blame her. I was speechless myself. "You're having a baby?" Sophia whispered. I could almost picture Elijah cringing in my head. I was positive those were words he'd never want to hear in his life. But here we were. "Unfortunately," he muttered, "unless she changes her mind." Sophia's surprise died away in less than a second as she remembered why we were calling in the first place. "So what then?" "We just let Elena suffer in his hands." "Fuck, Sophia. I don't know." Elijah replied tiredly as I heard more movement on the other end of the call, and another voice speak up. Elijah trailed off and it sounded like he was talking to someone around him. Sophia took a deep breath, clearly frustrated, and her eyes hardened. I was about to ask what she was about to do, but she spoke before I could. "He said he's coming back for me and Izzy." My breath hitched as Elijah halted in the middle of whatever he'd been saying to whoever was with him. Sophia realized what she said had finally gotten his attention and continued, her eyes hard with resolve. "He's planning on taking her custody away from you," she continued firmly. "And as much as you pretend not to care and act like you care about nothing and no one but yourself, I know it's all a front. This was your worst fear, Elijah, and it's coming true. With what he was saying, it sounds like he's going to win. And you should know better than anyone else that Lucas won't stop until he gets what he wants." There was nothing but dead silence on the other end. Elijah had gone completely quiet, and I wondered if the news had shocked him. Sophia was glaring at the phone as if he could see her. "So how about you stop pretending that nothing in this world bothers you and face the fact that you do indeed care? If you didn't, you never would have done half of the shit you did for all of us." Sophia didn't let him speak as she continued with her rant, her eyes dark as she let her anger take over. "And for fuck's sake, Elijah, stop saying things you don't mean just because of your goddamn superiority complex. What you said to Izzy was fucked up, and I don't know if you meant it or not, but you owe it to her to help us. She's not dead to you, so don't fucking act like she is, because I know you care, and if anything happened to her, it would destroy you. So please, for once in your life, why don't you put your pride down and help someone who needs it instead of letting people believe that you're the monster they always make you out to be?" Which, by the way, I'm starting to believe too. I stared at Sophia completely speechless. She went quiet, waiting expectantly for a response as she stared down at the phone. My heart was pounding as I waited for Elijah to speak. I thought what she'd said would work. I was proven wrong. "I've told you before and I'll say it again," Elijah said calmly. "I've done everything I can to stop him and I'm done. I'm not helping you, Sophia. Figure it out yourself." Before Sophia could respond, the line went dead as he hung up. We stood in silence after Sophia let the phone limply fall on the table. I watched her close her eyes momentarily and run a stressed hand through her hair. "You need to go back," she whispered, breaking the hollow quiet that had filled the room. I swallowed hard. Sophia opened her eyes and looked over at me, the storm in the blue-gray hues crystal clear as I met her gaze. "It's the safest option." I didn't respond, but I'd already been thinking the same thing. Things were bad back home, but it was more dangerous here, especially since Lucas had said he was coming back for the two of us. I also needed to see Caleb. That came first. "What about you?" I asked quietly. "You can't stay here." Sophia took a long breath and took a seat on the edge of the couch, covering her face in her hands. I gingerly perched down next to her, studying her intently. "I can't go back," she said hoarsely, exhaustion lacing her words. "There's too much going on and it would overwhelm Caden and Caleb. Caleb's already not doing well, so I can't risk adding to that." I tugged at the corner of my lip with my teeth in thought. "Where are you going to go?" Sophia straightened and glanced over at me, her eyes vacant of all light. "I'll find a new place to stay, at least for a while. Then, maybe someday I'll come home." I contemplated it for a moment before an idea hit me. "My hotel room. I've been staying in one not too far from here and I brought money with me." I told her and Sophia didn't react. "You can stay there. It's already paid for in advance and I'll give you the extra cash." "Izzy." I put a hand up and shook my head, inching closer to her. It's not my money anyways. It's Elijah's really. You can use it here and then when you decide to come home, use it to book a flight. Whatever you want to do. Sophia studied me wordlessly for a few moments. Something soft in her expression before she surprised me by tugging me into her arms. They don't deserve a sister like you. She mumbled against my hair, and I smiled weakly against her shoulder, propping my chin on top of it. Thank you, Izzy. You'll come home eventually, then? I asked, needing the clarification. It would be nice with her around. Sophia pulled back and smiled, her eyes glowing with emotion. I will, she promised. I'll be back before you know it. My flight was the cheapest one I could book, and the trip passed by in the blink of an eye. By now, it was late afternoon and the sun was high in the sky. Sophia had gone with me to the airport, and I'd said my goodbye to her there. She told me that she would come back home when things seemed right and waited there until my plane had taken off before finally leaving. I didn't have a phone with me. I had some money with me and I had no car to drive as I stood outside the airport. The amount of cash I'd brought with me was enough for a taxi. There were many parked outside the terminal and I got into the first one I found. I was positive I'd never been more terrified in my life as the driver turned into my neighborhood. The anxiety was sending my stomach into knots as I caught sight of my house at the end of the street. The man pulled into my driveway and I paid him as quickly as possible before stepping out of the car. Only Elijah's car and Ethan's were parked in the driveway, so I figured they were the only ones home. I almost considered running away as I stood in front of my house. Every step up the driveway was agony and I had to fold my hands into fists to prevent them from shaking. I didn't want to risk trying the garage because I was sure that Elijah changed the code. It also felt weird to barge right inside so suddenly, so I went to the front door. Ringing the doorbell seemed like the most difficult task I'd ever been forced to do. It was a strange feeling, being so afraid of my own home. A home that I'd lived in for years and grown up in. All my memories were built in this place, and now it felt like something astray, something foreign. It seemed like an eternity passed before the door opened and I came face to face with Elijah himself. It had only been days since I'd seen him, but it seemed like forever. The first thing that came into mind was his last words to me before he had left. I instantly forced them to the back of my mind and held his dark gaze. He didn't look surprised to see me and I couldn't read him. He remained completely unfazed, almost as if he'd expected it, as we held eye contact. As much as I wanted to, I didn't break it. Eye contact was power and he already had too much. I didn't need to give him more. I waited for him to speak because I sure as hell was not going to be the first one. But he surprised me by stepping outside onto the front porch. My heart sunk when he closed the door behind him and I backed up a step, but made sure I didn't get too close to the stairs and tumble backwards to my death. Izzy? Elijah nodded his head in acknowledgement and I gulped. Can I help you? My throat tightened up, but I stayed steady. I'm not here to see you, I said bluntly, deciding to get straight to the point. I'm here for Caleb. Elijah studied me impassively, his ashen eyes empty. Ethan told you, he said. But it wasn't a question, so I said nothing. Elijah raised his eyebrows and continued. But that doesn't answer my question. Why are you here? His words stung because he was treating me like I was a stranger, but I didn't let it show on my face. Because I need to talk to Ethan and he's here. Elijah cocked his head to the side. Don't you remember what I told you? He asked smoothly, and I heard the trace of amusement in his voice. He found this amusing. This was a joke to him. I was a joke to him. I gritted my teeth hard. I'm dead to you, I know. You meant it. Elijah smiled slightly, but it didn't reach his eyes. Maybe you're smarter than I thought. Can you move? I ignored the taunt. The sooner you let me in, the sooner I'll leave and you'll be happy again. Elijah's expression remained blank, and I held my breath as I waited for him to respond. I had almost lost all hope until he surprised me by moving. My heart was racing as he took a small step to the right and opened the door behind him, gesturing for me to go through. The action looked almost mocking and it made my nerves twist with dread. But I didn't bother looking back as I rushed inside. He'd barely even closed the door after us when I raced for the stairs, making a beeline for Ethan's room. I didn't let myself scan the house because I'd promised myself that I wouldn't stay for long. This wasn't my home anymore. I didn't bother knocking on Ethan's door as I whipped it open, barreling inside so fast I barely processed anything around me. He was on the phone with his back to me as he stood by his window, and he looked stressed even from behind. His shoulders were tense, but he spun around when he heard me come in. The surprise was visible in his eyes when he caught sight of me standing by his door, before he quickly said something into the phone and hung up. I immediately noticed how tired he looked and my heart ached because I knew it was because of Caleb. He fully turned to face me and we stood there in silence, staring at each other wordlessly. "Where's Caleb?" I blurted out immediately, deciding not to bother with a hello. We just talked on the phone anyways. Ethan blinked and snapped out of his shock as he studied me. In the hospital. How did you get here so fast?" I sighed. "I took a plane, Ethan. I thought you didn't ask stupid questions. And I know he's at a hospital, but you never told me which one. Can you take me to him?" Ethan held my gaze quietly for a few moments as if he was still surprised that I was still standing right in front of him. But he recovered quickly and nodded. "Go wait in the car. It's open," he ordered, and didn't wait for me to respond before he pushed past me and left his room. I only hesitated a second before I spun around and made my way back downstairs. Luckily, Elijah was nowhere in sight, and it was dead silent in the house as I passed various sections to go outside. I only waited about a minute in the car before Ethan finally stepped out of the house and made his way down the front porch steps. He changed into a hoodie and gray sweats. I watched him as he walked around to the driver's side and got in. "Where's Caden?" I asked as he started backing out of the driveway to break the awkward silence that had ensued. "He's staying with Caleb," Ethan replied quietly. "He started chemo." I swallowed hard and nodded. "I'll be able to see him?" Ethan nodded faintly as we turned out of our neighborhood. "Yeah," he said and glanced over at me. "Lucas took Elena?" I quickly looked away. "He did," I clarified shakily. "And he said that he's coming back for Sophia and me." Ethan drew in an exhausted breath as he shook his head. "I doubt it. Elijah will kill him if he gets close, especially since Lucas already knows Sophia's alive. There's nothing to lose now." I scoffed. "Elijah doesn't care." Ethan looked over at me in confusion and I averted my gaze out the window. "Sophia called after Lucas broke in. Elijah basically told us to go fuck ourselves." Those weren't his exact words, but he might as well have said that. Ethan looked somewhat surprised. "He probably does, Izzy. He's just..." He trailed off and I cut in for him. "Stressed because Olivia's pregnant?" I finished and Ethan let out a low laugh, his eyes dancing with amusement. "So you know," he clarified. I hummed and rested my head against the window. "This is bad, Ethan," I mumbled. "And dangerous. This was so bad. If Lucas finds out, then yeah," Ethan murmured, frowning as he approached a red light and looked over at me. "Olivia's gonna need to be careful. Where's she staying now?" I questioned, picking my head off the window before we hit any speed bumps when he turned into the hospital's parking lot. "It wasn't far from our house. She's staying with a friend right now," he replied. "Mia's parents sold the house before they left." My face fell at my best friend's name, and I couldn't help but ask what I wanted to know since the start. "Do you know where they moved to?" I wanted to see her again. I'd found Sophia because of Mia and I missed her. A lot. Ethan turned off the car as he found a parking spot. I unbuckled my seatbelt, but didn't move to get out. "A few hours from the city," he said and pushed open the passenger door. "You can still call her, you know?" I closed the passenger side door with my hip and walked around the car to get to Ethan's side. He locked it and we began walking towards the main entrance of the hospital. This was a different one than the one we'd gone to when Caden had been shot. "I don't have a phone," I muttered. "I don't even remember where I put it." "Get a new one," he suggested flatly, and I scowled over at him. "How?" He cocked an eyebrow as we stepped onto the sidewalk that led to the entrance. "I don't know. How do people usually buy the things they need? Izzy?" he mocked. I rolled my eyes, shoving my hands into his side as hard as I could in retaliation. Ethan stumbled to the side as he was caught off guard, and I laughed as he almost tripped over the edge of the sidewalk, onto the road. I was still smiling, so I didn't see him move when he shoved me back. It wasn't hard at all, but I didn't see it coming, so I stumbled right into the brick building, my shoulder slamming into it. Ethan chuckled proudly and raced ahead of me. My shoulder stung now, but I quickly followed him and tried to bring my foot up to the back of his knee to make his leg give out. Unfortunately for me, he dodged every attempt, and every time my foot almost hit the back of his knee, he moved forward quicker, so I missed. "I didn't push you that hard, asshole," I snapped behind him, still trying to make him trip. Ethan ignored me and slipped his phone out of his pocket as we turned on the sidewalk. The doors to the front desk were in sight, but we were still outside, so I took the chance. He didn't see me as I jumped onto his back with as much force as I could muster from my running start. The action caught him off guard, and he was forced to stumble a few steps forward. I laughed as I tightened my arms around his neck and wrapped my legs around him. His knee hit the concrete below us as he failed to regain balance and support me at the same time. "Izzy, you bitch!" he hissed and grabbed my legs, trying to pry me off his back. "Get the fuck off me." I only wrapped my arms around him tighter and dug my chin into his shoulder painfully. "No, you can carry me. Are you fucking 5? He growled, trying to push me off his back. "I'm not carrying you inside. Get off." "I didn't say you needed to carry me inside," I said into his ear, and he jerked away from my face. I grinned in satisfaction and squeezed his neck with my arms so tight. He coughed. "Just carry me to the entrance." "No," he grunted as I hiked myself up higher and almost stumbled to the ground again. My goal was to make him fall, but it wasn't working. "This is my last warning. Get off." "Nope. I'm good here," I muttered and pointed at the hospital's entrance. "Now go." Ethan went absolutely still, halting in the middle of the path. My arms subconsciously went limp in their hold around him. He took advantage of the way they loosened around his neck. It was just enough for him to act. I yelped as his fingers dug into the skin of my hands as tightly as possible. Reflex had me ripping my hands away, and in the process, he grabbed my arms and snapped them away from his neck, so I no longer had anything to hold on to. I ended up falling on my ass. Ethan's lips twitched as he noticed me on the ground. "Show some respect, Izzy. This isn't the place for you to act like this," he teased, and I glowered at him. "Asshole," I shouted after him, thankful that no one was outside to see what had just happened. I heard Ethan's laugh as he left me behind, not bothering to look back as he disappeared inside the hospital. I winced and pushed myself off the ground, brushing my clothes off with my hands. When I realized that he was nowhere to be seen, I quickly scrambled to run after him. My mood changed in an instant as I entered the tense atmosphere of the building. My hands had turned clammy as I went to stand next to Ethan, who was talking to one of the nurses at the desk. She gave us both guest stickers to put on our hands and pointed to the direction we were supposed to go. Oncology. Ethan and I walked in silence, and I choked on it more and more every minute as we trekked through the silent, narrow corridors. I felt him glancing at me, but I kept my gaze forward, my mind only on one person at the moment. The oncology department was mostly empty aside from a few patients and nurses walking around. A hollow silence hung in the restless room as we finally reached it, and I scanned the gray chairs positioned across the room. Machines and monitors beeped steadily, the noises infiltrating my senses as we stood at the entrance. Windows lined the walls behind each chair, allowing natural light to stream in through the somber room, and my gaze swiveled across everything I noticed until I saw him. Caleb. My lips parted in shock as I saw the condition he was in as he occupied one of the gray chairs himself. The monitor stood next to him, the sounds shattering through the silence of the quiet room as I scanned the tubes and pumps surrounding him. He looked so fragile, as if one touch alone would unravel him and send him fracturing into pieces. My heart clenched as I watched the way he closed his eyes as he sat in the chair, listening to Caden talk to him from where he sat nearby. He looked void of all hope. A hand on my back made me jump, and I looked over at Ethan, who nodded his head for me to go. I gulped dryly and began moving, my footsteps light against the linoleum floor. Caden was the first one who saw me. He looked just as exhausted as the rest of my brothers did, but he straightened as he caught sight of me. I'd barely registered him sitting there before he shot out of his seat and started for me. He caught me off guard when he yanked me into his arms, lifting me off the ground in a tight embrace. I was hesitant to hug him back until I remembered that he was in the dark too, more than I was at this point. Slowly, I placed my arms around his shoulders and hugged him back, pressing my face into his neck. The guilt flooded me as he held me. I couldn't believe that I'd ever thought of him capable of killing our own sister. The fact that my mind had even gone there. I had the sudden urge to apologize even though he wouldn't even know what I was apologizing for. "Don't ever do that again," he murmured against my hair, slowly pulling away to set me back down on the floor. His gaze scanned me once as if he was making sure I was still in one piece. I was so worried. I swallowed past the tightness in my throat. Dark. He was in the dark, and real fear threatened to overwhelm me as I thought of what would happen when he found out everything that I had. When he found out that Sophia was alive and Elijah had kept it from him. When he found out what Lucas had done. When he found out that his biological mother was still out there. I remembered that Elena had told me Caden already knew he was my half-brother. All of them did. But he didn't know who his mother was. "Sorry," I muttered. But I wasn't apologizing for leaving. He didn't know it, but I was saying sorry for doubting him the way I did. Caden ran a hand through my hair. "Why'd you run off to New York anyways?" he asked, genuinely curious, and my heart sunk. I glanced over at Ethan, who shook his head at me. It was an almost imperceptible gesture, but I understood what he was telling me. I shoved down the guilt and spoke. Nothing really. I was just sick of this place. I wanted to try something new." I lied, and luckily, Caden seemed convinced, or at least somewhat. I could tell he wanted to question me more, but I didn't give him the chance as I stepped around him and faced Caleb. Even though he looked like he couldn't even stand anymore, he straightened in the chair and forced a smile on his face the moment he saw me. It broke my heart to see. He'd always smiled like he had everything in the world to be happy about. Caleb's smiles had made everyone's day as long as time had existed. There was nothing but light in his eyes when he did, but now, he was smiling, but the pain was the only thing I could see on his face. His expression told me that he was hurting, and his eyes were dimmer than usual. It was easy to see. They didn't glow the way they usually did. "Izzy," he whispered, his voice strained. I inched closer until I was standing right in front of him. My eyes instantly went to his arm where the 4 was sticking out. "You're back," I nodded, forcing a small smile on my lips as I watched him through blurry vision. "I'm back," I said gently and bit the corner of my lip. "Can I hug you?" Instead of answering, Caleb lifted his free arm out for me to slide down into, and I moved instantly. I crouched down and wrapped my arms around his neck, squeezing my eyes shut against his shirt. "You okay?" he asked against the side of my head, and I pulled back abruptly, letting go of him. "You're asking me if I'm okay?" I parroted incredulously, and Caleb shrugged. "You look tired," he defended, and I was. But I didn't say that. Instead, I took a seat on the chair Caden had been in previously. When I looked over, Caden and Ethan had pulled 2 spare ones to sit next to me, so all of us were here together. My eyes roamed the machines again and Caleb's state. He must have noticed because he broke the tense silence. "I'm fine, Izzy. Don't stress." He waved his hand dismissively, shooting me a lazy smile, and my throat burned at his ability to still make light of this. "Do you need anything?" Ethan asked, his voice thick with concern as he pulled his chair to sit closer to Caleb. "Something to drink?" Caleb shook his head. "No, I already told you I'm fine." His voice was tinged with irritation, and I knew that he wanted to act like everything was normal. Ethan frowned. "You're not fine, stop saying." Caden interrupted him before he could finish, noticing the annoyed expression on Caleb's face. I didn't blame him. He didn't want pity. "Why don't we give these 2 some time to catch up?" Caden offered and stood up. He shot me a smile before he gestured for Ethan to get up. "Come on." Ethan only hesitated a moment as he scanned Caleb once more before he eventually stood up. With one last wary glance thrown at me, he trailed after Caden. I watched them leave until they were completely out of our sight. I turned back to Caleb. Caden stayed with you all day? I asked. Caleb nodded and shifted in his chair, his attention momentarily flickering over to the monitor. Yeah, if he doesn't stay, then Elijah, Ethan, or Olivia do. He hesitated. I don't want anyone else to see me like this. I nodded in understanding, ignoring the tightness in my chest as I reached out and grabbed his hand. Caleb's gaze lingered on it for a second before he spoke. Tell me what you did there. Was it fun? I gulped and looked away, remembering what I'd found out about him. It didn't change anything, I reminded myself. He was still my brother even if he wasn't by blood. Yeah, it was nice. I lied and studied our interlocked hands. I went with my friend. Caleb smiled at that. That guy I used to see at the hospital, right? I blinked. You remember him? Caleb hummed. Dark hair, right? I nodded in response. Is he nice? I grinned slightly at the mention of Julian. I missed him already. Yeah, he is, I said. It makes me wonder why I ever settled for someone like Sebastian. Caleb cocked his head to the side. Oh, so he's your boyfriend? He asked and I shrugged. I had always been comfortable talking about this with Caleb. He always listened to whatever I had to say and didn't brush me away. Maybe in the future, I replied honestly. I don't really know. Caleb's lips tugged into a small smile. That's good, Izzy. From what I saw, you looked happy with him. My heart warmed as I stared at him. I was. He's good to me, I told him, squeezing his hand. Caleb leaned his head back against the chair. Our attention momentarily faltered when a nurse passed by, but she didn't stop for us. Caleb almost looked relieved before he turned back to me. What about you? I asked, breaking the silence. Do you have someone in your life that I don't know about? Caleb shrugged and looked away. Nah, I don't do that stuff. I rolled my eyes and pulled away. Okay, don't give me that bullshit about how you don't do dating or whatever. I will leave, I promised. Caleb ducked his head as he hid a grin, shaking it briefly. That's not what I meant. I frowned. Then what? There's no girl you're interested in. He shook his head. I raised an eyebrow. Okay, a boy maybe? Caleb shook his head again and sighed. I meant what I said, Izzy. I don't do any of that or feel that way for anyone. I probably never will. The realization hit me slowly and my lips parted. Oh, I blurted. So neither is the right answer. You don't feel that way for anyone. Caleb nodded and ran his hand through his hair. Yeah, I never have. I love people as my friends and all, but I can't do more for some reason. It's just the way I am, and I don't want to label it as anything right now. I stayed silent, tracing my fingers mindlessly over his thumb. I studied the 4 again, and decided to ask because I wanted him to talk to me about how he was feeling. I wanted to know, are you scared, Caleb? Because I am. He looked surprised by my question from the way he stilled. I watched as his throat bobbed as he swallowed hard and looked away. His eyes followed an old nurse talking to another patient across the room. I'm terrified, he whispered, and my eyes stung. I want to pretend that I'm not. I want to act like everything is okay, and I'll be fine and treatment will work. But, he trailed off, his voice cracking. He looked back at me and my own eyes welled when I realized his were becoming glassy and red-rimmed. I've never been so scared in my life, Izzy. I squeezed his hand tighter. And I'm mad, he croaked, using his index finger to run it over my knuckles. I know it sounds selfish, but why did it have to be me? I never did anything that for this to happen. I've been healthy. It doesn't make sense for it to be in our family's history because no one had cancer. So why me, Izzy? How's this fair? I wanted to tell him that his family wasn't who he thought he was. But I looked at him and saw a boy who was breaking more and more with every hour that passed on the clock. And I couldn't find it in me to break his heart. Because that was exactly what would happen. If he found out Lucas was his father, Caleb would fall apart. It's not fair, I mumbled and brought my head down to rest it on his arm. He instantly brought his hand up to stroke my hair. My eyes pinched closed at the soft gesture. You don't deserve this, Caleb. I'm sorry. And I was. I was sorry that this was happening to him on behalf of the universe. I was sorry that he was scared. I was sorry that Caleb was dying and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I was sorry that Caden didn't know the truth. I was sorry that he'd gone through all that pain that he didn't deserve, and I wished I could scream the words out loud to him. I wished I could tell him that the person he missed more than anyone was alive and okay, and she'd come back soon. I was sorry that the world had turned Elijah cruel, and now he did everything in his power to hurt others the way he'd been hurt by seeing things no one should have. Doing things that no one should have been forced to do. I was sorry that he never got to lead a normal life and now he was trapped in this hell. I was sorry that he was so bitter. I was sorry that Ethan was suffering in silence every day, and no one had helped him. When I thought of him, I pictured a 15-year-old boy standing outside of someone's door, praying that someone would be able to soothe the pain that ripped him apart every second of the day and tell him that he was good enough. Because he was. He was good enough, and I wanted to tell him that he deserved to sleep in peace at night without being awoken by memories that haunted him. He deserved to be happy. I was sorry that my family had suffered the way we all had. None of us had deserved it as children. But more than anything, I was angry. The rage built up inside of me every day as I started to realize that this unfairness was undeserving, and we all deserved better. It was on the verge of bursting, and I felt like I was a ticking time bomb. Any moment now, I felt like I'd finally explode and destroy everything in my path as I fell. Maybe it would be a mercy. Caleb's voice was soft as he spoke. It's not your fault, Izzy. It's not any of ours. But it was. It was someone's fault, and he didn't know the true extent of it. One man was responsible for everything that had happened to us, and I wanted him dead. Even if it meant that I'd have to do it with my own bare hands. /N. Just try to remember that when things in the story start getting too difficult and upsetting to read, there's light at the end of the tunnel, and it's coming in the most unexpected ways. Promise. I had nowhere to stay. When our visit with Caleb had ended, I'd asked Caden if he was living in his apartment just to see if I could stay there temporarily before I left again. I was surprised when he told me he'd sold it and he was living at home now. My mind also wandered to Julian, and I had considered it, until I realized I didn't know his phone number by heart and I had no idea where he lived. Mia was gone, so she wasn't an option either. Amina was someone I was conflicted about. I didn't know how I felt about her because I knew she didn't have bad intentions, but she still hadn't done the right thing. In conclusion, I was all alone and I had no other options left than to stay at home. Or at least what used to be my house. Caden would come back home later because he was staying with Caleb for the rest of the day until visiting hours were over. Ethan was going back with me. We'd already pulled back into the driveway and none of us bothered getting out of the car. I stared up at the house anxiously, wondering if I should book a flight back to New York and head back to Sofia again. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't leave because of Caleb. Are we just gonna sit here all day? Ethan broke the silence and I snapped my head over to him. He raised his eyebrows and grabbed his door handle. What are you waiting for? He's gonna kick me out, I said, and Ethan didn't react. I just know it. He held my gaze without saying anything for a few moments before he shook his head. I won't let him. I already told you that. I frowned and looked back at the house. It's not in your control, Ethan. Elijah won't care about what you have to say. I'll make him care. His words were probably meant to make me smile, but they didn't work. My stomach tangled with nerves, and I realized my leg was bouncing up and down aimlessly. As soon as I realized I was falling back into that habit, I stopped. I took a deep breath and unbuckled my seatbelt. Fine. Just don't leave me to deal with him alone. I followed Ethan up to the front door and waited as he unlocked it, before stepping inside. I hesitated only a second before I trailed in after him, taking my shoes off at the entrance. Thankfully, Elijah wasn't anywhere in sight. Personal space, Izzy? Ethan's voice made my attention swivel over to him, and I blinked as I realized I'd bumped into him because I was lingering so close. Sorry, I muttered sheepishly and backed up a small step. Ethan rolled his eyes and spun around to head towards the stairs. I immediately followed. He didn't get rid of my stuff, did he? I asked, stopping by my bedroom. Ethan halted on his way to his own and glanced at my closed door. No. He shook his head and made his way over to where I was. Honestly, I think he considered it, but I locked it for you and took the key. I did a double take as Ethan used his keys to snap the lock on my door, forcing it to open. Wait, you locked it for me? I asked incredulously. Sometimes he felt like a completely different person than the brother I used to know. The old Ethan would have never done anything for me, even if it was as small and insignificant as this. The old Ethan would have helped Elijah throw my stuff out. Ethan ignored me and casually strolled inside my room. I warily trekked in after him, letting my eyes roam the space as I made sure everything was indeed intact and similar to the way it had been before. Ethan glanced around before he met my gaze. "You're good staying here?" he asked, already moving back towards the door. I nodded and walked over to my bed, mindlessly running my hand over the soft blanket. I had the sudden urge to clean the entire space, including my closet. "Yeah, you're gonna be home though, right?" I asked, just wanting to make sure. Ethan nodded and spun around on his heels to head out. "I'll be in my room." Without another word, he shut my door after he stepped out, leaving me alone. I instantly began moving towards my closet and pulled it open. I had nothing else to do, so I decided to sort it all out. I had clothes that I never wore anymore, and if I was going to leave again soon, I wanted to clean everything out so I could take only what I wanted with me. Half an hour passed and it was dark by now. At one point, I realized I hadn't eaten anything all day, nor had I had more than a few sips of water. Deciding I could use some, I tiredly shuffled out of my room and started making my way downstairs until I heard a familiar voice coming from Elijah's room. I paused near the stairs, enough of a distance away so I could bolt down if anyone opened the door and saw me, but close enough to hear what was being said if I pressed my head against the wall. "The woman's name is Elise Garcia. She's new. Her partner's Detective Nicholas. He was assigned your case before, but he got reassigned temporarily." I perked up as I realized it was Alistair speaking. "I didn't know he'd been here." "It's not final yet, Elijah. Don't do anything stupid." I heard something crash loudly and Elijah's voice speak up. I wasn't inside, but I could feel the rage simmering off of him. "It doesn't matter if it's not final. I thought we had a deal. They stay out of our business if we stay out of theirs." "What the fuck happened to that?" Alistair sighed deeply and I inched closer to hear better. "Garcia is new," he muttered. "There's a lot of new people and the deal doesn't matter to them. They're after you, Elijah. Especially Garcia and Nicholas." My breath caught as I realized what was happening. A deal. The police. 2 new detectives that were after Elijah. This could mean so much, and as horrible as it was, I felt a thread of hope float to the surface. Did this mean that someone was trying to punish Elijah for his crimes? Did this mean that there was a possibility that he'd go to jail? "The lady's good too," Alistair warned firmly. "She's locked up a lot of people, Elijah. You need to take this seriously." "Get rid of her then," Elijah offered flatly, the previous anger behind his voice leaving completely as his tone cooled. "There. Problem solved." Alistair laughed bitterly. "And dig ourselves a deeper hole? No thanks. No one is going to touch her," he commanded evenly. "Do you hear me? You don't give me orders," Elijah growled. "If she's so hell-bent on getting us locked up, then that's the only way. Get rid of her." I could practically picture Alistair bristling. "No. It'll be obvious that it was our doing," he countered. "Besides, I just told you that it's not final yet. There's no need to be impulsive." "You're not going to do it?" Elijah asked calmly and my heart dropped. Alistair didn't respond and it was an answer enough. "Fine. I'll handle it. Get out." "Elijah," Alistair began. "Get out." Before I could be spotted, I quickly raced down the stairs as soon as I heard moving footsteps. I made it to the kitchen in time to avoid being seen by Alistair. Not even a second later, I heard him marching down the steps and the front door slam shut after he left. I listened to the sound of his car turn on and tires squeal as he sped away. When it was dead silent again, I walked over to one of the cabinets and pulled out a glass. Turning the faucet on, I quickly filled it with water. I was lost in my head, thinking about everything Alistair had been saying about the detectives, so I didn't hear him come into the kitchen. I hadn't expected Elijah to be standing right at the threshold of the kitchen, so I wasn't ready. I jumped in surprise and the glass slipped from my hands, shattering into tiny pieces as it crashed onto the floor. Elijah and I stared at each other in silence, and my heart lurched to my throat. His gaze was empty as he stared at me, and I realized he didn't know what I was still doing here. I clenched my hands into fists as he took a drag from the cigarette he held between his lips as he watched me. "You're still here," he commented simply, his eyes piercing through my face. I didn't respond. There was nothing I wanted to say to him. Elijah arched his eyebrows. "You're not gonna talk to me?" he asked in challenge. I didn't react in any way. I didn't even blink as I stared back at him. His lips tugged into a small smile. "Are you mad at me?" he said, and I gritted my teeth together so hard. My jaw began to hurt. "You know I don't like the silent treatment, Izzy." I said nothing. The silence would eventually piss him off, and it was what I wanted. He expected me to fight back, to say horrible things back to him in response, but he didn't expect silence. It would make him angry eventually. Elijah's eyes danced with amusement, and I wanted to walk off, but my feet were bare and the glass was everywhere. I had to clean it before I went upstairs again, and to do that I needed flip-flops. Besides, he was blocking the path to leave. Elijah's eyes wandered down to the shards scattered across the floor. "You should clean that," he offered smoothly, "before someone gets hurt." I suddenly wished he'd walk over the glass, without wearing shoes. Maybe I should leave it there just so would. Elijah titled his head to the side. "You're angry about what I said, aren't you?" he questioned, studying my reaction carefully. "About you being dead to me. I always would be," but he didn't need the satisfaction of having it come out of my own mouth. It would probably make him happy to know. I had no faith in him anymore. Elijah smiled, but his eyes were unreadable. "No, you're hurt," he corrected, and my nails dug through the sensitive skin of my palms. I wanted to gauge that smile off his face. "You're hurt that I'd say something that awful to you, aren't you?" Once again, my lips were sealed shut even though he was spot on. I momentarily felt relieved when Elijah's eyes flashed with a tinge of irritation at the quietness he was met with. "I'm asking you something," he continued calmly. What did he want me to say? Yes, I was hurt. Yes, he'd hurt my feelings a lot and I couldn't forget what he'd said to me. Yes, I wanted an apology, but I knew I'd never get one. Yes, I was tired and he was only adding to it. I didn't understand him. As soon as I thought I did, he'd do something and I'd lose control of how I felt again. Why? Why was he this way? Why did he need to hurt others? Was it because of what he'd been through? Was it because he was finally fed up of everything that he had to do? But even if that was the case, I didn't deserve to be on the receiving end of his taunts and anger. I never did anything to him, so why was I the target? Maybe he just preyed on weakness. That would make sense. Elijah crossed his arms across his chest. I'm right, huh? He guessed. I hurt your feelings. I had enough. His words finally got to me, and I didn't want to hear another second of anything he had to say. So I moved without remembering that I wasn't wearing shoes, and there were shards of glass under my feet. A few of them embedded themselves into the skin, and I gasped in pain, falling to the floor as blinding pain shot through my legs. As a result, my hands ended up landing on some, but I quickly retracted them, tears of pain stinging at my eyes. I was shaking as I glanced down at my feet and noticed the blood already staining the floor. It didn't seem like much, so it wasn't too horrible. I could take them out and bandage them up. Instinct had me slowly looking up at where Elijah was still standing, and my eyes were blurry from the water that was natural as a result of pain, but I still saw the way he looked as he saw what had just happened. He didn't move to help me. He looked like he didn't care. Nothing in Elijah's expression changed. Elijah studied me impassively as I shifted, so I wasn't going to sit in glass, and my hands went down to my feet. I looked back up at him, and nothing could have prepared me for what he said, even if I should have expected it. I would pull that out before it gets worse, he said, and pushed himself off the wall. Next time, watch where you walk. I'd barely even registered what he'd just said before he turned around on his heels and walked off. My hands were trembling so hard as I studied the shards of glass. I couldn't keep myself still. I realized that I had to pull them out before they got embedded deeper. So with one final deep breath, I slowly grabbed the sharp tip of one and yanked it out quicker than I thought was possible. No one came to help me as I pulled each piece of glass out of the skin, and a thought I'd had once before came back into my mind. I needed to save myself when I was drowning. No one else would do it for me. Freedom would come at my own hands, at my own will. But freedom also came in different ways. Being free meant different things. When the tears started falling down my face, I wondered if I was crying because of the physical pain or because everyone I ever knew had become a stranger. And I wondered if it would take me being dead for Elijah to finally show some emotion, for him to change. Deep down, another part of me that I thought I'd buried far, far away began to rise to the surface. It was one of the darkest parts of my mind that I told no one about. A part that scared me because it made me do things that I didn't want to do. But it stopped the pain. Even if it was temporary. I didn't realize it, but my fall started then. And my own mind was the one responsible for the suffering that awaited me as I fell deeper and deeper into the dark pits of my mind. Bottomless depths that told me that there was only one solution to everything. A solution I'd find very soon. Ethan found me in the kitchen an hour later when he finally came down. He looked genuinely surprised to see me, and I figured he didn't know what had just happened. The surprise changed to something that looked like concern mixed with fear when he saw me sitting on the kitchen floor. My cheek pressed to my knees as I hugged my legs to my chest. "You're bleeding," he suddenly realized and instantly began moving towards me. I didn't react as he crouched down in front of me. I'd already cleaned the glass up. "Izzy, what happened?" I didn't respond as I sat there, keeping the side of my face pressed against my leg. Everything felt like a fever dream. I didn't know what was happening. "Izzy?" Ethan pressed, and I felt his hand brush the stray strands of hair out of my face. He froze when he saw my red-rimmed eyes. "What happened?" I didn't answer. I just slowly lifted my head and stared at him, my eyes void of emotion. Or maybe they weren't. Maybe they were screaming with the agony I couldn't voice. I didn't know. "Make it stop," I wanted to plead with him. "Make it stop hurting. Help me get out." Ethan paled when he saw my face. "Did Elijah say something?" he asked, his voice going quiet. I sensed something else behind his words. Something that I didn't recognize. Something that sounded like fear as he watched me. Did I look that awful? That distressed? Was the sadness that clear on my face? When I didn't respond, he grabbed my chin with his hand and forced me to look at him. "Answer me. What did he say to you?" "Everything." Elijah had said everything in the few words he'd uttered to me. Everything that was capable of hurting me. It was like every time I was already kicked down enough, someone needed to add to it. Someone needed to make it worse by beating me down more than I already was. I felt like a punching bag to everyone around me. Ethan scanned my face, and his eyes seemed to become duller when he realized I wouldn't speak. Instead of forcing me to, he clenched his jaw and reached forward to help me stand. My legs felt like jelly, and I barely felt the pain in my feet as I shrugged Ethan's arms off of me. He trailed off as I walked off, leaving him behind. Every step was agony slicing through my skin as I slowly treaded up the stairs and made my way to the bathroom. I turned around as I made it inside and shut the door, catching only a mere glimpse of Ethan walking up the stairs after me. He didn't make it in time before I locked the door. I stood in front of the mirror and I didn't recognize who I was. I remembered what I used to look like, and I think that was the worst part. Knowing that the trauma I'd gone through had destroyed me physically, and it continued to get worse. I looked like a ghost. My collarbones stuck out because I'd lost too much weight. My skin was too pale. I looked sick, and I knew it was because of my diet. I didn't eat much anymore because I'd simply lost my appetite. It was really hard to eat when I was sad. And I was always sad now. My hair hung lifelessly, and I missed the days where Mia and I would spend hours on our hair, using everything possible to make it look the best it could. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was my eyes. When I looked at pictures and saw me smiling, it always used to reach my eyes. You could tell how a person felt from the way their eyes looked, and mine were void of all the light they used to shine with. The gray shade used to be a vibrant color. My eyes were my favorite part because I used to think they looked silver. I loved silver, but now I hated myself. and now they looked empty. The gray had dulled and smiling seemed like it was the most impossible task these days. Everything was becoming harder and harder to do. I had nothing to look forward to. Nothing that would help me get out of bed in the mornings. No purpose, no energy, no motivation. Mindlessly, when I couldn't take looking at myself any longer, my attention wandered over to the medicine cabinet above the sink. Curiosity tugged me forward as I slowly lifted my hand up to open it. I just wanted to know what was inside. I hadn't seen it in a long time. I opened the cabinet and scanned the different bottles that lay behind it. My fingers aimlessly reached for one that I couldn't see the label of from the way it was positioned. I'd just taken it out when there was a hard knock at the door. I paused and looked over to where it was coming from. "Izzy, open the door," Ethan said, his voice firm. I put the bottle back into the cabinet and closed it. "Open the door." He pushed against it. I swallowed hard and unlocked it. The door almost slammed into me as Ethan whipped it open, his gaze wild as he scanned the bathroom. I watched him quietly. He looked back at me after he finished scanning the place. He studied me intently, and when he didn't find whatever he was looking for, he seemed to visibly relax. "I need to shower," he explained, and I didn't believe him, but I stayed quiet. "That's why I told you to open it." I held his gaze without saying anything before I nodded. He blinked as I moved past him to head back to my room. His voice stopped me in my path. "Where are you going?" he asked quickly, something that I recognized from before lacing his words. It sounded like panic. "Izzy." I turned around and faced him. "To sleep. I'm tired." Ethan didn't look convinced. Instead, he looked even more worried now. "It's not that late. You wanna..." He trailed off. "Wanna watch a movie?" The question made me realize why he was acting this way. He was seeing me in himself, I realized. He was afraid that something was wrong because he knew the feeling all too well. I didn't want to tell him that something was wrong and that I felt like I needed help. I wanted someone to help me because it felt like someone had tied a rope around my neck and pulled so tight I couldn't breathe anymore. And I didn't know why I was starting to feel the way I was, and it was scaring me. Something felt wrong, and I didn't want to be alone, but Ethan already looked concerned enough. I didn't want to add to his burdens, so I straightened my shoulders and did the one thing I had believed was impossible. I smiled. "Go shower, Ethan. I'm going to bed." This time, he didn't stop me as I turned around and walked away. When I shut the bedroom door behind me, I waited for the tears to come, for the well to break as I did, but I was surprised. Nothing came. I went to bed telling myself that I was fine. I was fine and I wouldn't feel the way I was feeling forever. I was fine. I told myself that it was a good that I didn't cry. Maybe it meant that I was already doing better. /N. Edited. The warnings in the introduction related to mental health and severe depression are about to come into play. The chapters from now on will be extremely heavy and raw to read, because Izzy's going to spiral and it's going to be hard. So please be careful reading if it impacts you deeply. Hours blended into days and everything became a hazy blur in my head as the week went by. Everything felt like some dream where I couldn't understand what was happening even though it was all taking place in front of me. Getting myself out of bed each morning was becoming more difficult as time passed. All I wanted to do was lay down, pull the covers over my head and coax myself into the dark abyss because that was where everything felt lighter. I visited Caleb every chance I could, but it was becoming harder to see him deteriorating the way he was right in front of my eyes. It was breaking everyone's heart. I saw it on Ethan's face when he sent 100 questions Caleb's way, asking him if he needed something and if he was okay. I saw it on Caden's face when he barely came home during the days because he wanted to stay by Caleb's side. I saw it on Caleb's face every time he underwent treatment. Every time he became weaker and weaker until breathing seemed more like a burden than something natural. I saw it on my own face when I saw myself. But I didn't let myself look too long because I hated what I saw staring back at me. Elijah was a different story. Days had passed and I only saw him through my window when he'd get into his car and drive away. We were both avoiding each other, but sometimes the occasional run-in happened. I'd hold my breath every time as I prepared for him to say the worst to me. But all he would do was simply walk around me and continue on his way. "You ready to go?" Ethan asked, leaning against my bedroom door as he watched me pull on my jacket. I noticed my hands were shaking because I hadn't had breakfast and I was starving, but I ignored it. Ethan studied me intently. It's not cold out. I had also started to notice that he was lingering around more often. He stayed home more, and I would notice him watching me with an expression I didn't understand at the most random times. It looked like worry, but I wasn't entirely sure. I didn't even know why he was worried. I felt fine. "Well, I'm cold," I muttered and pushed past him to get downstairs. He instantly followed. "What about breakfast?" Ethan asked from behind me, and I ignored him, keeping my attention forward as I walked to the door. He didn't like that, and I was stopped by him grabbing my arm and yanking me backwards. "Izzy, what?" His eyes scanned my face and a slight frown tugged at his lips. "You're not gonna eat?" I wrenched my arm out of his grip and turned around again. "No." Ethan didn't stop me as I opened the front door and trailed down the porch steps towards his car. I waited inside alone for about 5 minutes before he finally showed. My eyes immediately traveled down to the item he had in his hand as he opened the driver's side door. "Just eat this," he said, handing me the granola bar he'd grabbed for me. I stared at it blankly. Ethan briefly closed his eyes. "Izzy, take it." I held his gaze for another moment before I grabbed it and slowly peeled the package open. Ethan didn't move to turn on the car, and I could see him watching me from the corner of my eye as I brought the bar to my mouth, taking small bites. "Have you been sleeping?" Ethan suddenly blurted out, and I didn't react, keeping my attention out the window as I ate. "Why won't you say anything?" "I'm tired," I mumbled and wrapped up the last portion of the bar, saving it for later. "Can we go now?" He looked like he wanted to say more, but he clenched his jaw shut and nodded briefly, finally turning the car on. The ride to the hospital passed by in tense silence. The hallways, rooms, people we passed all turned into blurs as I followed the same route I'd engraved into my head by now. The visit went the same as every other day. I talked to Caleb as much as I could, and he asked about anything else to avoid talking about his disease. Caden and Ethan usually took over when I went quiet, all my energy draining away. Caden took me with him to get coffees for everyone in order to give Ethan and Caleb some time to talk. "What's going on with you, Iz?" Caden asked softly as we pushed open the doors to the small cafe in the hospital. I kept my eyes on the menu as I scanned it for what I wanted. "You've been so quiet. Everything was wrong, but I said nothing. Even if I wanted to talk, I couldn't describe how I was feeling. Something was wrong and I didn't know what to name it, and it was eating me alive. "Nothing, I'm just tired," I muttered and risked a glance over to see Caden's brows furrow as he studied me. "I just want a hot chocolate." I didn't give him the chance to respond because I turned around and strolled towards the door again, deciding to wait near it for him. Caden ordered for everyone and headed over to me with a coffee tray in his hands. There were only 3 drinks: my hot chocolate and the 2 drinks Caleb wanted to save for later. Caden handed me my drink and we began walking back to the oncology department. I felt his attention on me the entire time. "Did you hear about Olivia?" he asked, and I knew he was trying to make me speak. Anything would suffice, I figured, compared to this hollow silence between us. I used to be the most talkative person in this family. "Yeah." We turned the corner into a different corridor and he spoke again. "You always wanted a niece or nephew, didn't you?" He was right, but it didn't matter anymore. Elijah probably wouldn't want me near his kid, I whispered as we finally reached Ethan and Caleb once again. Caden seemed surprised by my words when I took a peek over at him, but I quickly took a seat between Caleb and Ethan, ignoring his worried gaze. Caleb smiled when he saw me. "I get to come home next week," he told me quietly. "At least for a while, because I'm doing better than I was before. I still have to come back for treatments though." I grabbed his hand and smiled softly. "I can't wait." The rest of the time passed by in a daze, and I found myself becoming lost in my head as I listened to my family talk. Before I knew it, we had to leave, and this time, Caden was going home with us. I was the first one to say goodbye to Caleb because I felt Ethan's eyes on me as if he was trying to figure out what was wrong. I wanted to tell him to fuck off and stop analyzing every move I made. It felt like he was hovering, and he always hated when any of us did that to him. I left Caden and Ethan behind as I raced out of the room, into the corridor. I was about to make a beeline for the exit of the hospital, but I didn't make it because Ethan barged out and blocked my path. His eyes were hard as he forced me to stop by moving in front of me. "What's wrong with you?" he snapped. "Why are you acting like this?" "Like what?" I asked. Ethan glared at me. "Like this." I shifted on my feet and crossed my arms across my chest. "I don't know what that means." "I told you I'm tired," he huffed. "You sleep like 20 hours every day," he snapped. "You can't be tired." Why didn't he understand why I was sleeping so much? Why didn't anyone get it? My hands clenched into fists and I glared right back at him. "Why can't you leave me alone?" Ethan raised his eyebrows incredulously. "Why can't I leave you alone?" he repeated in disbelief. "Do you see yourself, Izzy? You look sick." I dropped my arms to my sides in frustration. "I'm not sick, Ethan," I bit back. I told you I'm. I trailed off because I didn't know what to say. Ethan waited with an expectant look on his face, and my eyes shifted away from him as I caught sight of Caden coming towards us. I instantly took the opportunity and moved towards my brother. "Caden, can I go home in your car?" Ethan's glare vanished and I ignored him completely as he bore his eyes into the side of my face, willing me to look at him, to face him head on. But I was tired and I didn't have the energy to argue with him. Caden glanced between Ethan and I, before he nodded warily. "Yeah, of course," he agreed. I pretended not to notice Ethan's gaze burning holes into my back as I trailed after Caden. His car followed Caden's as we made our way back home. As soon as Caden's car pulled into the driveway, I didn't waste a second before I rushed inside and made a beeline to my room, locking the door behind me. Just like I had every day the last week, I let my thoughts consume me. They varied from everything that had happened the past few months to other things that I didn't want to think about, but they forced their way into my mind anyways. I waited for the tears to come. I wanted to cry as I gazed at the ceiling of my cold room. Maybe it would make me feel better. Maybe it would make this pressure that sat on my chest leave and I could finally breathe again. Maybe it would untie the rope around my neck and allow me to inhale and exhale without every breath feeling like agony. But nothing came and I laid there for hours, staring at nothing but the emptiness that awaited me in the darkness. Somewhere inside of me, an ember blew out and I closed my eyes. I slept through the night, and then the next day was the same. Days turned into another week where life was a monotonous blur of events. Nothing happened, no word about Elena, nothing about Sophia, and nothing from Elijah. I saw Caleb a lot, he came home sometimes, and I did the usual routine that I needed to follow every day. I didn't bother with schoolwork. My future was ruined anyways. I stopped trying to get out of bed entirely. I had nothing to do, so I didn't see the point anymore. I'd been at peace as Saturday morning came around and I'd planned on spending the entire day watching some TV shows I needed to catch up on. But it seemed like life had other plans for me because there was a knock at my bedroom door. I didn't bother saying anything because after another knock, the door slowly opened. I only held Amina's gaze for a second before I went back to watching the show playing on my laptop. "Hey!" She broke the silence and slowly treaded into my room. I simply stared at her in return and Amina took a deep breath. She came to stand right next to my bed, but she made no move to sit down. "How are you?" she asked quietly, her eyes scanning my room. I waited for the embarrassment to hit at the fact that my room was a mess, and I had clothes and God knows what else scattered everywhere, but I didn't care. She could leave if it bothered her that much. "I'm okay," I replied and shot her a sideways glance. She waited for more, but I didn't give her anything. Amina gripped her phone tighter in her hand. I came here to apologize," she began, and I was glad she was getting straight to the point. "I came earlier, but you had gone to New York." I stayed silent. What I said in the hospital that day wasn't right. I didn't mean it. I was just... She broke off and swallowed hard. "Since now you know everything, I was just fed up of everything going wrong and tired of, well, keeping it from you. I thought I was trying to help by letting you find Sophia yourself if I just guided you to her. But clearly, that wasn't the best choice. I'm sorry." I shifted so my head rested on my pillow and pulled the covers higher up my body. It's fine. I get it. Amina continued, staring at a spot on my laptop. And I really didn't mean what... She paused and did a double take. What? I avoided her eyes. I said it's fine. Amina's lips parted in disbelief as she watched me. It's fine. It really wasn't. But I wanted her to leave, so I nodded. Yeah. A frown marred her forehead as she studied me. Oh, okay then, she murmured and then hesitated. Are you all right, Izzy? No. Yeah. I just slept late last night. Amina didn't look convinced. I couldn't stand the sympathy in her dark gaze, so I shifted my attention back to my computer screen and ignored her. I wanted her to leave. Why couldn't people just leave me alone? I didn't want their stupid apologies or meaningless words when they just mess up all over again. She looked like she was about to open her mouth to say something else. But before she could, someone appeared in the doorway of my bedroom. Amina stiffened as Elijah's voice cut through the air. Why are you in my house? He asked, casually propping himself against my doorframe. I kept my attention on my TV show, refusing to look his way as I gripped my blanket tighter around me. Risking a glance over, I watched as Amina slowly turned around to face him. Elijah's eyes glinted, and I remembered what Sophia had told me about the two of them. Olivia deserved better. That was my only thought. I'm leaving now, Amina muttered and looked back at me, ignoring Elijah entirely as he remained where he was. Call me if you need anything, she said, and with a squeeze of her hand on my arm, she started for the door. Elijah lingered in the doorway, blocking her path as Amina came to a sudden stop in front of him. The amusement was clear, and I knew he was dragging this on just for the hell of it. Amina didn't say a word though, and simply held eye contact as she waited for him to move. Am I in your way? Elijah asked. I need to go, she gritted out, and Elijah smiled. Then go. I'm not stopping you. He shrugged and crossed his arms across his chest as he stayed where he was. Elijah, Amina snapped. Move. There's enough space for you to leave, he commented, gesturing to the space between him and the door. Amina surprised the both of us by letting out a frustrated sound and pushed past him, not bothering to utter another word to him as she stormed out of my room. Goodbye to you too, he called out, glancing over his shoulder at where she was probably disappearing to. Not even moments later, a door slammed shut. Elijah turned around to face me again, and I quickly averted my gaze back to the laptop, my heart sinking more and more as every second passed with nothing but silence. I got a call from your school. He broke the tense atmosphere, and I didn't react. You haven't been doing the work. I tried to. Every day this week, I'd forced myself to try to do a little of my homeschooling, and yet, I couldn't. My brain wouldn't let me focus. Took too much out of me. You're throwing your life away, Elijah continued, still standing near the door. I risked a glance back over at him, and my throat ran dry at the stone-cold expression on his face. Don't you want to go to college? I did, but I wouldn't get in anywhere. Even if I did, something would probably mess it up for me, and it would end up not working out. It was better to save myself from getting hurt by not trying at all. I'm talking to you, he continued, his voice hard, and I sunk further into the bed, flipping over so I was on my side and not facing him. You want to lose your only chance of getting out of here? He didn't get a response. His words sounded strange to hear. It almost seemed like he was encouraging me to leave, but that wouldn't make sense. He'd disowned me for not coming home in the first place. He had no reason to care if I lost my chance of escape. Jesus Christ, he muttered, and I flinched as he slammed my door shut after him, his footsteps fading away until I could no longer hear him in the house. My eyes slowly traveled back to the show playing on my screen, and all my earlier desire to catch up vanished in the blink of an eye. My hand was shaking as I reached out and slammed my laptop shut. Outside, the birds chirped as a result of the beautiful day. Spring was starting, and the days were getting nicer every hour. If I was the old me, I would have gone outside. I would have done something today, something fun and productive, and maybe even gone somewhere with the friends I used to have. But now I was tired. I was so tired, and it seemed like nothing I did was getting rid of the exhaustion that weighed me down in every possible way. So, I simply reached over to close my blinds until my room became vacant of all light, and I flipped onto my back as I pulled the covers over my head. And I slept because there was nothing else I wanted to do. Nothing else I could do. In the evening, I was awakened by the doorbell ringing. At first, I ignored it and squeezed my eyes closed tighter, hoping that someone else was home to answer it. But when it rang again and someone knocked, I realized I was going to have to open it. My limbs protested with agony as I slowly dragged myself out of bed. I was shivering from weakness as I treaded over to my closet and pulled on a hoodie, before I made my way out of my room without bothering to look in the mirror. My feet ached with every step down the stairs, and I trekked over to the window first to see who was at the door. I blinked a few times in surprise as I noticed a police car parked on the driveway, and a man and a woman standing at my front door. My throat closed up as the woman's sharp gaze shifted over to where I was. So I quickly let go of the curtains and jumped backwards, my heart hammering in my chest as I debated what to do. Wasn't I legally supposed to let them inside or at least open the door? I knew that they couldn't search the house without a warrant or anything, but they were here for a reason. With my heart in my throat, I walked over to the front door and pulled it open. The first thing I noticed about the two people standing at my door was that they looked extremely intimidating, and I felt like a speck of dust compared to them as they stared me down. The man towered over me. He had dark brown hair cut close to his head and striking brown eyes. His cheekbones were sharp and defined, and he looked a little older than Elijah. He was wearing a long, black coat and jeans. My eyes instantly shifted to the gun at his waistband. The woman was beautiful in the scariest way. Her eyes made me feel like I needed to cower with the pure intensity behind their scrutinizing gaze. Her facial features were sharp and angular, and she had bangs that only added to her rugged yet graceful look. I realized she was speaking to me as she showed me her badge. "I'm Detective Garcia," she started smoothly, her voice hard and steady as she held my gaze. "This is Detective Nicholas. Is Elijah Kingston home? We have a few questions for him." I swallowed dryly and spoke for what seemed like the first time in days. My voice was hoarse and scratchy. No, sorry. He's probably at work." I prayed to whatever gods were up there that she didn't ask me where his work was or what it was. Garcia exchanged a glance with her partner, who was also watching me intently. I suddenly felt the need to hide. "Do you know what time he'll be home?" "No, sorry," I replied honestly, and sealed my lips shut before I could reveal too much. Anything was too much to these people. This time, Nicholas spoke. "You're Isabella Kingston, correct?" He questioned gently, a complete opposite to his partner. I found myself relaxing under his soft stare. "Elijah's your older brother?" I wasn't sure if they were supposed to be asking me these questions because I was a minor, but I nodded anyways, clutching the edge of the door in my hand. He momentarily looked over at Garcia as if they were trying to communicate something silently to each other, before he spoke again. "Could you let him know that we stopped by? And he needs to return our calls as soon as possible." I most certainly was not going to be the one to transfer this information to Elijah, but I nodded nonetheless. "Okay," Nicholas smiled. "Thank you," he said, and spun around on his feet to walk off, back to their car. My eyes swiveled over to Garcia, who was still standing on the front porch step, watching me with an unreadable expression on her face. Her next words surprised me. "Is everything all right at home, Isabella?" she asked, her voice softer this time as she spoke. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed in something that looked like alarm. My blood ran cold at her question. Words seemed to have failed me as I was taken off guard. The detective waited expectantly, studying my reaction carefully. Why are you asking?" I whispered, not bothering to conceal the hesitation from my voice. Garcia said nothing in response, and instead shook her head. "Never mind. It was just instinct." She waved her hand, offering me an easy smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Just make sure to let your brother know we were here. All right?" I nodded in response, offering her a tight-lipped smile in return. Garcia scanned me once more and parted her lips as if she had something else she needed to say, before she seemed to change her mind. She only threw me one last grin and walked off. I immediately slammed the door shut after her, pressing my back against it as I tried to calm my racing heart. I stayed where I was until I heard the car drive off, and only then did I allow myself to breathe a little better. I didn't know it then, but I just met someone who would save me in ways I never thought were possible. In total, I'd have 2 guardian angels and I'd just met the first one. Her instincts would end up becoming my salvation. The same night, I was just coming in from the patio when the garage opened and Elijah stormed inside. My heart instantly stopped dead in my chest when his eyes found mine and he made his way over to me. Fear had me halting by the door as I wrapped my blanket tighter around myself, holding back every urge to run. His gaze was wild, as if he was angry about something, but that was an all-time occurrence for him. So it wasn't surprising. The way he'd barged inside told me that something was wrong. So wrong, and I had a feeling it had to do with the detectives that had just visited. I had a feeling that I'd said the wrong thing. "What did you tell them?" Elijah asked calmly, stopping across the kitchen, so he wasn't directly in front of me yet. I stepped back until my back was pressed against the glass doors. I frowned. "What?" "The detectives, Izzy. What did you tell them?" Ice-cold fear rushed through my veins. "Nothing. They just told me to tell you that they needed to talk to you." I didn't say anything. Elijah stepped around the dining table and started making his way over to me. "Oh, really?" he countered. "If you didn't say anything, then tell me why they showed up at one of my clubs claiming they were told that I was at work." I stilled as I realized that was what I'd said. I didn't think it had been a problem because I'd been vague, but maybe I'd led them to an answer they were looking for. I'd given them a reason, a motive to go looking for Elijah where their suspicions might have been. "They probably already knew you were there, Elijah," I said. I didn't tell them anything. His face was impassive as he came to a stop right in front of me. I held eye contact even though I wanted to look away. "I'll ask you again, what did you tell them?" he said so quietly. I gulped. "Izzy, look me in the eye and tell me the truth." "I am telling the truth," I snapped back, glaring up at him. "I don't know what else you want me to say." Elijah's next action surprised me. His hand came up to grip my jaw when I tried looking away. My hands instantly shot up to his wrist as I tried to pry it off, wincing when he tightened his hold. "Elijah," I bit out, trying to push his hand away. "That hurts. Did you tell them about what I do?" he asked flatly, ignoring my attempts to make him let go of me. I winced in pain again, my eyes pooling with water at the discomfort of his hold. "Let go of me?" I croaked, digging my nails into his wrist to inflict some sort of pain that would be enough for him to finally come to his senses and let go. "That hurts, Elijah." And it did hurt. His fingers were digging into my skin, and I was sure that he was going to leave bruises behind from how hard he was holding my chin. "I'll give you one last chance," he murmured, and I recognized nothing human in his eyes. It was like he wasn't in control of his emotions, and it made me realize that Elijah was losing control. In more ways than one. Things were starting to slip from his hold, and the rest of us were paying the price. He was changing more and more with every day that came, surprising everyone in ways we never expected, becoming more impulsive, more reckless, and more wild. "Do you understand what will happen to all of us if I'm locked up?" he continued, ignoring my pleads. "Do you get that it's gonna end badly for every single person in this family?" Panicked tears sprung to my eyes as I twisted in his hold. "That hurts?" I whispered, and it seemed to break him out of some trance. Elijah instantly let go of me, backing up a step. He blinked a few times as he took me in, and my hands immediately shot up to cradle my jaw, which was throbbing. Elijah's face drained of color. He tried taking a step closer to me, but I flinched back a step, tears streaming down my cheeks. Something like devastation flashed across his features. "Izzy, stay away from me," I warned shakily, backing up a few steps and holding my free hand up to tell him to stay away. He opened his mouth to speak again, but the front door whipped open and it interrupted the both of us. Elijah didn't bother turning around, but my eyes instantly found the person who walked into the kitchen. Olivia was carrying a grocery bag in her right hand as she stepped inside. She realized we were in the room and looked up, her eyes finding Elijah's first before she found mine. Her lips parted in shock as she stared at me, taking in the condition I was in. The realization seemed to hit her slowly because she instantly dropped the bag and started for me. "What did you do?" she whispered in disbelief, and I buried my face into the fabric of her coat as she pulled me into her arms. "Elijah." I risked a glance at Elijah from the corner of my eye as I stayed enveloped in her safe embrace. For the first time in what seemed like forever, his face wasn't blank. His eyes weren't empty. He looked shaken as he stared at me, as if he'd surprised himself. I immediately hid my face against Olivia's chest, clutching her tighter as she ran a hand through my hair. I was trembling from head to toe, and my face was aching, but I didn't let go because I didn't want to face him. "Izzy," she said my name gently, and I only held on tighter. "Izzy," he left. She tried prying me away a little so she could see my face, but I refused to let go, squeezing my eyes shut. She continued whispering soft words that were meant to make me trust her and talk to her, but I couldn't speak. My voice had shut off and dropped down somewhere it wouldn't rise back up from. I'd lost the ability to speak. I didn't know how much time passed as Olivia held me tightly, and I wished Sophia was in her place, but it was better than nothing. Better than any of them. She was still holding me when I heard footsteps and someone's breath catch as they came to a sudden halt. What happened to her? Caden's voice was barely a whisper. I stayed hidden in Olivia's arms. Olivia sounded heartbroken as she spoke. "Elijah?" She broke off, and I didn't hear the rest of what she said because I locked myself away in my mind, turning off every noise around me. I heard them speak, but I didn't truly listen. I was positive Caden had left until I felt his presence moving closer. "Izzy," he said softly, "can you look at me, love?" I flinched closer to Olivia when his hand touched my back. It immediately disappeared when he noticed my reaction. My breathing was shallow as I turned my head to look away. "It's Caden," Olivia whispered against the top of my head, running her hand through my hair in a soothing gesture. "He's not gonna hurt you, is he?" "Yes, he is," I whispered. I mumbled the words so quietly, she didn't hear me. Olivia adjusted me in her grip. "What was that?" she pressed gently. "Yes, he is," I croaked again, keeping my eyes closed as I focused on my soft breathing. Everyone would eventually. Caden went silent, and I wondered if I'd hurt him. If I had, I didn't care. I tuned them out so I didn't know what was said after. But Caden's footsteps vanished. Olivia and I remained the only two left in the room. "Next week, Mia's planning on visiting me with my parents," Olivia murmured against my head as she loosened her hold around me. I pulled back and stared up at her through blurry eyes. She brought her hand up to wipe away a stray tear. "We're going to stay in this rental condo thing while they're all here. Do you want to stay with?" I blinked up at her. "Mia's coming?" Olivia nodded. "She wants to see you too. Do you want to stay with us while she's here?" I nodded faintly, but didn't say anything. At least there was one thing left that I could look forward to. I was planning on leaving after dropping some things off that I need to show Elijah before an appointment. "But do you want me to stay the night?" she asked, and I didn't react. "We can do whatever you want. Watch movies. A show you like. Anything." I averted my gaze when looking at her became too much because the things she said reminded me of Sophia. I wanted her to come home already, but things were bad here, so I knew she couldn't yet. I had no way of contacting her either. She'd show up whenever, and I knew that it might have been good for me to have a companion for the night. Someone like a sister who genuinely cared. It might have been fun too, but something else stopped me. My jaw still hurt and I wasn't okay. I didn't want to have fun because no matter what I did, nothing would truly be fun. And I didn't see the point in doing something if it would only cause temporary happiness that would disappear as soon as the moment ended. I wanted to be alone and I wanted to sleep. Sleep offered an escape. Nothing could hurt me in my sleep, not even my dreams. So, that was exactly what I told Olivia, and she didn't argue. But even as I turned around to head back to my room, the memory of her staring at me with nothing but pity engraved itself into my mind. Lost cause. That's what I was becoming. I was reading a book when Ethan barged into my room with a tray of breakfast food the next morning. He came right up to sit at the edge of my bed and placed the tray down on my extended legs, before his eyes traveled up to my face. I went back to reading my book as I ignored his piercing gaze. I knew he was studying one spot specifically. I'd woken up this morning and taken one look at the mirror. I'd barely lasted there a second, but it was enough to see the purple bruise on my skin, right above my jawline. I didn't bother covering it. Everyone should know. Everyone should see. Eat, Ethan ordered, and I momentarily looked up to see the array of food. My eyes lingered on the fruit which looked the most appealing, but I didn't have an appetite. It's your favorite. Izzy, why won't you talk to anyone? Why won't you talk to me? Every single phrase went unanswered as my eyes mindlessly skimmed through the thousands of words written on the page below me. I flipped the page, ignoring Ethan's words. I knew he was trying to help me because he sensed that something was wrong. I wanted to tell him that it was too late. I didn't really want help anymore. From anyone. What do I do? The words made my attention shift up to him. He scanned my face. His eyes dark gray like always, yet tinged with concern. No, not concern. It was fear. Fear stared back at me. What do I do to help you? Get out of this, he said quietly. Something is wrong. You're not fooling anyone. Especially not me, so can you please just quit the act and just fucking talk to me? I don't have anything to say, I said flatly, flipping the page of my book once again even though I wasn't really reading it. Ethan briefly closed his eyes and leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees. The motion told me that he was exhausted, and it almost made me smile. Good. That was good. If he got tired, he'd leave me alone and it would become easier to hold up the front I was wearing. I needed him to give up on me. I needed him to leave me alone. Can you please leave? My voice broke the silence and Ethan slowly looked over at me. His eyes empty now. He looked like he'd given up too. I held his gaze. I want to be alone. Ethan said nothing, so I tried again. I want to be alone, Ethan. Please leave. I thought he was gonna fight back. I thought he was gonna argue and tell me that he wasn't gonna leave until I talked to him about why I was starting to go mute. About why I wasn't talking as much as I used to, or why I looked like I didn't sleep at night. But he didn't do any of that. He simply looked at me for another moment, grabbed the tray of food and put it on my nightstand, and finally stood up. As I watched him walk away, I could have sworn I saw something like hurt in his eyes when I told him to leave. The days went by like this. I woke up, stared at my ceiling for hours as I lay in my bed, and then I went back to sleep. It was a cycle that I became used to. I found comfort in not having to do anything. I felt at ease even though there was a pressure on my chest that weighed me down every single second of the day. I ignored that too, just like I ignored everything else. I didn't shower. I barely mustered up the courage to brush my teeth. I ate when Ethan brought food to me, otherwise I'd stay in bed and forget that I was on the brink of collapsing because I had no energy inside of me. I didn't do schoolwork, I didn't read anymore, I didn't do anything really. Ethan tried every day. He came into my room multiple times. More than I could count. Whether it was just to try and get me to talk to him or make me get up. It was always something. Sometimes he brought me food or water and sat with me until I finished it. Other times he just stood at the doorframe and stared at me. If I didn't know better, I would have thought I was breaking his heart with the way I'd lay there in the hollow silence, my mind being my only companion. Sometimes, I swore I saw devastation in his eyes as he tried to get reactions out of me. But he never succeeded. I wondered if he was trying so hard because he knew what I felt like. Because he'd been in my place once and no one had helped him. So now he was trying to save me. His attempts used less effort every time. It was almost like he was starting to give up. Maybe he was finally realizing I was a lost cause. Caden was barely home. I saw him when I went to the hospital once a week to see Caleb. It was the only thing I mustered up strength for. Seeing him was the most important thing I had to do. So I would force myself out of bed on those days and put on a brave face for Caleb because he didn't need to know that my mind was an internal storm and it was destroying everything in its path. Elijah avoided me completely. I never saw him anymore. Sometimes, when it would hit the latest hours of the morning and I'd be half asleep, I'd hear his car pull into the driveway. It was always gone when I woke up. It made me wonder if he was feeling guilty for what he'd done. If that was why he'd left me alone. I doubted it. It seemed like pain was the only thing he was capable of giving other people because it was all he'd gotten in return when he'd been younger. Not that it mattered. I hated him anyways. The one day I'd been looking forward to had been visiting Mia. For the first time in what felt like forever, I had started to feel something when I realized I'd be seeing my best friend soon. Their trip ended up getting canceled the day they were supposed to arrive. One morning, Ethan came into my room again. I didn't know what day it was anymore, and I didn't care either. Every day was the same for me. Instead of trying to get me to talk like he'd tried every day the last week, he surprised me by ripping my blanket off of me. I instantly shot up in bed as the cold air slammed into my body. Despite the fact that I was wearing leggings and a hoodie, my eyes found Ethan's as I glowered at him. He glared right back. "Give it back," I said, almost wincing at how hoarse my voice sounded. I didn't really use it anymore. Ethan backed up a step with the blanket in his hands. "Take it back yourself," he offered casually, his eyes glinting with challenge. I clenched my jaw and inched forward on my bed. I tried reaching for the blanket, but all he did was tread back another step. Rage burned through my veins. It was something I hadn't felt in so long. Why couldn't he leave? "Give back," I gritted out, holding his gaze. I tried grabbing it again without having to get out of the bed, but he stepped out of reach and smirked. "Take it yourself," he repeated. "Get out of bed and take it." My hands clenched into fists, but I didn't move. Ethan raised his eyebrows in challenge. "Are you just gonna sit there all day?" he mocked. My glare intensified. Ethan's eyes danced with amusement, but there was something else there that I didn't recognize. "Take it back, Izzy." His words sounded taunting, and I'd had enough. I was just about to launch out of bed and attack him because he was getting on my last nerves, but the realization of what he was doing hit me. He was doing this on purpose. Not because he felt like bothering me or annoying me like he used to. No, it was because he wanted to get a reaction out of me. Anger was better than whatever I'd been feeling these past few weeks, and for the first time, I felt emotions that had long left me. The realization that it was all a part of his plan had my rage dissipate entirely. My hands went limp as I sunk back into the bed. My glare died down and the void returned where the gaping hole in my chest remained. Ethan's eyes dulled as he saw me staring at him blankly. "You can have it," I whispered. "I'll just get a new one." He didn't try to stop me as I got out of bed, walked to my closet and grabbed a blanket that I only used in winter. Ethan was still standing next to my bed, holding my blanket when I returned and crawled back into my bed. He didn't say another word when I laid down, turned on my side to face away from him, pulled the covers over my head, and slipped my eyes closed. A few hours later, I woke up to find the blanket he'd taken from me laying limply on the floor. It looked like he'd given up and left, as if all the light had vanished from Ethan too as he realized there was nothing he could do to fix me. Ethan eventually stopped trying. I wasn't surprised. There was only so much patience in a person, and he'd run out when he realized there was no hope left for me. He'd stopped gradually, and I was relieved when he stopped coming into my room altogether because it meant he'd finally given up on me. It had been the right choice all along. He'd just taken a while to realize it. My head had become empty these days. No thoughts really consumed me anymore except a few that always reached me no matter how hard I tried to push everything away. I guess that was what happened when you were lonely. Your mind becomes your only friend and eventually, even it stops trying when it realizes there's nothing left besides a body and a beating heart. These days, breathing was the only thing I felt capable of. During my darkest days, I felt like that would end too. I was 5 years old and I just had a nightmare. My right hand held my blanket with me as I knocked on my parents' bedroom door with the other. In less than a minute, my dad opened the door. He blinked a few times, before his gaze traveled downwards as he finally saw me standing there. "Izzy?" he asked, crouching down to the floor to be eye level with me. His brows furrowed in concern as he took in the tears streaming down my cheeks as I held in sobs. "What happened, baby? Why aren't you asleep?" "Nightmare," I croaked, my voice breaking as I tried to stay quiet to avoid waking Mom up. "I want to sleep here." With you and Mama. Dad looked like he was about to disagree, but he took another look at my tear-streaked cheeks and melted. All right, come here, he murmured and reached forward to pick me up. I instantly clung to him as he carried me into their room, shutting the door behind him. I sniffled against his shoulder, watching as we reached the bed where my mom was sleeping. Dad put me down on the bed and I instantly moved to crawl closer to Mom. She stirred and slowly opened her eyes as she realized there was a little body pressed against her that hadn't been there before. Dad got in behind me and pulled the covers over the three of us. Bella, she whispered in her husky voice, still laced with sleep. What's wrong, love? I pressed my face into her neck and wrapped my arms around her. She instantly responded and hugged me close, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. I want to sleep here, I mumbled, sniffling again as I nuzzled closer to her. Mom immediately began stroking my hair. Did you have a bad dream? I nodded against her skin, pinching my eyes shut against her as I remembered what had happened. Can you tell me what this dream was about? She asked gently, bringing me closer until she had both arms wrapped around me. Dad listened quietly, his hand coming up to brush the hair out of my face. I shook my head, my wide eyes pooling with more tears as I stared at her with fear. No. Mom brought her hand up to my face to rest it on my cheek. Please. It was scary, I mumbled, and Dad brushed another tear away as it slid down my face. I didn't like it. That's okay, she murmured. I get bad dreams too. Dad does too. All the time. But you want to know what the good thing is about these dreams? I stared up at her curiously, my eyes clearing of tears. What? Mom smiled and tapped my nose with her finger. I smiled instantly, pushing her hand away as she tried to do it again. They're never going to come true, she whispered, because that's all a dream is. It's not real and nothing in it can ever hurt you. Okay? I turned around to look at Dad, who had a gentle smile on his face as he watched Mom. He looked down at me when he realized I was watching him. I turned back to Mom. Even if it's scary? I asked her meekly, playing with the necklace she had on around her neck. It won't hurt me? Mom shook her head. Of course not, she said and then smiled. And you want to know the other reason why it won't ever hurt you? I nodded right away. Why not? Mom reached down and pulled the covers higher over us, until I felt nothing but warmth and spoke. Because I'm always going to be here to protect you, she whispered, smiling as she softly ran her thumb under my eye. You don't need to be scared because I'm going to be here. I watched her curiously. Really? She nodded and I turned over to look at Dad. Will you be here too? I asked and he ran his hand through my hair soothingly. Of course I will, Izzy, he said gently, and I studied him carefully. We'll always be here. When I turned back over to face my mom again, she was smiling as she watched the two of us. I never realized it then, but she had tears in her eyes as she remembered that this was everything she had always wanted. A family. Always there to protect each other no matter what the world threw their way. Always there to love each other in a turbulent world full of pain and suffering. I missed my mom. Every second of the day, she stayed on my mind despite the fact that everything else had left it. I missed her more than I'd ever missed anyone in my entire life. Sometimes, when I lay awake at night, I thought my heart would give out from the pain that overwhelmed me from missing a person I'd never get back. It hurt so bad, it made me want to scream at the unfairness of life. I wanted to shout at the top of my lungs until they finally stopped burning. How could a person be snatched away from you in the blink of an eye? How was it fair? I missed everything about her. I missed her food. I missed her laughter and smiles. I missed her hugs and kisses. I missed the sound of her voice, but more than anything I missed her presence. When I was a child, knowing that I always had someone I could go to when things became heavy had been a blessing. As bad as things used to get, I'd always have her to go to, so I was never completely alone. My mom used to be my best friend, and when I lost her, everything began to fall apart. And it still was. I'd never felt as alone as I did now. The loneliness was suffocating, but in a way I was getting used to it. Sometimes, I felt like I couldn't breathe when I thought about how those years of my life with her had been all I'd ever get, and there would never be anything more. Even if I needed her now more than I ever had before. That was it. 12 years with the person who I used to consider my world and nothing more. Time wasn't fair. I wondered if what people said about the fallen watching over you was true. I wondered if she was watching over me now, wishing that there was a way for her to come back so she could hold me and help ease the pain, so she could help me escape this hell. I missed my mom and I missed my dad too. I wished they'd never left me. I wished I could have gone with them to whatever existed after this. Amina was sitting on my bed, next to me when I woke up. I blinked a few times, letting my eyes adjust to the light that filled my room as I took her in. Her eyes were gentle as she stared down at me and ran a hand through my hair. "How are you feeling?" she asked. I didn't answer. I hadn't used my voice in days. Did I even have one anymore? Amina's brows creased in concern at the dead silence, and she put the back of her hand against my forehead, checking to see if I was sick. "Ethan called me," she whispered, running her fingers down the side of my face in a comforting gesture. "It didn't do anything. He said he needed help and didn't know what to do. He thinks something is wrong, Izzy." Something was wrong. I felt it in my very bones. I was so tired. "He's afraid," she murmured, resting her hand on my cheek. I closed my eyes. "Everyone's scared. No one knows what to do to help you." I didn't know either. "I don't like seeing Caden or Elijah scared," Amina said softly, brushing the hair out of my face. I wanted to laugh at her words. Elijah wasn't scared. He didn't even care. If he did, he didn't do a very good job at showing it. Caden was too worried about Caleb to notice. I was glad for that. Caleb needed people with him. He wasn't doing good these days. I stared up at her with empty eyes and noticed the quizzical expression she had on her face. "I brought you something that might help, but you can't tell your brothers. Okay?" I watched as she reached into the small purse she'd brought with her and pulled out a white bottle of pills. She untwisted the cap and rolled one out onto her hand. I stared at it wordlessly. She grabbed the glass of water I had sitting on my nightstand and handed it over to me. "You should sit up to take this," she said softly. When I didn't make any motion to move, Amina sighed and reached forward to pull me up. My body felt mechanical as she adjusted me against the pillows and forced the glass of water into my hand. Then, she placed the white pill onto my palm. I slowly studied it, before glancing up to meet Amina's gaze. She smiled. "Take it. It'll help." I hesitated. Amina tapped my leg with her hand, urging me to go on. "Take it. It'll help you feel better." It always worked for me. It would help me feel better. I wanted to feel better, but again I hesitated. This felt wrong. Her words felt unsettling. Amina's smile vanished. "Let me ask you something, Izzy," she murmured. "Do you feel like there's a heaviness in your chest?" I blinked and she continued. "Does something hurt? Does it feel like you can't breathe?" I nodded. That was exactly what it felt like. Sometimes, at night, I'd have this fear that something was wrong with my heart because it would hurt to take deep breaths. It was like my lungs couldn't suck in enough air. I'd heard that it was possible to die from a broken heart, and mine was more than broken. It was in pieces that I didn't think would ever come back together again because I was always so sad. It was scary because I felt like I was going to die and I didn't want to die. Not really. I just wanted something better than whatever this was. I wanted to feel happy again. I wanted to stop being so sad all the time. My mind was poison and I wanted it to shut off. When the pain in my chest began, I had the urge to go to Elijah and tell him what was going on. When I was little, after my parents had died, I'd felt the same way and I'd always go to him for help. He would stay with me until I fell asleep and it would stop hurting. It was sort of like something my dad would have done. But now he and many others were the ones causing the pain and I didn't have anyone to go to anymore. Amina's eyebrows raised. "So take it. It'll make that go away and you'll feel better," she uttered quietly. "I promise." I wanted to stop feeling like this. Anything was better than this gaping hole in the center of my chest that only seemed to be growing. Anything was better than this nothingness. I placed the pill on my tongue and grabbed the glass of water. Took one sip for it to go down my throat. Amina smiled in approval and stood up. Just wait for it to set in, she said, and then placed the bottle on top of my nightstand. I'll leave the rest here. You can take one a day, but no more. She left without another word, and I found myself staring at the bottle. If the one I'd just taken worked, maybe I'd finally found an answer to everything. Maybe I'd finally stop feeling this way before it killed me. /N. God, that was hard to write. Stopped hurting. I felt like I could breathe a little easier as the pill's effects began to settle in. I didn't know what it was because the label seemed like it had been taken off, but it worked, and it was good enough for me. The next day, I took another one. It worked just as well as the first one did. A part of me knew that I wasn't making a smart choice, but I'd take anything else compared to how I'd felt the past few weeks. It helped me get out of bed. My limbs were bouncing with energy, and I felt tingles running up and down my arms as I jumped into the shower. I took the longest hot shower I had in a while, and did things I hadn't done in so long simply because I never had the energy. After I finished showering, I pulled on a new pair of clothes. I didn't remember the last time I tried to pick an outfit, but today I felt different. Pulling on socks, I headed out of my room and down the stairs, practically exploding with energy as I followed the trail of voices I heard coming from the kitchen. Caden was the first one who saw me as I stepped inside. For a moment, the surprise was visible as day on his face when he saw the way I smiled when I saw him. I hadn't smiled in a long time. Ethan turned around when he noticed Caden looking somewhere behind him, and trailed off in the middle of whatever they'd been talking about. "You're out of bed?" Ethan blurted out, not bothering with a hello. "I'm standing right here, aren't I?" I countered, grinning, and my eyes swiveled over to Caden, who looked surprised at hearing my voice. When he realized I was watching him, he pushed himself up out of his seat. I stayed in place as he came towards me and lifted me off the floor, wrapping me in a tight hug. I smiled against his shoulder. "I missed hearing you talk," Caden mumbled, pressing a small kiss to the side of my head before he set me down. "You're okay then?" I nodded, and my eyes mindlessly roamed over to Ethan, expecting him to look relieved too, but I was proven wrong. My smile disappeared when I saw the way Ethan was studying me, a slight frown on his lips. "What?" I blurted. He seemed to hesitate before he spoke. "You're telling me that just yesterday you couldn't even get out of bed, and now you're suddenly fine?" My face fell, and Caden noticed. "Ethan," he snapped. "Not now." Ethan ignored him. "That makes no sense." Caden tried again. "What are you?" Ethan cut him off again, narrowing his eyes as he watched me. "You're gonna go all quiet again?" he asked firmly. "I call you out and now you're all silent?" I glowered at him. "What's wrong with you?" "I feel okay right now. Why are you trying to ruin it?" Ethan let out a bitter laugh. "What's wrong with me?" he repeated. "Did you really just ask me that? I'll tell you what's fucking wrong with me. You've been a ghost these past few weeks, and it only seemed to be getting worse every day. You expect me to believe that something changed overnight and you're magically all better now? You think I'm gonna fall for this act?" I gritted my teeth. "It's not an act. I'm happy. Why are you being so mean?" Ethan scoffed. "Mean," he echoed. "I'm being mean because I'm telling you that I'm not falling for your shit?" I went silent. Ethan suddenly straightened and walked around the island to reach me. My fists clenched by my sides as he paused right in front of me, his eyes searching mine. I tried moving away as soon as he came to a stop, but he didn't let me. I scowled as Ethan grabbed my chin and forced me to look at him. "Why do your eyes look like that?" he questioned casually. Caden tensed next to us. "Like what?" I said, trying to yank my face out of his grip. Ethan held on firmly though, but it didn't hurt. He glared at me. "They look weird." I huffed and pushed his hand away, backing up a step. "Weird? How can eyes look weird?" Ethan clenched his jaw. "They look glassy. And not normal." I gritted my teeth in annoyance. How did he see everything? Notice everything that closely? I don't know. Maybe it's the light or something. I dismissed him, but couldn't ignore the fact that my heart was hammering against my ribcage. If he ever found out, Caden decided to cut in to break the tension that hung between Ethan and I. "Leave her alone. We should get going now anyways." Ethan didn't look away from me once. Not even as I asked Caden if we could all go to the hospital together in order to avoid being alone with Ethan. Not even when I walked away. I felt his gaze burning holes into me as I walked out of the room. It was almost like he already knew. Almost like he had experience. Caleb was zoning out every time someone spoke to him, and it was unsettling. Today was chemo, and Ethan and I were sitting with him again. Caden was talking to his doctor. We tried to make conversation, but it seemed like Caleb wasn't even listening anytime we spoke. We had to call his name multiple times to gain his attention. Caleb? I pressed again, tapping his arm gently. He blinked from where he'd been zoned out and looked over at me. I did a double take at the blank expression on his face, before exchanging a glance with Ethan, who looked equally as confused. Did you hear what I said? Caleb's brows furrowed as he studied me, and I frowned. I was about to speak again, but he did first. Nothing could have prepared me for his next words. Izzy, he whispered. What are you doing here? I froze. What did he mean by that? I'd been here since the morning. Wait, what? Ethan beat me to it, letting out an uncomfortable laugh. Did you just ask her what she's doing here? Caleb blinked a few times, a glassy expression curtaining his eyes as he slowly looked over at Ethan. My heart sunk. Ethan's smile vanished as he studied Caleb warily. You okay? Caleb hesitated before responding, and shook his head while he briefly closed his eyes. Yeah, sorry, forget that. I don't know why I said that. I nodded hesitantly, and listened to them talk for a while. At one point, my eyes mindlessly roamed the room until I caught sight of a flash of familiar hair near the doors. I instantly shot out of my seat. I'll be back, I muttered and ignored Ethan's questioning gaze as I left. Detective Garcia was leaning against the wall when I made it out, shutting the doors behind me as I stepped up to her. She had a suit on the color of red wine, and her lips were painted with a shade that screamed power and authority. Her confidence radiated off of her in every look, every gesture she made. She was the type of person I wanted to be when I was in my 20s or older. Isabella. She nodded in greeting when she saw me, a small smile shaping her lips. I stood a good distance away from her. What are you doing here? I asked cautiously and then paused. Wait, how did you know I was here? Garcia shrugged. I have my ways of finding people, she said flatly and then grinned. Don't worry, I'm not here for you. Your brother Caden happened to be around. I blinked. He was somewhere in the hospital, but was I supposed to tell her that? I remembered what happened when I'd said the wrong thing to her the first time I'd seen her, and Elijah's reaction. I wasn't going to risk it again. I was about to speak up, but I didn't realize that she was watching me intently, and she noticed the way my face fell. You know what? Forget I asked, Garcia told me, offering me an easy smile. I stared at her carefully. Can I ask you something else? I nodded faintly, playing with the hem of my sweater. What concealer do you use? I wondered if I'd heard her right. What? I breathed. Garcia remained unfazed, her eyes scanning my face. Concealer. Which one do you use to cover the bruises? The blood drained from my face, and before I could think about what I was doing, my hand shot up to my jaw. Garcia followed the motion closely, and when I noticed her attention, I quickly pulled my hand away. I don't know what you're talking about. I quickly scrambled out before I spun around to walk off. I didn't know where I was going as I raced through the white corridors, my heart pounding against my chest. I heard steady footsteps behind me and Garcia call out for me. Isabella, hold on, she muttered, and I flinched as she grabbed my arm gently, forcing me to a stop. I'm sorry if that came off too direct. I found that it's what works best for me. Garcia let go of my arm, and I struggled to maintain eye contact with her. It was like her gaze alone could send people running for their lives with the way she stared you down, as if she could read the darkest secrets hidden deep in your mind. It's why I asked if everything was all right at home, she explained evenly. It's not difficult to sense when something is off. She sighed when I said nothing. Anything I said could confirm her statements, and I didn't feel like reliving what had happened. Look, I've learned a lot about your brother. I've dealt with men like him, and I know what they're capable of, she said. I know what he does for a living, and I'm also aware that men like Elijah Kingston have no limits when it comes to the people they hurt. even if it's people they claim to love and care for. The things these men do and see take everything human out of them. I was speechless. Garcia took a step closer and her eyes warmed. Did he hurt you? My throat closed up. She took the silence as an answer, and I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to say something, anything, because the quiet was killing me. He was mad because I told you that he was at work, I whispered, looking past her to a nurse making his way down the hall. Garcia stayed quiet. He said you showed up there because of me. When I risked a glance up at her, she shook her head. We were going there after anyways. You had nothing to do with it. But he thought I did, I said and shifted on my feet. I shouldn't have opened the door. Garcia said nothing for a while, and it looked like she was contemplating saying whatever was on her mind. We can help you. I snapped my head up at her question. What? Garcia nodded her head to the side and pulled me along with her to sit on the set of chairs near the wall. I gingerly took a seat next to her, making sure I stayed a respectable distance away. I'm going to ask you a few questions and all you need to do is say yes or no, she began smoothly. Is that all right with you? I nodded after a moment of hesitation. Is there always some sort of excuse? Her question took my breath away, but I replied, yes. Garcia didn't look fazed. Is this excuse always something along the lines of protection? Does he say that he's doing everything for you and your family? I paled but nodded. How did she know? Is this excuse always used after he or any of them do something awful? Like putting their hands on you? Do you get that it will end badly for every single person in this family? Everything I do is for you and this family. Yes. Garcia tilted her head to the side quizzically. Do you believe him? I swallowed hard. I know Elijah's trying to protect us all. I've seen it myself, so he's not lying about that. Garcia didn't even blink. If he's trying to keep you out of harm's way, Isabella, then why would he hurt you himself? I felt like I'd been slapped. Garcia raised an eyebrow. Do you see what I'm trying to prove here? She asked. If someone is trying to protect you, they're trying to make sure no one else out in the world hurts you. Isn't it ironic that he's doing the one thing he's terrified of someone else doing to you? To your other siblings. My eyes stung with unshed tears. I never saw it that way. Or maybe I had and I'd ignored it. Garcia noticed the way I'd gone silent, and spoke. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm trying to get your brother locked up, she informed me firmly. Elijah's case is mine now, and I'm not stopping until I put him where he deserves to be for the rest of his life. I bit the inside of my cheek. Then why are you talking to me? I'm his sister. Don't you think I'd take his side? I wasn't sure what I wanted, but I was curious as to why she was here with me anyways. Garcia ignored my question. Besides that, do you understand what I'm trying to say? She said. I've studied a lot of the crimes he's committed since I've arrived. He has people out there so terrified, he doesn't even bother covering up some of the things they do anymore because he knows no one will tell. But you want to know what I've noticed recently? He's falling. There's cracks now. I frowned. How? Garcia sat back in the seat and folded her hands across her lap. He's messing up in ways he never has before. To me, it seems like he's beginning to lose control because he's becoming too reckless. Too impulsive, and it's starting to hurt him instead of help him like it used to. I'd had the same thought. Elijah seemed off in some way. It seemed like all the stress was finally getting to him and all the control he used to have was slipping away. He was having more fights with his men. He was more angry these days and his patience was at an all-time low. He would do things blindly, and the consequences would hit him later. But that's not my point either, Garcia said. My point is that you need to get out before something worse happens and this escalates. I looked away. You look young, Isabella. I don't know you very well or really at all, but I can already tell that you're nothing like your family. You have a potential future ahead of you, and it would be extremely unfortunate if you lost everything just because of some choices your so-called loved ones have made. I played with the bracelet on my right hand. By get out you mean run away? Because I've already tried that and I had to come back. Garcia shook her head and smiled. No, that's not what I mean. You can run as far as you'd like, but I doubt you'd truly ever escape. It was terrifying how spot on she was with everything. She held my gaze evenly as she said her next words. You have a chance at freedom. From this life, from these people. There's one way that will make sure you make it out. How? I asked, ignoring the dread circling my stomach. Help us, she said and straightened. My eyes widened. Help us lock your brother up for good. Help us in this investigation and we'll help you get out of here for good. I'll teach you things. Self-defense, ways to save yourself, and everything else you need to know. My lips parted in shock. Help you put Elijah in jail? Garcia shrugged. Him, Caden Kingston, and a few others who we can't have roaming free. She noticed my face fall at Caden's name and explained. You may not know it, but Caden's not innocent either. He's done terrible things, Isabella. Things you can't even imagine. Men like him need to be locked up. I blinked. Isn't this illegal? What you're asking me to do? Garcia shrugged and ran a hand through her hair, looking around casually. If it gets the job done, then who cares? I didn't respond and instead I thought about it. Help her. Help her lock my family away. Help her with this investigation. This was what Lucas wanted me to help with too, and I'd refused. Things had been different then though, and I wasn't sure now. I never was. Garcia took my silence as her cue to continue. He's killed people, Isabella. Hurt innocents in the process, and their excuse is always that it had to be done because the ones they're getting rid of weren't good people, she said softly. But it's not up to men to decide who lives and who dies. That's why we have the law. We have a system that exists to punish those who have committed crimes, and it's not up to men like your brother to decide that they get to take over. It doesn't work like that. If it did, then what's to stop others from doing the same? You're asking me to put my own family in prison? I repeated. Lucas was the real monster who needed to end up in jail. I wondered if she knew about who he was. Garcia shrugged. Essentially, yes. You'd help us with things we haven't been able to find out, because no one has been brave enough to step forward and tell us what we need. If there ever are, they disappear and it's never hard to figure out who got rid of them. Elijah, Caden, and their partners got rid of them. It wasn't hard to figure out at all. He has too much power, Garcia reiterated. He needs to be stopped. That much control over everything never ends well for anyone. You'll be better off that way too. I trailed off when I caught sight of Caden walking towards us from behind her. He looked tense as he solely kept his gaze on the detective, and I froze. I'll think about it. I said the words quickly so Caden didn't hear, and Garcia looked like she was about to say something more, but she stopped herself when she realized I was watching someone behind her. She slowly looked over her shoulder and paused as Caden came to a stop right next to us. Izzy, come here, he ordered, but I stayed sitting, glancing between him and the detective. Caden's hard gaze shot over to me and his eyes darkened when he noticed I wasn't listening. Come here. Detective Garcia slowly stood up without breaking eye contact with Caden. Her face had gone hard in places it shouldn't have been, and her eyes were fierce with resolve as she stared my brother down. The hatred in her eyes was the only thing I could see. Caden tightened his jaw and looked over at me. Get up, we're leaving, he commanded. But I didn't listen. His glare heated when he realized I wasn't moving. Izzy, come here. He was cut off by her voice. That's no way to speak to your sister. Garcia uttered the words so calmly, it sent my blood running cold. Caden's glare transferred over to her. You've been talking to her without an adult around, Caden gritted out. I'll talk to her however the fuck I want. Stay out of it. Izzy, let's go. The detective remained unfazed by his voice or words. I think she's old enough to make her own decisions, she said softly but not weakly. Don't you, Caden? He ignored her and started moving for me. I immediately scraped my chair back to stay out of his reach, and he halted. What are you doing? He asked me incredulously. I didn't know, but I didn't like how he always ordered me around like he had any say. She's sitting, that's what she's doing, Garcia added in casually, raising a perfectly sculpted eyebrow when Caden glanced back over at her. I almost laughed at how annoyed Caden looked at her response. Is there something you need, Elise? He snapped. Garcia shrugged and took a step away from the chair, unfazed with his bitterness. Oh no, don't mind me. Continue with whatever you were going to say to her. Her voice sounded almost like a challenge, as if she was daring Caden to say one wrong word. Caden glared at her for another moment, before he turned back to me. He stayed silent, and it looked like he was forcing himself to calm down as he said, Izzy, Ethan's waiting for you in the car. Caleb's coming home with us. Why don't you go wait with them? I wasn't going to move simply because I wanted to make him angry, but Garcia spoke up. Actually, Caden and I need to have a chat, she said, and Caden's head whipped over to her. Garcia met my gaze and smiled. I'll see you around. I stood up when I realized she wanted some privacy to talk to my brother, and this seemed to only make Caden angrier when he realized I'd listened to a stranger and not him. I bit back a smile as I turned around and started walking off to the front of the hospital. I paused when I turned the corner and glanced over my shoulder at where Caden was speaking to the detective. Garcia was talking to him about something I couldn't hear from where I was, but her gaze trailed to the side when she noticed me standing there behind Caden's shoulder. I froze as I feared that she'd tell him I was still there, but her next move surprised me. She winked. It was almost as if she wanted me to stay there and listen. During the car ride home, I found myself thinking of her offer more and more. I found myself thinking about what would happen if I dared to say yes. That night, when the medicine's effects finally began to wear off, I felt it. The heaviness inside my chest began to return, and it seemed to be worse than before as I was in the middle of getting ready for bed. All the energy that remained inside of me seemed to drain away in the blink of an eye, and I couldn't bear it. I couldn't go back to feeling the way I had for so long. So I took another one. Amina had told me I could only have one a day, but I was scared that I'd wake up feeling just as bad as I had the last few weeks and I wouldn't be able to handle it. Taking the medicine made me feel good about myself. It made me feel lighter. I didn't exactly feel happy because it seemed like there was something blocking me from experiencing that entirely. Something like a curtain shielding what I couldn't have. But I felt like I could breathe a little easier. I just swallowed it down with water when I heard it. Something that sounded like rocks being thrown at my window. I froze in the middle of my room, slowly turning to look at where the noise was coming from. It went silent and I was starting to think that I'd imagined it. But I flinched as another loud noise sounded from outside. Hesitantly, I treaded towards my window and peeked outside. It was dark out and the street was empty, but I saw the silhouette standing near Caden's car, looking up as if he was searching for someone or something. Julian. My heart lurched and my breath caught as I saw him. It seemed like he was waiting for me to come down, waiting for me to finally spot him. It had been weeks since I'd seen him, and the urge to talk to him, to be with him, took over. I was moving before I registered what I was truly doing. I raced out of my room and down the stairs. Luckily, no one was around in sight, so I made it to the front door without being seen or spotted. I softly closed it behind me and rushed down the front steps of the porch. Julian had still been looking up at where my room's window was, so he didn't see me coming as I slammed into him, knocking the wind out of him. His arms instantly wrapped around my waist as I threw mine around his neck, burying my face in his shoulder. Holding him was like a breath of fresh air after being locked away in the dark for so long. He smelled like mint and everything good that made me want to stay with him forever. I never wanted to leave his side again, and it truly hit me in that moment how much I'd missed him. Every second, every day. I loved being with him. I missed you too, he chuckled against my hair, rocking us side to side as he held me close. I didn't respond, only tightening my grip around him. I pulled away slowly, only enough to scan his face once. Although he wasn't smiling, his eyes were light even under the darkness, and I felt like I could start crying as he brought his hand up to tuck a strand of my hair behind my ear. This time, I'm making the first move, he whispered, amusement dancing in his eyes. Before I could question what he meant, he cupped the back of my neck and brought his lips to mine. As soon as I'd gripped his shirt to pull him further into me, he suddenly stopped and pulled away, a hint of a smile tugging at his pretty lips. Don't we have something we need to finish? I frowned. What? Julian raised his eyebrows and brought his hand up to trace his finger down the side of my face. I thought he was gonna stop, but he surprised me when he trailed it across my jaw, down my throat, and then some. He seemed lost in thought as he did, and I couldn't help the shiver that crawled up my spine. My heart jumped as I did my best not to jump from the touch. "Oh," I whispered as I remembered when we'd been interrupted in the hotel room. "That." Julian laughed. "Yes, that." I swallowed hard and looked back at the house. I didn't know where everyone was inside, but maybe if I could sneak him in. I was about to suggest the idea, but the intensity of his gaze stopped me. His smile disappeared as he took all of me in. "What is it?" I asked. Julian studied me intently. "How are you?" He suddenly blurted and I paused, taking a step back. "What?" He frowned and reached forward to grab me again when he noticed I'd moved away. One hand steadied my waist. "It's been a while since we've seen each other. How are you?" Why was he asking this so suddenly? Unwillingly, my walls went up and I removed his hand off my waist. "Why?" I asked and then paused. "Wait a minute. How did you even know I came back home? The last time I saw you was in New York and I told you that I wasn't going back home. But he was here and that meant that he'd known I'd come back. He knew I changed my mind." Julian stepped forward again. "Isa." The realization slammed into me and it took my breath away. "Did someone tell you to come see me? Or did you actually want to?" Julian's brows furrowed and he shook his head, trying to grab my hand to prevent me from backing up anymore. But I shoved it away. "Who told you to come visit me, Julian?" Someone clearly did. He'd gone from kissing me to asking me if I was okay. And the look on his face, the concern and worry, it all led to one answer. He briefly closed his eyes. "Don't get mad, okay?" he pleaded. I went still. "Your brother, Ethan, he found me." Paled. Julian's eyes flashed with panic as he noticed me back away another step. He asked if I could try something. "He told me that you aren't doing well and he knows I'm close to you." Ethan. Ethan had gone to see Julian for me. Ethan hadn't truly given up on me. Deep down, I knew I should have been happy about this. I should have felt relief knowing that Ethan would go to such measures to make sure I was okay because he knew that something was off. But I didn't. I didn't feel happy. I told him constantly that I was fine. I didn't need help and I wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to go through this on my own. And I'd been so happy to see Julian because I thought that he'd genuinely come to see me. To be with me and talk to me like I was a normal person and not someone who was breaking with every day that passed. Not because he was making sure I didn't fall apart anymore. Not because he thought he was helping my brother out by examining me like I was some broken doll that needed fixing. I stared at Julian wordlessly and I wondered if he sensed what I was thinking. How I was feeling. He took another step towards me. "Izzy, I didn't mean to approach it like this. I missed you too and can you just go?" I whispered, shaking my head in defeat. "It's late anyways, I should go to bed." Julian tightened his jaw and took a few steps towards me. His hands came up to grip my arms as I tried to back away. "No, listen to me. He had good intentions. Don't be mad at." He broke off when we heard the sound of a car approaching. I squinted my eyes and Julian snapped his head over to see the headlights of the car coming towards us. My heart dropped when I realized it was Elijah's car. I watched silently as he drove into the driveway and pulled to a quick stop behind Caden's car. He stepped out of the driver's side and Julian kept his hold on my arms even as Elijah caught sight of the two of us. Olivia stepped out of the passenger seat, a dull expression on her face, as if they'd had a tense car ride back. I noticed how she had one hand placed on her stomach as she walked. Elijah's eyes were unreadable as he slammed the door shut behind him. He took in Julian first and then me, and I held my breath as he walked around the car and started our way. Olivia shot me a small smile and then went straight to her car. I figured she was heading home. I waited anxiously for Elijah to order Julian to get away from him, or at least tell me to get inside, but I was proven wrong once again. He didn't acknowledge us at all. My heart sunk to my stomach as he simply walked around the two of us. My eyes followed his path as Elijah trailed towards the front door, up the steps and inside without a single word. I wouldn't have been surprised if he slammed the door shut behind him. It would have told me that he was at least a little angry that there was a stranger on our yard and I was out in the middle of the night, but none of that happened. He closed the front door so quietly, it barely even made a click. Almost like he'd given up on something. Given up on me. Strangers. We truly had become strangers to each other despite growing up together. I knew I should have been relieved, but something just felt empty, felt wrong. What had even gone wrong? Was it because I ran away? Was that what ruined everything? Why was he acting like this? I didn't understand any of it. My eyes stung as I remembered how we'd been on our way to mending everything that had been broken between us before Elijah had disappeared for that period of time. I thought about the night when I'd left and how Elijah, Caden, and I had acted like a true family and spent time together on my birthday. Elijah had told me he'd change. He'd become a better brother and our relationship would evolve for the better. We'd been so close to what I hoped for and now, it was all for nothing. I turned back to Julian with a tight throat. I have to go, I said quietly, and he looked like he was about to protest. I knew he wasn't at fault for anything, but my emotions had risen up again and they were swallowing me alive. Anger, hurt, sadness, confusion. All of them were invading my senses and it had sparked from seeing Elijah act like I was nothing to him. I wish I didn't care so much. But more than anything, it was something like nostalgia that killed me a little inside. Realizing how much things had changed and how nothing would ever be the same. It made me not want to do anything that would cause even a spark of happiness because I knew how quickly that feeling could be ripped away from me. I didn't give Julian the chance as I snatched my arms out of his hold and started making my way back inside. Julian called my name once, but I ignored him entirely as I stepped inside the house, shutting the door behind me. When I got back upstairs to head back into my room, Ethan was leaning against the wall, looking zoned out as he stared at a spot on the floor. He looked up when he heard me coming and straightened, pushing himself off the wall. "Izzy," he began, but I ignored him too. Ethan tried to grab my arm to stop me, but I wrenched it out of his grasp and slammed the door shut on his face. I started functioning like I used to as days went on. The medicine Amina gave me seemed to be working and I had increased the amount I took to 2 each day. It worked better that way, and I'd become used to it so I always took it without thinking. Sometimes, I couldn't help it when the fear came back that I'd go back to how I was before. It was late evening now, but I decided I was going for a walk because I hadn't been doing a lot of movement these days, and I needed some fresh air. When I got downstairs after getting ready to leave, I spotted Elijah and Caden sitting in the living room, looking like they were talking about something important. They both glanced over when they saw me coming down and took in my outfit. Caden frowned. "Where are you going?" I tied my hair up and put my phone in my pocket as I reached the last step. "Outside." Caden rolled his eyes. "I can see that, but where?" I risked a glance up to see Elijah watching me too, but he didn't say a word. Like always, his face was void of emotion. It was sort of strange to hear the questions coming from Caden instead of Elijah like they once would have. But times had changed now, and he treated me like I was nothing to him, so it wasn't that surprising. "The sidewalk," I mumbled, tying my laces as I perched down on the last stair. I finished both shoes and stood up, making my way over to the front door. I just opened it when Elijah's voice stopped me. "It's late," he said flatly, and I paused, looking over my shoulder to meet his gaze. "So?" I grumbled, my tone just as dull as his. Elijah held my gaze, his eyes unreadable as he leaned back against the couch. "It's not safe." I almost laughed. "Don't act like you care." I snapped and didn't let him say another word before I stepped outside, shutting the door behind me. I knew it was unsafe, but I was suffocating inside that house and I needed something else for once. The evening was nice, yet I didn't spot many people outside. All of Elijah's neighbors seemed to be home from the way every car was parked, and I suddenly wondered how everyone was doing. I used to talk to all of them, yet I barely saw anyone these days. I'd been walking for a while when I decided I'd put my headphones in. The area was safe, so I figured some music wouldn't do any harm, and I was walking at a fast pace, too. I turned the volume up until it was halfway and slipped my phone back into my pocket, focusing on the path ahead of me. I only caught sight of the headlights that followed me in the reflection of a parked car that I passed. At first, I thought nothing of it as I strolled down the sidewalk. I'd become lost in my head with the music that played, so I didn't think it was strange that the car was driving so slow. About 5 minutes passed before I finally began to notice. It started with slow glances behind me when I realized the car was driving way too slow for it to be normal. Then, I began looking over my shoulder every other second, panic bubbling in my throat as I realized they were following every turn I made. When I needed to be absolutely sure about whether I was being followed or not, I stopped in my path and turned around to head back to the house. My heart dropped when I heard tires squeal as the car made a U-turn as I passed it. Ripping my headphones away from my ears, I shoved them away and quickened my pace until I was basically running. My heart rate skyrocketed as I rushed on, taking a quick glance behind me. The car started to pick up speed as they must have realized I had spotted them. The house was still far, and I didn't know if I'd make it in time, so I quickly grabbed my phone and clicked Caden's name. I wasn't sure if Elijah would pick up if he noticed me calling, and Caden was the first contact I saw. He answered on the first ring. "Izzy, someone's following me." I got straight to the point as I turned the corner and started on a run. Tired screeched again as the car did the same thing. "It's a car. What? Where are you? What does it look like?" He launched a series of questions at me as I heard movement over the phone and Caden's voice repeat what I just said to him to someone else. "It's black," I croaked as I took another glance behind me. I turned the corner again when I caught sight of a familiar street. "The windows are tinted. I don't know who's inside. Can you come pick me up?" "I'm coming. Just stay on the phone with me." He rushed out and I heard a door slam shut. Not even a second later, an engine roared to life from Caden's end. This time, I took another look over my shoulder and terror turned my veins to ice when I realized the car had picked up speed, so it was riding right next to me now. My footsteps faltered and I vaguely heard Caden calling my name, but his voice was drowned out. I wouldn't make it if these people got out. It looked like they could jump out any second now, so I acted. I hung up the phone and ran across someone's yard to the first house I found. Behind me, the car came to a sudden halt, and I made it to the doorstep as soon as I heard multiple doors slam shut behind me. I rang the doorbell twice and pounded on the stranger's door as hard as I could. My breathing was panicked shudders as I glanced over my shoulder and froze when I saw two men making their way over to me. One looked familiar, yet I didn't give myself time to pinpoint who he was as I started shouting for someone to answer the door. They'd almost made it to the yard when the door opened. My breath caught as a middle-aged woman came into sight. She looked behind me and then at me, her eyes wary. My voice was stuck in my throat, but luckily, she seemed to realize what was going on from the terror-stricken expression on my face. She instantly stepped to the side. I didn't waste any time before I launched inside her house without a word. The woman slammed her door shut as soon as I made it through, and locked it. "Do you know them?" she asked. I shook my head when she looked at me, trembling from head to toe as I stood in place while the woman slowly went to her windows to peer outside. She scanned the outside of the house through her windows, and it looked like she was watching something carefully. I wanted to go look for myself, but I was too shaken to move. I flinched when a hard knock sounded at the door. The woman put a finger to her lips as she ducked away from the window and looked at me. We both waited in silence, holding our breaths as our hearts raced. Heavy footsteps shifted outside the front door, and I saw the shadow of a silhouette through the curtains before it disappeared. Finally, the woman tiptoed over to the window again when the coast seemed clear, before she turned toward me. She looked relieved as she said, "They're gone," she muttered, holding a hand to her heart as if she'd been shaken too. "Are you okay?" I wasn't, but I nodded anyways. "Yeah, thank you for." She understood what I was trying to say and nodded. "Do you live in the neighborhood?" The woman questioned as she gestured for me to follow her inside the house. I replied to her question and hesitated a second before I trailed after her. "I'll bring you some water," she added and motioned for me to take a seat on the couch. She disappeared into the kitchen and I took the opportunity to feel my heart beating. It was racing so fast, I could feel my pulse hammering in my throat as I sat down. Was this how it was going to be every time I left my house or tried to live my life? The woman returned with a glass of water and handed it to me. Can I get you anything else? She trailed off since she didn't know my name. Izzy? I finished for her and took a shaky sip from the water. And I'm okay, thank you. The woman smiled and I found myself relaxing around her presence. Her home was perfect for a person like her. She radiated comfort and kindness. I'm Ria, she told me. Is there someone you need to call? The police. I froze as I realized I'd forgotten I'd hung up on Caden. I quickly set the glass down on the table next to me and pulled out my phone. The blood drained from my face as I saw the number of missed calls and messages. In total, the calls and messages added to more than I could count, and I'd gotten them from everyone. Ethan, Caleb, Caden, Olivia, and even 2 from Elijah. I wondered why they hadn't just tracked my location. I was about to click the first name I saw, but I didn't see the red bar at the corner of my phone and the screen went black before I could bring it up to my ear. Shit, I muttered, trying to turn it on once more if it would work, but it was dead. I looked up at Ria. Sorry, it died. Ria stood up. You live close, you said? I can drop you off back home. She offered and I felt bad accepting her suggestion, but I was too afraid to walk, so I agreed. The car ride passed in silence as I scanned our surroundings every moment, not able to help the bouncing of my legs as I stayed paranoid. Not too much time passed before I caught sight of my house. Ria pulled to a stop on the street and stopped the car. I unbuckled my seatbelt and looked over at her. Thank you again, I said, forcing a smile on my face, and she waved me off. Stay safe, she said gently. Before I shut the door behind me and started making my way up to the house, I heard her car drive away as soon as I reached the front door. As soon as I opened it, all conversations halted and heads turned towards me. I froze by the door and I barely registered Caden barreling towards me before he pulled me into his arms. We lost our minds, Izzy, he whispered against my hair, but I didn't hug him back. He pulled away and titled my chin up to scan my face. Your phone couldn't be tracked. We looked everywhere. Where were you? I slowly shifted my gaze behind him to see Elijah standing there, watching the 2 of us. I looked back at Caden. Someone let me into their house. The car left after that, I replied quietly. I saw. There were some guys that got out and I think they were trying to get to me, but someone let me into her house before they could. Caden looked over his shoulder at Elijah, tensing. Is it him? He asked calmly, and Elijah briefly closed his eyes, taking a seat on the edge of the couch. He leaned forward so his elbows rested on his legs as he looked back at Caden. Probably, Elijah answered. Who else would it be? Caden let out a deep breath, as if he was trying to compose himself, before he turned to face me again. He ran a hand through my hair. You're okay then? He asked. I nodded. Okay was all I could be when it came to these things. I'll come talk to you soon. I hesitated before leaving. By him, do you mean Lucas? I questioned. He sent them after me? Caden's jaw tightened, but he nodded. He's trying to scare us. He doesn't have a lot left, but it's a warning that he can still get to us. No matter what we did, where we went, it seemed like none of us would ever truly be free. My stomach knotted up in fear. My thoughts briefly wandered to Elena and I felt bile rise to the back of my throat. I didn't even want to think about what was happening to her. I wanted to ask Elijah if he was trying to help her out, but I didn't want to talk to him unless it was absolutely necessary. I'm going to sleep, I said quietly, not bothering to ask any of the other questions I had. It wasn't like I'd get true answers anyways. What was the point anymore? Caden didn't argue as I stepped around him and started making my way towards the stairs. I avoided looking at Elijah completely, trying to ignore the pang of hurt I'd felt at the fact that he hadn't even asked if I was okay. Every day, realizing he truly didn't care about me anymore was another slap in the face. My heart was heavy as I trailed up the stairs, towards my room. I'd planned on going right to bed because I was truly exhausted, but that didn't happen because as soon as I switched on my light, I saw the figure sitting on my bed. It was Ethan. He was leaning forward, looking down at my floor as if he was lost in thought. He looked up when he saw me come in, and that was when I saw it. He was holding the bottle of pills Amina had given me in one hand, while the other hung limply over his knee. My heart sunk in fear as I froze. Ethan's gaze was empty, unreadable, as he watched me. His stare pinned me in place and I felt the sudden urge to run, but I didn't have anywhere to go. I was the first one who broke the silence, desperate to defend myself before he started a fight. "Those aren't mine," I blurted out. Ethan immediately looked away and shook his head faintly. The defeated gesture had my stomach twisting in dread because he didn't look angry. No, not at all. He looked disappointed, and that was so much worse. He studied the bottle in his hands, turning it over in his hand. My heart jumped a million times a minute in my chest as I stood there, waiting for him to say something. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" He finally whispered, his voice hoarse and my eyes stung at the defeat lacing his tone. Ethan looked up at me. "Because whatever this is would have killed you." I didn't respond. Ethan slowly untwisted the cap and threw it carelessly onto my nightstand. I didn't move as he slowly piled the unknown pills onto his palm, and it looked like he was counting how many there were. He finished taking all of them out and glanced over at me, his eyes hard. "When did you start?" I didn't answer. I didn't want to answer. Ethan's jaw tightened. "I'm asking you something. When did you start?" He gritted out and I almost flinched at his tone. I gulped and decided to respond because it didn't look like he'd let me out of this. "A few weeks ago," I whispered. I don't remember the exact day." Ethan didn't even blink. "A few weeks ago?" he repeated evenly. I didn't react. He looked back down at the pills. "How many a day?" My hands started shaking by my sides. I don't know." Ethan's head snapped up. "Don't fucking lie to me." He bit out and I backed up a step. "How many did you take a day, Izzy?" "2. I trailed off weakly. 3. The truth was, I didn't remember. All I knew was that the more I took, the better I felt, and I didn't want to ever feel like I had before. It had all become a blur in my head, and sometimes I would forget if I'd taken one in the morning, so I'd take another just to be safe. They hadn't harmed me in any way, so it never seemed like I was in danger of overdose. Ethan blinked. 3, he echoed. "You took 3 a day, and you don't even know what this is? Where's the fucking label?" When I stayed silent in response for too long, Ethan shot up off the bed. My eyes widened in shock as he suddenly stormed towards me, and I instantly stepped out of reach, but I realized I wasn't where he was going anyways. He was leaving. I recovered from the sudden movement instantly and scrambled to go after him. Ethan barged out of my room, but I caught his arm and yanked him back before he got far. "What are you doing?" I rushed out. "I'm telling Elijah and Caden," he snapped and ripped his arm out of my grip. "Maybe they can help you because you clearly don't want mine." My face drained of color as Ethan began walking towards the stairs. Quickly gathering myself again, I ran after him and grabbed his arm once again, this time using all the force possible to pull him to a stop. "You can't do that," I breathed, and he glared at me. I shook my head. "No, Ethan, you can't tell them. I won't take them anymore, but you can't say anything. Please, please, let go of me," he warned lowly and tried shoving out of my grasp. But I used both hands and wrapped them around his wrist, digging my feet into the ground as he tried moving again. "Izzy, no, you can't," I pleaded. "They won't understand. They're gonna get mad and it's gonna make everything worse. I'll stop. I promise I'll stop. Just don't say anything. Please." Ethan held my gaze for a moment and I thought I'd gotten through to him, but I failed. He simply wrenched his arm out of my hands and started for the stairs. "You should know better than anyone how I feel," I shouted after him. Ethan halted to a stop. "I would never do this to you, so why are you doing this to me?" Ethan didn't turn around, but I could tell my words got to him. "You do the same thing," I gritted out. "You probably do worse all those nights you're gone. Are you forgetting that? Why is it only a problem when I do it?" Ethan finally turned to face me, his eyes dark. "It's a problem, Izzy, because you have more to lose," he growled. "It's a problem because you're not me, and you don't need to go down the same path. It's a problem because you think this is going to help, but it's only going to work temporarily. And you know what's going to happen when the effects start wearing off." I didn't say anything and Ethan continued, taking a few steps closer to me. "You're going to start taking more. 2 is gonna turn into 3. 3 is gonna turn into more until you're gonna stop caring about how many you take just so you don't have to feel the way you've been feeling this last month, because anything is better than that. Eventually, your body's not gonna be able to handle it. And I don't think I need to tell you what happens when you lose all control," he finished bitterly. I swallowed hard. "I told you I won't do it again. I won't take more. But you don't need to tell everyone else. That's not gonna help me." Ethan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, so you finally admit that you need help, huh?" I snapped my jaw together. "No, why can't you leave me alone?" I hissed. "You always hate when people hover around you. So why are you being such a hypocrite? People weren't solutions. People didn't know how to help." Ethan rolled his eyes. "Quit dodging the question. Admit it. You're afraid to tell someone." I laughed dryly and shook my head. "Don't you talk to me about keeping things to myself. You're the last person that could speak on that." Ethan's jaw tightened. I held my breath as I waited for him to say something, to finally give in. But he surprised me with what he said next. He held my gaze, but there was something like defeat in his eyes as he spoke. "I've tried everything. I've tried to be with you, to force you out of bed, to get others to help you, and you don't seem like you want any of it," he said quietly. "Or maybe you're just afraid to ask for help. But I'm done. I'm fucking done. But I'm sure as hell not letting you kill yourself over this. So I'm telling them, and then you can explain to all of us downstairs who gave you these and what's been going on." Before I had a chance to recover from my shock, Ethan had already made it down the stairs. I felt sick as I hurtled after him, almost tripping over the steps as he headed towards my other brothers. My head was spinning as I came to a stop in the living room, where all of them were. Elijah and Caden were sitting on the couches. Elijah held a cigarette between his lips, and Caden wasn't doing anything, but they both turned to look when Ethan halted next to them. I stayed behind. I was sure I was gonna pass out as Ethan threw the bottle of pills onto the coffee table. Ruined. Everything was ruined. Everyone's attention instantly shot down to them. Elijah was the first one who spoke, casually taking a drag from his cigarette. "What's this?" he asked, frowning as he glanced at Ethan. Ethan moved to the side so I was revealed. I didn't meet anyone's gaze, but I felt all eyes on me now. My hands began to tremble by my sides. Ethan's lips twitched as he stared at me, and I saw the old him in that moment. The one who used to bully me relentlessly until he'd have me in tears. The one who never cared about what he said to me no matter how awful it was, and never apologized despite how far he went. "Izzy can tell you," he said smoothly, amusement lacing his tone, but I wasn't sure if it was real. Maybe it was another mask he used. Bile rose to the back of my throat. What was I supposed to tell them? What was I supposed to say? I didn't want to do this. I wanted to run away and hide. I accidentally met Elijah's gaze, and he was staring at me impassively, as if he was waiting for an answer. Immediately, I shifted my attention over to Caden, whose stare wasn't as intimidating to look at because he seemed to be more approachable. "The fuck are you waiting for?" Ethan snapped, and I looked at him to see him glaring at me in annoyance. "Tell them. We don't have all day." I stayed quiet. Ethan's patience snapped, and he turned to face them. "All right, since she apparently can't speak anymore, I'll say it. She's been taking these," he said, his voice strained. "She doesn't know what they are, and she won't say who gave them to her. But this is why she started acting all fine suddenly. This is why she got out of bed that morning when she couldn't even speak the day before." Silence. The room was filled with dead silence, and it suffocated me. I mustered up enough courage to peek at Elijah and Caden. Caden was staring at me, a little surprised, as if he was still processing Ethan's words. Elijah had his eyes on the pills. I watched as he reached forward and grabbed the bottle, studying it casually. I didn't know what he was looking at because there was nothing on it, but he seemed to be thinking. Elijah finally glanced over at me. "Who gave these to you?" he asked calmly. I almost laughed. If he thought I had to answer to him, then he was completely wrong. He was the last person who could question me. Caden finally spoke up, his eyes hard. "Izzy," he ordered. "Speak." I couldn't tell them that it was Amina. They'd kill her. "I got them myself," I lied. Elijah chuckled and my eyes shot over to him. He studied the bottle again before glancing over at me. Who told you that you were good at lying? He asked, his voice laced with amusement. I scowled. I got them from the pharmacy. It's not that hard. Elijah raised an eyebrow. Okay, genius, then what are they called? Where's the label? How'd you pay for them? He was trying to make me slip. Izzy, cut the bullshit, Caden interrupted, his eyes flashing with irritation. Who gave these to you? I stayed silent in response. Amina needed to stay out of it and I wanted to keep it that way. I was planning on keeping her out of it until Ethan spoke. Amina came to visit you. The words made me snap my head over to him. Ethan was watching me wordlessly, blinking as if the realization had just hit him. I let her in, he murmured more to himself. The day after she visited, you got out of bed. I went limp. Elijah and Caden watched Ethan silently, waiting for him to finish. Ethan's brows furrowed. She gave you these, didn't she? I didn't respond. He knew already there was no point anymore. It was over. Elijah's voice broke the tense silence. Of course she did. He scoffed and leaned back against the couch, shaking his head as he rubbed his hand over his mouth. Psychotic little bitch always sticks her nose in shit she has no business being in. I had the sudden urge to say that he did the same thing, but I kept my mouth shut. That would make everything so much worse. The quiet that filled the air was tense, and it had my hands twitching as I struggled to find what to do or how to act. I looked up to see Caden staring at me, a curious expression on his face. What's going on, Izzy? He asked quietly and my heart dropped. Ethan went still. Elijah followed Caden's gaze, his eyes blank. Caden spoke again. We're asking the wrong questions, aren't we? Caden murmured and tilted his head to the side. Why would you need these in the first place? I tried not to let the surprise show on my face. I'd come down preparing myself to be yelled at and put down and scolded for what I was doing. I prepared myself for the anger and rage, but this took me completely off guard. Tell them, Ethan said, his voice barely a whisper as he stared at me. Tell them about how you're feeling. Don't try to lie. You know that something is off and it's eating you alive. My eyes watered and the feeling that burned behind them was almost a relief. I hadn't felt it in so long. I hadn't cried in so long, even though there was nothing I wanted more, in hopes that it would ease the emptiness. I trailed off, my voice breaking. I didn't know what to say. What was I supposed to say? That I was always sad and I felt like I had nothing to live for anymore. That I was scared that I wouldn't make it very long if I kept feeling like this. That I was afraid that one day I'd do something I wouldn't be able to recover from, because although I'd been able to stop those thoughts before they got too dark, they still kept coming back. I don't know what's wrong, I croaked, not bothering to blink back the tears that streamed down my face. My chest heaved as I struggled to breathe. I don't know what I'm feeling or why, and I took whatever she gave me because it helped me. I know it was wrong, but Caden stood up when I broke off, and my vision was blurry from the tears as he walked towards me. My face crumpled when he pulled me into his arms, one hand coming up to cup the back of my head like a shield from the world, while the other wrapped around my back. I instantly threw mine around his waist, burying my face in his chest in mortification that I'd fallen apart in front of them. Shoo, it's okay, Izzy, he whispered softly against my hair, running one hand down and up my back soothingly. You don't need to hide it. It's nothing to be embarrassed of. I hate it, I cried against his shirt, squeezing my eyes shut. Caden rocked us side to side, ignoring the fact that my tears were soaking his shirt. A sob racked through my body. I try to get up and do things, and I try to make myself feel better, but nothing works. And nothing distracts me, and I always feel like something is going to happen because I can't stop thinking of things I don't want to. And I'm scared, and I feel like I'm always sad. I broke off. Caden squeezed me tighter, pressing his lips to the top of my head. Shoo, I know it's okay. It's nothing to be ashamed of, he murmured, running his hand through my hair. We can get you help, baby. Help for what? I wanted to shout the words because I didn't know what I was feeling. Was it something more than just sadness? Something more that meant I wasn't doing okay. And who could help me? Amina had tried and it clearly failed. I pulled back and wiped my hands under my eyes. Caden gazed down at me, brushing his thumbs under my eyes to wipe away the rest of the tears. How? I croaked, my voice hoarse. My eyes mindlessly trailed over to the side to see Ethan watching me. I wasn't sure if I was reading him correctly, but he almost looked relieved as he saw me. Almost as if he was happy I'd talked to them and let it slip that I wasn't doing okay so he wouldn't carry the burden alone. I couldn't see Elijah because I was tucked in front of Caden, but I was glad for that. His unfazed demeanor always made me feel worse than I already was feeling, and I didn't want to see it right now. Caden removed a few wet strands of hair from my face as I brought my hands back up to brush away the remaining tears. "Have you noticed that I'm getting better now?" he asked gently. I blinked and nodded. "I don't get as angry anymore as I used to. I've stopped drinking as much as I used to, too. I've stopped doing a lot of things I shouldn't have ever been a part of." "You have?" I whispered in surprise. I hadn't noticed, but that was probably because he was never home or because I was always locked away in my room. Caden nodded. "I spend a lot of time with Caleb, but I've also started seeing who you told me I should. To get better. To get over what happened." The realization hit me and my eyes widened. Amina's sister. She was a trauma psychologist. Amina had told me about her a long time ago. "Miriam?" I asked shakily. Caden ran his finger down my cheek again, thumbing away another tear. "I haven't seen her that many times, but it's working. Whatever she's doing. She's something else." He shook his head. "Do you want to talk to her?" I stayed silent. Caden noticed my hesitation and spoke again. "Or you can talk to me if you're not ready to talk to someone else yet. I haven't been home a lot, I know, but we can change that. It's better if you don't stay alone if you're not feeling the best." I hesitated again. It was the same reason why I didn't want to talk to Ethan. They had too much going on. Would Caden be able to handle me too? Ethan broke in. "You need to, Izzy," he said evenly, and I looked over at him. Caden followed my line of sight. "If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. Just don't stay quiet." I took a deep breath. "Okay," I finally whispered. "I'll just start coming to you," I told Caden, and he nodded. "Good," Caden said. "We can start now. I need to grab some things I left in my old apartment before the new people move in. Want to come with me to the city?" He paused. "You know what, you're coming with me anyways. Go get ready. I'll be in the car." He squeezed my arm once, before he walked off without another word. Caden had been blocking my view of the couch, so I hadn't seen Elijah the entire time. But now that he'd left, it was no longer obstructed, and I saw what I hadn't seen before. Elijah was nowhere in sight. Ethan noticed me watching the space in the living room he'd occupied before, so I decided to ask, "When did he leave?" "When you started crying," he replied quietly. I swallowed down the lump that formed in my throat. "He really doesn't care anymore?" The words burned to say. Ethan looked away, his eyes finding the bottle of liquor that sat on the coffee table. It had barely been used. He looked like he was struggling to find the right words to use. "I don't know, Izzy," he finally whispered, and looked over to meet my gaze. "Elijah's becoming a mystery to all of us. Even me." Ethan walked away and I stayed there, staring at the empty room as I processed his words. I thought about the detective's words when she'd said that Elijah was slipping. I thought about the way he was acting as if he'd finally become fed up with everything his life had thrown at him, and now he was hell-bent on destroying everything he had left just so he no longer had to carry the burdens he'd never asked for. It was almost like Elijah was trying to fall, as if he was setting up his own demise because he knew that was his only way to freedom from the weight that he carried on his shoulders. If he ruined everything from the inside out, he'd have nothing left to care about. And maybe he finally wanted it that way. Maybe he always had. The weight of the world. Ever since he'd been a child, I realized Elijah had been forced to live a life he never wanted, and he'd lost himself somewhere along the way. Caden said that I needed as many distractions as possible, so he decided that I could drive. It was the first time I was driving in an urban area, and a crowded one at that, too. To say I was terrified would be an understatement even though I was technically allowed to get my license. I'd never planned on driving this far when I got it anyways. Slow down, Caden snapped, and I huffed at the words I'd heard more times than I could count. I glanced over at him momentarily to see him gripping the handle, and I didn't fail to notice how his knuckles were turning white from how tight he was holding it. Izzy, eyes on the fucking road. I bit back a small grin, shifting my attention back to the road ahead of me. Are you scared? I asked. No, I don't believe you, I countered, coming to a slow stop at a red light. You are scared. Caden glanced over at me, his eyes flashing with irritation. You're a shitty driver. He rolled his eyes and I shrugged. I'm getting my license soon, I said. Someone just needs to come with me. Elijah was not an option. I wouldn't even ask him. Elijah's the only one who can go, Caden told me. My head snapped back over to him. What? That's a rule. He nodded and his hand returned to grip the handle when I started driving again, pressing down on the accelerator as the speed picked up. They ask for a parent or guardian. They won't allow anyone else. I tried not to let the disappointment show on my face. Oh, I felt Caden studying me from the corner of my eye as if he sensed the change in my mood. I'll see if I can go with, maybe they'll make an exception, he suddenly said, and I looked over at him. He hesitated before he spoke again. Did he ever apologize? I knew what he was talking about without the clarification. My free hand absent-mindedly skimmed the skin of my jawline before I let it drop back to the wheel. No, I replied honestly. Elijah barely talks to me anymore. Caden let out a deep breath. He doesn't talk to me or Ethan either, he murmured, a frown forming between his eyebrows. Caleb's the only one he'll act normal around when he visits him. It's the only time I see him calm these days. I blinked, my hands tightening around the steering wheel. So Elijah does visit Caleb? I asked quietly. I figured he didn't because I'd never seen it happen myself. But then again, I barely left my room. Today was the first time I'd left the house for something like this, and it was taking everything in me to force my mind to only focus on the task ahead of me. Nothing else was allowed inside except for the distractions. A few times a week. Why's Elijah like this? I blurted out, not being able to help it. I don't get it. Caden took a deep breath and shifted his focus out the window as I made a sharp right turn into his old apartment complex. Memories returned to my mind and I instantly shoved them away. He's tired, Caden said quietly as I pulled into one of the parking spots. He's sick of having to do everything for everyone. I think he has been for a while, but everything's finally catching up to him now. Exhaustion. It was as simple as that, I realized, as we stepped out of the car and started making our way towards the building. There was only so much a person could take, even if I used to think that people like my oldest brother were invincible. He always seemed like he was to me, but I had been wrong. Everyone had their limits. Just like I'd reached mine, Elijah was starting to near his. Caden, I began as we made it into the elevator. The thought hit me randomly and I had the urge to ask. He looked over at me as the doors closed. Is something going on between you and Amina? Now that I knew about the complicated situation with Elijah, I wasn't sure what was happening with him. Why would you think that? I blinked. Because it seems like you like each other. Or at least it used to. I didn't see them together anymore. Caden shook his head, casually leaning back against the railing as the elevator began moving up. I tolerated her because I felt like I had to for sophomore. I never felt anything else for her, he finished explaining. Oh, besides, why would I want Elijah's leftovers? I blinked as his words processed, but before I could recover from the surprise, the elevator stopped. Caden chuckled at my reaction, before he strolled out without another word, leaving me behind. I rushed to trail after him as he walked through the corridor. I thought you didn't know. I voiced my thoughts as he twisted the key into the lock of the door, pushing it open to reveal his old apartment. Caden didn't turn around as he headed inside. I've known since the start. Elijah told me, he commented, throwing the set of keys on the island counter as I closed the door behind us. I chose not to respond and instead let my gaze roam the empty apartment. It looked more spacious this way, and I suddenly felt a wave of sadness as I realized this was the last time I'd be standing here. I rarely ever visited, but I did have somewhat good memories here. They just didn't involve the past year or so. Are you really moving back home? I questioned, watching as he skimmed through a file of papers sitting on one of the counters. He seemed to be counting how many documents there were. Caden nodded distractedly. It's closer to Caleb, he muttered, and Elijah could use the help. I stayed quiet, shifting my gaze over to the balcony doors. My feet had a mind of their own as I started for the glass doors. Pushing them open, I stepped out and took in the city that lay below me. The wind blew a few strands of my hair into my face as I gripped the railing with my hands, gazing downwards. Instantly, a sense of calm washed over me as I let myself stand there and simply breathe. The past few weeks had been suffocating. I'd been trapped in the literal and metaphorical sense, and despite the fact that I still felt like something was off somewhere inside of me, the scene in front of me allowed a moment of peace. I felt like I could shove away all the things that tormented me, even if the relief was temporary. I heard Caden's footsteps approach from behind me. From the corner of my eye, I saw him come to a stop next to me. I spoke first, watching the cars drive by below. I'm gonna miss it here, I told him, tracing my finger across the railing. I liked coming over. After everything that happened? Caden asked, glancing over at me. He sounded surprised, but there was no judgment in his tone. I knew he was referring to all the awful things that had happened every time I came over. I smiled sadly, looking down again. I think I just have bad luck. Caden ducked his head to hide a smile, shaking his head. I think we all do. We both went silent, and I enjoyed the small moment of tranquility as best as I could. High above the city, with life all around us, it was a moment I needed because it seemed like we never caught any breaks. I also liked that Caden was with me. I felt like I barely spent time with him alone anymore. Would you leave if you could? I asked, breaking the silence as I pressed my elbows against the railing to lean forward. Caden knew what I was talking about. He was quiet for a few moments as he thought about what to say. No, he finally replied, his voice even. I cast a glance over at him to see him watching the cars pass by in the distance. I wouldn't. I stayed silent and he shifted his attention over to me. The only I would change is for her to be back. But other than that, I'm used to this. I don't think I want or need any more change. My stomach knotted up at the mention of Sophia. My heart was screaming at me to tell him, to reveal everything. But I was afraid of what the outcome would be. Caden was mostly in the dark. But there was one thing I did know that he knew, and I couldn't help but say it. You're my half-brother. Caden didn't react. His demeanor remained calm as he stared off into the horizon, the sounds of cars filling the hollow silence between us. I was surprised at how he didn't even look my way. How'd you find out? He asked, his voice dull. I swallowed hard and shifted on my feet. Does it matter? I dodged the question, praying he wouldn't push it anymore. Luckily, he didn't. Is that why you always stayed away from us? Because you felt like you didn't belong? Caden took a deep breath and moved, taking a seat on one of the lounge chairs he still had placed on the balcony. He nodded his head at the one across from him, gesturing for me to take a seat. I complied, turning my knees so I faced him. I didn't always know, he revealed truthfully. Sophia and I found out together. Mom and Dad decided to tell us a few years before they... He trailed off and I nodded. At first I was pissed. Sophia never seemed to care as much as I did. I was angry that they hadn't told us sooner. But more than anything, I hated Dad for doing that to Mom. I bit the corner of my lip. For cheating on Mom? Because I knew that Caden loved her. It probably never mattered to him that the woman who'd raised him wasn't his biological mother. Caden nodded, tracing his finger over the black ink lining his forearm. I never asked who she is. My biological mother, he clarified. I never wanted to know because I knew I'd resent her anyways. My mind wandered to Elena and I gulped. Was he ever going to find out? Was I supposed to be the one to tell him because I'd been in his place once, and it wasn't fair to keep all of this a secret? I got over it eventually, he continued, until Sophia died. After that, everything came back. For a while, I think I did feel like an outsider. I hated myself for thinking it, but there were some moments when I didn't consider you guys my family because I knew we were different in a sense and I didn't think I deserved to have all of you with me. Losing her made me feel like I was the only one left on the outside, so I think that was a part of the reason why I always stayed away. And I knew I wasn't doing okay. And I didn't want to drag all of you down with me, so I had to move out. I couldn't stand being in the house where we'd already lost 3 people. I knew I'd never survive it. My throat closed up. Why would you think you didn't deserve us? Deserve a family? Caden looked away, his hands falling limp on his lap, and my heart sunk. His reaction had my mind thinking about all the things people had said. About Caden doing terrible things. Maybe Elijah and him were the same after all. Elijah and I have had to do a lot we never wanted to do to keep you and your brothers safe, Caden murmured, running a hand over his mouth. I knew that was the only explanation I'd get. Things that deserve prison? I asked warily, my stomach twisting as I thought of the detectives trying to put Elijah and him in jail. Her offer for me to help her and what I'd get in return. Freedom. Caden nodded, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees. Life sentences, he breathed, his eyes empty. There was no joy, no emotion in them. Elijah and I both deserve life in prison. The way he said it, the way his eyes went vacant of all light, made me think that Caden truly believed that he deserved to be locked up. Despite the fear, my heart fractured at how little he thought of himself. It was clear that he never had a choice either, and I hated it more than I ever hated anything else. I hated the life they'd been thrown into, and I was glad that Caden was starting to get help, but I was confused as to whether Elijah deserved a chance, too. If Elijah needed help, too. My stomach turned. Have you ever killed? I trailed off, not being able to say it. I knew Elijah had. Caden stayed silent, and I got my answer. Bile rose to the back of my throat, but I looked away from him and forced the vile thoughts out of my head. I should have known anyways. Did these people at least deserve it? I asked shakily, even if it didn't make anything better. Did anyone deserve to die because of their actions? Was it fair that other people could decide who lived and who died? Was death a punishment? I didn't know the answer. I didn't know what to think. Caden gave me a sad smile. Does it really matter? He said. Does it change what we did? Does it make me any less of a murderer? Those were the unspoken words that I didn't need him to say. My mouth ran dry and I shot off the chair, spinning to make my way back inside. I was shaking as I thought of everything. Sophia, Lucas, Elena, myself, and my mental state. Everything my brothers did or didn't know. Everything that still needed to be revealed to them and finished. It was too much. Izzy, Caden called out behind me, his voice hollow as he followed me inside. I didn't turn around as I began throwing miscellaneous items into boxes. Don't we have to pack the rest of your things? I asked in response, refusing to look at him. I felt him watching me. We should hurry so we can go back. Caden stayed quiet momentarily before he responded. All right, I'll start in my room. I listened to his footsteps fade away, pushing away the guilt that surfaced at the way I'd walked away from him. I didn't know how much time passed as I finished packing up and taping up boxes in the living room and kitchen area. It served as another good distraction from everything I didn't want to feel, so I made the most out of the simple chores. I heard movement from Caden's room, so I knew he was still working. It was nighttime when I decided to head to the bathroom. Shutting the door behind me, I locked it and instantly dropped to my knees to do the one thing I'd been waiting to do since I got here. I quickly opened the drawer that I remembered held the package of syringes from last time. They were still there when I opened it, and I made the decision on the spot. Working behind people's backs never worked out well for me, so I decided I'd try confrontation for once. I grabbed the package and stepped out of the bathroom, making a beeline to Caden's room. He was talking on the phone when I walked in, but he noticed the look on my face and his eyes shifted down to what I was holding. He frowned as I hurriedly motioned for him to hang up. He said something to whoever was on the other end, and hung up before facing me. "What is this?" I demanded, marching up until I was standing right in front of him. Caden blinked and glanced down at the syringes. I took one out and held it up to him. Are you doing drugs? Caden cocked an eyebrow. What? Are you on drugs? I repeated, ignoring the way my heart was pounding. This was why I didn't confront people. It was terrifying. Well, Caden's brows furrowed as he grabbed the package out of my hand and read the words on it. No, Izzy, I'm not, he murmured, turning it over. Where'd you even find this? In a drawer in the bathroom, I answered, and Caden looked up at me. Are you sure? He asked, cocking his eyebrows. Because I don't know what this is or why it would be here. I blinked. Are you lying to me again? I emphasized the last word and his eyes flashed with irritation. Are you ever gonna get over that? He snapped. You're right, I said sarcastically, shooting him a small grin. I'll just snap my fingers and forget all the times you made me feel like shit. How does that sound? Caden's jaw tightened. I've also apologized, he gritted out, putting the package of syringes back in my hand. I held his gaze. Say sorry. Caden sent me an incredulous look. What? Say sorry again if you mean it, I bit out. And promise that you'll never do anything like that again. Caden kept eye contact, his eyes hard, but he eventually gave in. I won't do it again, he said firmly. Do you understand that it was wrong? I continued, oddly feeling like a parent scolding her child. Caden glared at me. You do realize I'm the older one here, right? I glared right back. Doesn't matter. Caden held my stare before he briefly closed his eyes. I won't do it again. I know it wasn't right. I'm sorry, he said, his voice dropping, and the sincerity behind it made me relax. For everything. I stayed quiet and he continued, taking a step closer. I thought it was right at the time, he explained gently. Better than you knowing what we did every day, at least. That way, you wouldn't look at us differently because you were the only one left in this family who wasn't a part of it all. You and Caleb. I know I should have found a different way. I'm sorry. I studied him for a few seconds before I nodded. It would take time for everything to heal, and for me to get over everything, but an apology was a start. And a promise to change was a foundation to build off of, so I'd give it a chance. He deserved another chance after everything we'd all been through. Fine, I accept your apology, I finally said. I was about to turn around to walk off, but he surprised me when he grabbed my wrist and pulled me into his arms. I instantly responded by putting my arms up around his waist and pressing the side of my cheek against his chest in a tight embrace. I'll do better, he whispered against the top of my head, and my eyes burned as I remembered who else had said the same thing, and failed at keeping their word. I pulled away and looked up at him through glassy eyes. Elijah said that before? I whispered, and Caden tucked a curl behind my ear. I'll talk to him, Caden said quietly, and I straightened. I'll try to knock some sense into him. He only listens to himself, I grumbled, and Caden grinned, shoving a box into my hands. I stumbled back a step, but kept my hold solid around it. And don't bother, it's probably better this way. And it was. Even if the silence that was ripping us apart more each and every day was killing me. Even if I knew that I should hate my brother for all that he'd done. And yet, I couldn't. During the late hours of that same night, when I'd already gotten back home and fallen asleep, I woke up to the sound of someone entering my room. I was dozing off, lost in a dreamlike state, when I heard footsteps and felt my bed dipping as someone took a seat on the edge of it. The action caused my eyes to flutter open, and I blinked a few times as I adjusted to the darkness of my room. The next instant, dim light streamed into the space, and I winced at the brightness that stung my eyes. Lifting my head off the pillow, I turned and saw Elijah sitting on the edge of my bed, right next to me. I blinked a few times as I took him in, wondering if he was actually there or if I was dreaming. I noticed he was wearing a black suit, as if he'd gone to some fancy event, and the sleeves were rolled up to his forearms. His hair was disheveled, and my eyes drifted down to the glass of liquor in his right hand. He was zoned out, his eyes glazed over with the remnants of the alcohol as he used his elbows to lean forward on his legs. In a daze, I pulled myself up to a sitting position, leaning back against the headboard as I stared at him warily. Elijah didn't move, nor did he look my way as I shifted. My heart was pounding with the unexpectedness of the situation and not knowing why he was here, so I couldn't bring myself to speak. Mindlessly, my eyes drifted back down to his hand that was holding the glass, and I startled a bit as I saw the bandage wrapped around his wrist, right under the Roman numeral tattoo and black rose. "Wanna see it?" His voice was quiet, almost hollow, yet I detected the slight slur from intoxication. I blinked as I realized he was talking to me. Elijah glanced over at me at my lack of response. "I got it tonight," he continued flatly, still leaning forward on his knees. His lips twitched into a small smile. I realized he'd gotten another tattoo. I swallowed hard, but stayed quiet. I didn't know what he was doing here, and I wanted him to leave. Elijah studied me as he waited for a response, but when he realized he wasn't getting one, he set the glass of amber liquid down on my nightstand and started ripping off the bandage. The blood drained from my face as I caught sight of the names written on his wrist. The black ink was written in cursive, yet I could read every name perfectly. Freya, for my mother, was the first name. Right below it was Sophia's name, and the last name, it was mine. I was still staring at the names permanently engraved onto his skin when he spoke, his voice breaking the astounded silence. "You're the youngest, so that's why you're last," he explained. "Not because you're not as important as Mom or Sophia." Elijah paused and blinked, realizing what he just said. "Because that's not true." I finally found my voice, and it was a wonder that it didn't shake. "You're drunk." Elijah's eyes danced with amusement. "I'm aware." My mouth turned dry as I sat up straighter, all exhaustion vanishing completely. "What are you doing here?" I whispered. "Is this another way to get back at me for something?" Elijah's smile dropped. His expression turned cold again, closed off, as he shifted his gaze to stare off in no particular direction. "That's what you think I'd do?" he asked impassively, and I stared at him incredulously. "Are you seriously asking me that?" I retorted, not able to help the disbelief that was audible in my voice. Elijah stayed silent for a few moments, avoiding my gaze. "I wish you understood," he murmured, still looking anywhere but me. "If you're gonna be all cryptic again, you can leave," I blurted out. "I'm not doing this again." I'd had enough secrets and codes to last a lifetime. Elijah traced his finger over the new ink, trailing each intricately designed letter as he spoke. "I wish you stayed gone." His words were uttered quietly, yet I felt the blow and it knocked the wind out of me. I'd been right. He was here to kick me down again. Elijah continued, his gaze still on his tattoo. "I tell you that you're dead to me," he began, chuckling lowly. "And you still come back." My heart constricted and I hated myself for allowing what he was saying to impact me so deeply. But people had a way of getting past my shields, especially the ones who knew me the best. "What does it fucking take?" Elijah whispered, and I found myself taken back by the defeat lacing his tone. "What's it going to take for you to finally leave? Why do you hate me so much?" I managed to get out and Elijah finally looked over at me, his eyes unreadable. "What did I do to you?" His brows furrowed. "Hate you," he repeated. "You think I hate you?" My throat burned. "Do you even remember everything you've said to me since I've come back? Everything you've done?" Elijah held my gaze. "You think I hate you?" he echoed, ignoring what I'd said. "When I've basically fucking raised you. When you and Ethan are the only fully related siblings I have left." I didn't respond. It was clear that anything I tried to say wouldn't get through his head when he was in this state. "You know what I hate, Izzy?" he continued, his eyes hazy. "I hate that Mom and Dad left us to fend for ourselves. I hate that I've tried everything to keep all of you safe, and yet, nothing seems to be fucking working. I hate that I'm always seen as the bad guy in all of this, when I was forced to turn out this way because of what other people have done." I opened my mouth to speak, but he didn't let me. "You know who I really hate?" he asked, but he didn't want an answer from me. "I hate Dad. If he'd never opened that door for Elena, all of this could have been avoided. Sophia and Caden wouldn't be here," I whispered, and Elijah let out another lifeless laugh. "Yeah, well, life would be a lot easier, wouldn't it?" he murmured dryly, and my eyes widened. "Don't get me wrong. I love those too. But it doesn't stop me from wishing that none of that shit ever happened. I knew it was awful of him to think, but I also understood. Deep down, a part of me felt the same. As selfish as it made me, I couldn't help thinking about the alternative. About how we might have been a normal family if it weren't for Dad and Elena's actions. For Lucas's actions. Elijah looked away again, running a rough hand over his jaw as he leaned forward. You know what I really don't get? He voiced after a minute, keeping his eyes out the window across from us. Why won't you leave? My throat locked up. I've tried everything, he explained calmly. And yet you still don't understand. Then explain it to me. I gritted out, my jaw tightening. You can't just keep saying that and expect me to get it. It doesn't work like that. Elijah took a deep breath and grabbed the glass of liquor again. He let it rest casually in his hand and gazed down at it for a moment, before he finally spoke, meeting my gaze. I don't hate you, he said. I never have, never will. You treat me like you do, I shot back. Elijah shook his head. Because it needs to work. I need you to leave. I wanted you to stay gone. My eyes burned. You know, it'll probably be better if you slap me instead. I don't constantly need you telling me that you want me gone. I got it the first time, I croaked. I'll leave when Caleb is okay. Elijah briefly closed his eyes. No, I need you gone now, he mumbled. But you won't fucking listen. It's like no matter what I do, you don't get it. I glared at him with watery eyes. I'm tired, I bit out. You can go now if you're not going to be clear. I need to sleep. I didn't want to hear this. He said he didn't hate me, but he always acted like he did, and I didn't care what his excuse was. It wasn't okay. It wasn't fair to make me feel like this. Besides, he was drunk and I couldn't trust his word when he was in this condition. The past had proved that as a fact. Elijah said nothing, and I averted my gaze as I reached over to switch my lamp off. I felt him watching me as I laid back down, facing away from him. My heart was hammering against my ribcage as I pulled the blanket over my shoulders, tucking it under my chin. It felt like hours passed, when it was really only seconds, before I felt him move. I was pretending to be asleep, but I was aware of every small movement, every breath, every sound in my room. My eyes flew open as I felt Elijah lean down and press a kiss against my temple. I stayed so still. The only indication I was still breathing was the movement of my chest. I love you, he murmured against my skin, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get you out of here. My heart stopped dead in my chest and Elijah tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear, skimming the back of his fingertips over my cheek. Even if you'll hate me for it. As I listened to his footsteps fade away, I couldn't decide if his words sounded like a promise or a threat. The next morning, I pretended not to notice the strange looks everyone was giving me, but it was proving more difficult each time I caught them. During one instance, I was in the kitchen cleaning because I had nothing else to do and I wanted everything to look spotless, when Caden walked in. I ignored him for the most part because I was keeping myself busy, but I still felt his gaze following my every step. When I did risk a glance over, I was sure I saw a hint of concern in his expression and I didn't understand it. When I felt him glance over at me again, I had enough. I threw down the towel and spun around, meeting his gaze. What is it? Caden blinked and his phone stilled in his hand. What? I glowered at him. Why are you staring at me? It's annoying. Caden watched me wordlessly, his face stoic. I'm not. Yes, you are. He opened his mouth to protest again, but I cut him off before he could. I can feel you watching me and you look worried. Just spit it out already. Caden stayed silent for a few moments, his gaze scanning my face as if he was unsure about how he was going to approach this. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, throwing his phone down on the table and leaning back against it. It's just... He trailed off, staring at an indefinite spot behind me. You're acting weird. I frowned. How? All I'm doing is cleaning. Caden briefly closed his eyes and shook his head. Not like that, he murmured, opening them again to find me. You're just... I thought things would be different and I'm just surprised they're not. Different how? I didn't know what he was trying to hint at. Caden gripped the edge of the table tighter, his expression wary. Ethan said that you'd been taking whatever Amina gave you for weeks, right? I nodded hesitantly. But I stopped now. Caden ignored what I said, his gaze swiveling over to the glass doors that led to our patio. I know you did, but we were all expecting it to be harder than this. We were expecting some. I shifted on my feet, waiting. Expecting what? Caden sighed, pushing himself off the table. We were expecting it to be hard for you to get off them. After how long you were on them and how they made you feel, withdrawal or anything really would have been expected. Anything but this, he finished, gesturing at what I was doing. I studied him momentarily. But I feel fine, and it was the truth. I'd woken up feeling completely fine, disregarding what Elijah had said. That whole part of the night had felt like a fever dream, and I didn't let my mind linger on what it could all mean. Other than that, I felt alright, physically and mentally. It had been surprising at first because I figured I'd go back to feeling the way I used to. But it never happened. Caden stared at me warily. I know you are, but it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't seem right. He hesitated before continuing. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy you're alright, but it just doesn't make sense. I thought about it for a moment, before I shrugged and went back to wiping the island counter. I'd made a mess when I'd tried making a breakfast smoothie. Well, I'm glad I'm not going through what you thought I would. I feel fine. Are you sure Amina didn't tell you what they were? He broke the silence after a few moments. I paused and glanced over at him again. The pills she gave you, what did she say about them? I set the cloth down again and rested my elbow on the counter, debating what I should tell him. She didn't say what they were, but she said they'd help me feel better. She said they'd make the pressure go away, and she said that they always helped her. There was more, but I barely remembered any of those days. Everything was a blur in my mind. Caden frowned. Make the pressure go away? He repeated quietly. I've never heard of anything like that. I can ask her. I began, but he interrupted me. No, Caden snapped, his eyes hardening. You're not going near her ever again. Understand? I startled a bit, falling back a step. Why not? She tried to help. Caden glared at me. She wasn't trying to help you, Izzy. You still haven't realized that yet. He began and scoffed. Do you even know about some of the things she's done? My stomach tangled up, but I shook my head. The guarded look in Caden's eyes had my own walls going up as I braced myself. He seemed to hesitate before he spoke. Senior year, he started. Amina tried to drug Olivia. My jaw dropped. Caden took a seat on one of the chairs surrounding the dining table, leaning forward on his legs. Olivia obviously wasn't still in school because she was 21, but it was Elijah's birthday. You, Caleb, and Ethan were staying at someone else's house. I don't know if you remember that, but the rest of us went to a club that night. Us and Elijah's friends. I raised my eyebrows. You and Sophia were 18 though. Caden shrugged, ignoring what I'd said. Olivia and Elijah had gone off to see some of his friends, but she'd left her drink behind. He sounded shaken as he spoke. Amina was, I don't know, she was drunk. No one could ever control her when she was, and no one tried. I don't know why she did it, but I caught her in the act. She slipped something into Liv's drink, and I confronted her about it. She wouldn't explain, wouldn't say anything at all when I asked her about what she'd just done. Paled. What was she trying to do? What was her goal was the real question. Caden ran a hand down his jaw, shaking his head. Don't know, he murmured. She wouldn't answer, so I went to Elijah and Olivia. You told them, right? Caden nodded. Elijah, he was pissed. He was planning on kicking Amina out. He never wanted her there anyways. But Olivia stopped him, Caden said, and frowned. The crazy thing was she didn't look surprised. It was almost like she expected it from Amina. She still pretends like it never happened. So you're basically telling me that Amina's crazy? I summed it up, deciding that I would indeed be staying away from her. Caden's jaw tightened. She has her issues, he got out. That's all I'm gonna say. She's complicated. I bit back a smile. Why is nothing ever normal around here? I felt like that was an understatement. I didn't have enough words to describe any of it. Maybe it was just the town, or maybe it was the people. I didn't know. Caden's lips twitched into a small smile. Tell me about it. He mumbled and his smile vanished. Stay away from her, all right? She wasn't trying to help you, Izzy. I promise you that she knew what would happen if you continued taking whatever she gave you. If you went down that path. The thought was terrifying because I didn't understand what her goal was if she wasn't trying to help. Why did she want me to take them so bad? Was the trying to purposefully get me hurt? Get rid of me? I'll stay away, I agreed. Good, Caden said and stood up. Now let's go. You're already ready and there's somewhere I have to take you. I straightened. Where? Caden paused before exiting the kitchen. His eyes light as he watched me. There's someone who wants to see you, he offered casually, and I frowned. About to question him further, but he didn't let me. I'll be in the car. He walked off before I could speak. I only lingered in the kitchen for another second before I followed. Who are we waiting for? I questioned for what seemed like the millionth time as I let my eyes roam our surroundings. He'd parked on the edge of a lake, and I could see the beach from where we were waiting. There were a few people scattered around on the sand, but I didn't see anyone familiar. You'll see, Caden said distractedly, his attention on his phone. I huffed and looked out the window again. Why are we here? I asked and Caden completely ignored me. I knew he heard me, but I figured my string of repetitive questions was getting on his nerves. I decided to stay quiet and simply watch what was going on outside the car windows. I didn't know how much time passed before I caught sight of a white SUV driving into the parking lot. I watched as it came to a slow stop at the other end, smoothly pulling into one of the parking spots. I was lost in my head, mindlessly watching the car, when one of the back doors opened and someone stepped out. A flash of bright, auburn hair was all it took to get me moving. I unbuckled my seatbelt in the blink of an eye, faster than I thought was possible, and whipped open my door. Caden said something behind me, but I didn't stay long enough to hear what it was, because I was already flying out of the car. I almost stumbled when I got out, but I caught myself amidst the chaos. Everything was a hazy blur as I ran as fast as I could towards the girl who stepped out. Mia was already laughing when I slammed into her, causing the both of us to go crashing to the ground. The rest of it passed by in a daze. A dream where nothing felt real. Somewhere along the way, I started crying and she was crying, and she was holding on to me so tight, it felt like my bones would break, but I held on with just as much force. You're back, I croaked through my tears, pulling away. Mia was smiling as she pulled herself up when I did. Not forever, she replied. Her voice choked up with emotion as she studied me. But I'm here this week. My eyes pooled again as I realized she was still standing there. Not a dream, and Mia pulled me into her arms once more. I buried my face in her shoulder, letting my eyes drift past her to the car she'd arrived in. I recognized her mother sitting in the front seat as she waved at me. I waved back, laughing through my tears. I missed you so much, she told me, pulling away, and I was trembling as I nodded, bringing my hands up to wipe away the water from my face. How are you back? Who planned this? I managed to get out, still in disbelief that she was standing here, talking to me, being with me. Mia looked past my shoulder, her forest green eyes glassy. I followed her gaze to Caden's car and looked back at her. Mia grabbed my hand and gestured for the beach. We can spend the day here. I'll tell you everything, she said, and without another look back, we were moving towards the sand. I didn't bother thinking about the fact that Caden would have to wait. He could stay in that car for hours for all I cared. I thank him later. Mia took a seat on the sand, a few feet away from the lake's end. I sat next to her, bringing my knees to my chest as I kept a strong hold around her hand. My eyes drifted towards the scene in front of me, and I had the urge to dip my toes in the dark blue water. The day was calm. The sun shadowed with clouds, and it looked like the type of weather that arrived before a thunderstorm hit. I took a deep breath and looked over at Mia, who was watching the water ahead of us with a serene look on her face, as if she had no troubles and nothing in the world bothered her. I can't believe you're here, I voiced quietly, my throat closing up, and Mia met my gaze, a small smile forming on her lips. I can't either, she breathed and squeezed my hand. We have a lot to tell each other. I nodded. How's your new home? Do you like it? Mia looked back towards the water, and I brought my free hand down to the sand to trace my fingers over it. I created small patterns in the sand as she spoke. I like it better than this place, she began gently, and I froze. I thought I was gonna hate it, but it's nice. We live on a lake, and it's a little lonely, but I wouldn't come back. Mia continued. I don't know anyone there, and I haven't started school yet, but it's a nice change. I hate myself for saying this, but I'm sort of glad we moved. In a way, it feels like a fresh start, and Mom and Dad seem happier now. She finished and glanced over at me. The only thing I'd change is taking you with me. I smiled at that, despite the lump forming in my throat. I'm happy for you, I told her honestly, because I truly was. Mia held my gaze. You should come visit. You can stay as long as you want. Days, weeks, months, she offered, her eyes shining, and I grinned. I'd like that, I said and looked away, my hands stilling in the soft sand. I felt her watching me, but it was a while before she spoke. You found her, she whispered, breaking the silence, and I didn't react. My eyes followed a group of people walking alongside the edge of the lake. I did, I replied, but she didn't come back with me. Too much. So much has happened. I don't even know where to start. Mia inched closer until we were right next to each other. When I looked at her, I saw someone who wouldn't judge, who would listen to everything I had to say and understand because she'd suffered, too. So I told her everything, and the words flowed out like a river that had no end as I revealed all that had happened, all that I'd felt, all that still remained. I told her about finding Sophia, about Julian, about Caleb, about Lucas finding Elena and his threat of custody, about the detectives and what they wanted my help for. When I was done, my throat was sore and my heart was pounding from recalling everything. But in a way, I also felt lighter. I was glad I had someone to talk to. Mia listened in silence, a thoughtful expression on her face as she gazed off into the distance. Emancipation, she suddenly blurted out, and I froze. What? Mia straightened, her head snapping over to me. Emancipation. You need to get emancipated? She rushed out, as if a light had flickered on in her head and the solution was right there. It won't solve everything, but if you succeed, Lucas won't be able to take any legal action, and Elijah won't have any control over you in any way. If you get a job, you can show the court that you can support yourself financially. You'd need to prove that you have enough reason and it's in your best interest to the judge, but I think that with everything that happened, it's possible. I had gone completely still, staring at her in bewilderment. I'd be considered an adult. I'd make all my decisions, I murmured, more to myself as the idea began to spin into my mind. Mia nodded, her fingers digging into my hand as she continued with the race her mind had started on. It won't solve everything, I know, but it's a start. You'll have control of your own life and no one can take you away. Plus, there's a lot of cheap places to live, I'm sure. Places that you can start with if you want to move. If you start working and earn up enough, you can move. Get your own place, but still stay here because I know you don't want to leave Caleb while he's... She broke off and I nodded in understanding. That would be smart, but how do I even start the process? Who do I go to? A lawyer? I asked, completely clueless. Mia ran her hand through her hair, twirling a red strand around her finger as she pondered over my questions. I don't know the specifics, but I think a lawyer would be a start. I think my dad could help. He knows some people around here. I opened my mouth to speak, but Mia suddenly perked up, her eyes widening. The detective, she exclaimed. She needs to help you. My forehead creased in confusion. What do you mean? Mia blinked and turned to fully face me, her eyes glowing. Don't hate me for saying this, okay? She began and I braced myself. Just think about it. This woman approached you. She's been trained, she studied what she does for a living, she knows how to use weapons, and she knows self-defense and God knows what else. She approached you. Izzy. A 17-year-old girl who's been through enough and doesn't need more stress in her life. A detective approached you. She's putting your life in danger to get what she wants, and she expects you to say yes to offer you the help you need. Do you see something wrong with that? I stayed quiet. Mia shook her head, her brows furrowing. Why does a grown-ass woman who locks up people for a living need a teenage girl's help? Why can't she do it herself? Why is she putting your life in danger? I know she may be trying to help, and maybe she is. Maybe you should accept her offer, but you can't deny the fact that what she wants you to do would put you in a lot of danger. I swallowed hard, my throat locking up. I didn't think about it like that. I'd been so focused on what I'd gain. I'd never thought of what I could lose. Mia brushed me off. That's fine, but just think about it now. It's not fair, she said evenly. So here's my idea, and listen to the whole thing before you say anything. All right? I nodded briefly. You tell her that you'll help her, she started. But only if she helps you first. I went slack as I realized what she was saying, but Mia remained firm with resolve. Her tone was even. There was not a flicker of doubt in her voice. She helps you get emancipated. She helps you with the process because we don't know what to do and an adult would be helpful. She makes sure you're safe first and then you can help her. And that's only if you want. You can always back out and she can't do a single thing about it. You want me to use her? I said, and Mia shrugged. Don't feel guilty about it. She's trying to use you to lock your brothers up. Isn't she? Mia retorted, and my lips tightened. Besides, think about it. What if she succeeds? What if she manages to put Elijah and Caden in jail before you turn 18? What if Lucas is still free and he gets custody of you because you don't have a backup plan? Mia launched a string of questions at me, and my hands turned clammy at the horrifying thought. You need to put yourself first, Izzy, Mia ordered. Make her. Force her to help you, and then you can decide if you'll help her with her mission. I slowly turned my head to watch the water, watching the waves break and ripple against the sand. Get emancipated, I echoed. Make her help me, and then I decide what to do. Mia grabbed both of my hands and squeezed comfortingly, her eyes solid and unwavering. You don't need to make the choice now. Think about it if you want. Plan it out, I'll even help. But try to act fast. You have a year until you turn 18, and under the eyes of the law, you're still a minor. That's not going to work out in your favor if you don't act quickly. My mouth ran dry as I held her gaze. She was right, and I knew better than anyone how quickly things could go downhill. As long as my life was under someone else's control, as long as I couldn't support myself in every way possible, I was in danger. Risks were everywhere. Mia smiled softly. Put yourself first for once, Izzy. You need to take control of your own life. This is one way you can start. A path to independence. One stepping stone. One foundation to build off of until everything changed forever. My entire life, as long as I could remember, people made the choices for me. I was in the dark for so long, and it was in my own hands to pull myself out of that place and pave my own path to what I wanted. Something better. Not just for me, but for Ethan and Caleb, too. You can run as far as you'd like, but I doubt you'd truly ever escape. Mia stood up when I did, and I held her gaze as I made my decision. I'll start now. Mia and I spent a few hours together, and she helped me figure out what I was going to do. The emancipation process was a somewhat complicated one, and there was a lot I needed to accomplish before I went to court. Before I stood in front of a judge. She promised that we'd spend every day together as long as she was here, before she left with her parents to the place they were staying at temporarily. It was nighttime when Caden and I got home. He dropped me off and drove away, claiming he had to work tonight. I didn't question it anymore, lost in my own mind, as I made a beeline inside the house and went straight upstairs. I was about to head directly for my room, but I halted when I caught sight of Ethan's door. It was closed, like always, but my feet were moving before I registered what I was doing. I knocked a few times, waiting, but he didn't respond. His car was on the driveway, so I knew he was home. After another minute of waiting and knocking, I slowly pushed open his door. When I peered inside his bedroom, he was nowhere in sight. I was going to leave, but I spotted the half-open window. softly shutting the door behind me. I marched towards it when I saw a swirl of smoke travel through the air outside. Ethan was sitting on the roof when I peeked outside through the window, searching until I saw him. He was wearing a hoodie with the hood pulled over his head, and he held a cigarette in his hand as he gazed off into the dark distance. He seemed adrift in his own mind, so I moved. Ethan didn't react as I pulled myself out, carefully taking a seat next to him. The temperature had dropped to a frigid cool now, and I shivered as I folded my knees to myself, wrapping my arms around my legs as I followed his stare. The sky was clear, an assortment of stars scattering the darkness, and I instantly relaxed. The atmosphere was tranquil up here, calming in a way as a result of being up so high, above all our worries and burdens. Distantly, I could hear cars speeding by on the highways that weren't too far away from where we were. A slight breeze was present, but I welcomed the feeling as it whipped strands of my loose hair into my face. I watched silently as Ethan took a drag, my eyes following the smoke as it rippled through the air. Caleb used to come up here with me. He broke the lonely silence, his voice hollow. I glanced over at him and Ethan continued, his attention on the cigarette between his fingers as if he was studying it. It doesn't feel right without him here. When he comes home, things will feel right again, I whispered, refusing to utter the opposite. Ethan shook his head, the gesture barely perceptible. Doubt it, he said flatly. There was no emotion in his dull tone. It was like he'd given up, lost all hope. He's getting worse every day. He's strong, Ethan, I murmured, my throat burning at the thought of the day when that strength would run out. Have some hope. Ethan scoffed bitterly, finally looking over at me. His eyes were empty, vacant. You're wasting your time if you think your so-called hope gets you anywhere. It's a bullshit idea. I tightened my arms around myself. It keeps people going, I said quietly. It gets people out of bed in the mornings when everything seems like it's falling apart. It's not bullshit. Ethan shrugged and leaned back on his hands, balancing the cigarette between two fingers as he gazed off into the horizon. You're not realistic, Izzy, he countered impassively. It's why you're always getting hurt. You have too much faith. My throat tightened up. If I didn't keep my faith after everything that happened, I think I'd be long gone by now. Ethan's attention shifted over to me, but I looked away before I could face what was written on his face at my words. It was silent between us for a few moments, and I rested my chin on my knee as I stared off to nowhere particular. I'm sorry, he suddenly said, and I picked my head off my knees. Sorry for what? I asked, watching as Ethan shifted so he was in the same position as me. For how I used to treat you, he said, his voice lifeless. You never deserved any of it. My eyes stung and I looked away. It's okay. Siblings fight all the time. Ethan shook his head, and there was so much defeat in the simple motion. My heart fractured. I wondered if he truly had given up on everything, on believing that things would get better. Maybe he had a long time ago. It doesn't matter. There's still some lines that shouldn't be crossed. There were some things I said to you back then that weren't okay. Ethan continued evenly. I'd take it back if I could. I traced my finger over my jeans, thinking about his words. Why were you like that? Ethan shifted next to me, taking a deep breath as if something was weighing him down. I was in a fucked up place. Mentally, he revealed. I treated everyone pretty badly, but I was worse to you because you were different. You fought back sometimes, but you also always tried to see what was wrong, and I hated it, he breathed, shaking his head. I hated that you cared because I didn't deserve to be cared about after everything I used to do to you. My throat burned with emotion. You deserve to be cared about, Ethan, I told him gently, and he tensed as I reached for his hand. He didn't hold it back or brush it off, but he let me hold on because no one had ever held on to him as tightly before. You're not a bad person. You're just sad. Ethan's throat shifted as he swallowed hard and my eyes welled. You won't admit it, but I know you're sad because of everything that happened, and you don't know how to tell people that. So you let it out in ways that people don't understand. And you're not over what happened when you were a child, so it's still hurting you, even today. Ethan looked over at me, his lips twitching, but I saw the glassy look in his eyes as he smiled. "Since when did you become my fucking therapist?" he asked, and I laughed quietly, ignoring the tears that started streaming down my face. "Since you refused to see one," I answered, tugging my sleeves over my hands. Ethan raised an eyebrow. "And you are?" I averted my gaze. "I don't need to see anyone. I'm doing better," I said. "One good day doesn't mean you're fine," Ethan replied, but I ignored him. "I know you're trying to keep yourself busy, but distractions don't treat depression." My head whipped over to him. "I'm not depressed." Ethan gave me a look that told me I wasn't fooling anyone, but he didn't push anymore when he noticed the water pooling in my eyes. He frowned. "Why are you crying now?" I shrugged, using my sleeves to wipe at my face. "I'm just a sensitive person. It's annoying," he grumbled. "Stop." Despite myself, I grinned again. He didn't say anything else, and I brought my legs up closer to my chest, goosebumps breaking out as another wave of chilly air hit my body. "I'm not giving you my sweatshirt," Ethan said, and I rolled my eyes, huffing. "So don't ask." "I didn't even say anything," I snapped, and he ducked his head to hide his smile. His eyes were light with humor, visible even in the dark as he exhaled more smoke. When he noticed me watching him, his smile dropped and he looked away. "I wish," I began, shifting my gaze back towards the sky in the distance. Ethan stayed silent as I laid down, so the only sight in front of me was the sky and stars above. "I wish Caleb, you and me could leave. I know that I had a chance and I did this to myself by coming back. But if I ever leave again, if I ever find a new place to go, I want the two of you to come with me." I believed that Caden and Elijah wouldn't leave even if they had the choice. Caden had said so himself. He didn't want more change. Elijah wouldn't leave because he was too far gone in his life. Sophia, if she ever came back, would most likely stay with Caden, so it was truly only the three of us left who had a chance. Ethan didn't respond, and I didn't look over at him as he laid down right next to me. I peeked over to see him prop his elbow up behind his head and put out his cigarette with the other. I figured he wasn't going to respond, but he surprised me. Ethan always managed to surprise me, despite the fact that I'd spent 17 years growing up with him. "Someday," he said quietly, when I was on the brink of falling asleep. My eyes fluttered open. "The three of us can leave, and we'll never look back," I added, my voice barely a whisper as I looked up at the stars and wished for what we were saying to come true. I glanced back over at Ethan, hesitating before my next movement. I knew he felt me, but he stayed quiet as I shifted until I was laying down right next to him. Ethan didn't say a word as I inched closer and placed my head on his shoulder. It was the perfect place to stay for the night. Under the midnight sky, gazing up at the stars and dreaming about the life I wished for, yet didn't believe we'd ever have. /N. I know Ethan deserves better, and I promise he'll get it for those who've been rooting for him since the start XXX. Also, I know some people love drama and there hasn't been too much yet, kinda. But here's a few chapters you can maybe look forward to if you like those types of scenes. Caleb and everyone else finding out about who his father is, and Lucas finding out himself. Caden finding out / running into Sophia. I can't even say he's gonna lose his shit because that's an understatement. Not too long before dawn, when a sea of colors began to paint the sky and the sun's rays started to warm my skin, my heart began to hurt. At first, I'd barely stirred, opening my eyes just enough to realize that I'd fallen asleep on the roof with Ethan next to me. I tossed and turned all night anyways, so I hadn't been in a deep sleep. The discomfort started small. A twinge of pain attacked my chest. Deciding it was nothing and it would go away on its own, I flipped over to lay on my side. Within minutes, it began to grow and spread. My eyes fluttered open when the pressure began to magnify, almost like someone had gripped my heart in their fist and squeezed as tight as possible, unrelenting in their grasp. I ended up jerking awake into a sitting position, one hand bracing myself and the other going up to my chest, where I could feel my heart pumping faster than usual. "Ethan?" I whispered, panic bubbling in my throat as I felt the race my heart had started on. My hands began to turn clammy. "Ethan," He was laying on his back with one arm thrown over his eyes, but he stirred when he heard my voice. "Ethan?" I choked out, tears of pain stinging at my eyes as I folded over myself, the throbbing intensifying. He pushed himself up on his elbows, blinking away the exhaustion as he caught sight of me hyperventilating. "It hurts. What hurts?" he murmured sleepily, his voice husky from the remnants of sleep. I couldn't bring myself to speak as I curled to my side, bringing my knees up to my chest. I was sweating, but I was freezing at the same time as my body broke out into chills. A tearless sob racked through my body from the pain, and Ethan shot awake, his demeanor shifting to alarm. "Izzy!" He shook me, his hand banding around my upper arm to try and pull me up. "What's going on?" A wave of nausea crawled up my stomach, and my face paled as I jumped into action. I barely made it through Ethan's window into his room before I was hurtling for the bathroom. I hadn't eaten anything, so all that resulted from the nausea was dry heaving. I heard footsteps behind me, before the door opened, and I felt someone in close proximity. I didn't care, nor did I pay attention to who it was because of the sickening feelings that shot through my body. Everything was a blur in the background. Footsteps approached and left. Familiar voices spoke and silenced in hushed murmurs. Hands tried to grab me, but I shoved them away, needing nothing but stillness. "Izzy?" Caden's voice was gentle, soothing, as he ran a hand up and down my back. My eyes peeled open and I realized I'd been leaning my head against the shower door. "Can you tell me what hurts?" I glanced above him to see Ethan standing there, both his and Caden's attention solely on me, as if they feared I'd break apart any moment now. I felt like it. Something was tightening with every passing second. My throat was on fire, so I meekly brought my hand up to grasp my throat and then gesture to my heart. A heart attack. I didn't know what it felt like, but if I had to guess, that was how awful it had felt for that period of time. Now, it had somewhat subsided, as if a curtain had draped over my senses, blocking out the intensity of the pain. "On a scale from 1 to 10, how bad?" Caden asked calmly. I held up 8 fingers in return, letting my eyes slip closed once again as I pressed my cheek to the cool shower door. His fingertips were freezing against my skin as he brushed hair out of my face, and I welcomed it. "Sometimes, it takes time for it to start." "What?" I finally croaked, my voice scratchy as he continued running his hand through my hair in a comforting pattern. Caden hesitated before speaking again. "The symptoms," he said quietly. "It's gonna start off pretty bad, like what just happened, but it'll get better when your body gets used to not being on the drug. It just depends on what you took. We were expecting this." I was trembling as I brought my knees up to my chest, resting my cheek on them as I closed my eyes. "Just don't take me to the hospital," I mumbled. "I don't want to go." Caden's hand paused in its trail. "We're getting someone to come see you," he said softly. "Ethan's calling her right now. She can help you with more than just this." I nodded weakly, hugging myself tighter. I felt Caden studying me, but I focused on nothing but the beat of my heart, which I could still feel thumping in my chest. It was quicker than usual, so I could feel every single one. Everything else was hazy as it all occurred. Somewhere along the way, I was being lifted off the ground and carried into my room. The soft feeling of my mattress hit me next as I was set down on it. A bundle of blankets covered my body. I felt someone take a seat next to me, and the rest of the time was spent with me fading in and out of consciousness. I didn't know how much time passed before my door opened again, bringing me out of the sleepy daze I'd fallen into. The light footsteps were unrecognizable, so my lashes fluttered open just in time to see the hijabi woman walk into my room. Amina's older sister was fairly young, and I instantly knew who she was when I saw her. Despite being related, Amina and her had their distinctions apart from the wide, brown eyes, long lashes, and defined cheekbones. Miriam was wearing an ebony coat, and one hand held a small bag as she approached, Ethan strolling in behind her. Caden said something to her that I barely caught because another wave of chills attacked my body so violently. I tugged all my blankets up over my face to cover myself completely. Through the covers and chattering of my teeth, I managed to hear snippets of their conversation. Phrases like pills, withdrawal, weeks, Recovery stuck out and I tucked myself deeper into the covers, my pulse pounding. A few minutes later, a door softly closed and I recognized the footsteps as Caden's. I figured he'd left me alone with Miriam. Isabella. Miriam's voice was delicate, almost like velvet as she spoke. Do you remember me? I pulled the blanket down just enough for her to see me nod nimbly, keeping my eyes closed. I'm Miriam. She introduced herself anyways, and I opened my eyes to see her standing next to my bed. When I said nothing in return because I physically couldn't, she smiled and took a seat on the chair next to me. I'm nothing like Amina, so don't you worry about any of that. My lips twitched into a small smile, despite the fact that I felt like I was minutes away from my death. I slipped my eyes closed again, but felt the weight of her gaze as she studied me. I know you're not feeling well because of what she's given you, so we can get straight to the point. Miriam continued smoothly, her voice even and steady as if she had no doubts about her ability to help. I can help you, but only if you'll let me. I opened my eyes at that, staring at her curiously. Miriam's expression remained calm. It wasn't the unfazed type, but the comforting type. Her demeanor had me relaxing around her because she seemed like she knew what she was doing and it was soothing in a way. Her presence. Before I start asking you some things, I'll give you a few warnings. It's going to sound strange, but it's why what I do always works. She began softly, yet not weakly. I don't beat around the bush. If I see something, if I notice something, I'm going to say it even if it comes off as too blunt. This isn't a professional setting, so what we're going to do to help you isn't going to be anything formal. You can think of me as a friend if you'd like. A mentor, a sister, a stranger. Anything you want. I stayed quiet, my shock visible as I watched her. Miriam smiled gently and tilted her head to the side. The choice really is yours. Your family wants me to help you, but do you want my help? I remembered what Caden had said about her helping him. I'd seen it myself. He was doing better because of her. And I'd refused to see her because I thought that I'd get through what I was going through. But it seemed like there was always an obstacle in my path. And I wanted to get better. I wanted to stop whatever this was that would come and go in waves and leave me hurting all over again. And this help she was offering me, I had a feeling it wasn't just with the physical symptoms I was experiencing. Miriam didn't seem surprised when I finally nodded, pulling my covers down further so I wasn't hidden from her view anymore. Okay, she simply replied, her face even. Let's start with what you're going through. Do you know what withdrawal is? My throat closed up. Yes. Miriam folded her hands across her lap. Did it start today? Everything you're feeling. I nodded, swallowing hard. My voice was hoarse as I spoke. It started this morning. I woke up with chest pain. It's better now, but it still feels uncomfortable when I breathe in. She watched me evenly. Chest pain from withdrawal is rare. It could be something else, she replied. Amina gave you the pills, didn't she? My hands turned clammy. I thought she was trying to help. Miriam sighed, shaking her head briefly as she shifted in her seat. Amina's an addict. Paled. What? Miriam's gaze wandered over to somewhere behind me, her eyes centering on an indefinite spot as she spoke. I've spent years trying to help her. Rehab, support groups, inpatient facilities, we've tried it all. And I've failed every time. I was speechless, not knowing what to say. It wasn't too much of a surprise, but realizing that she'd managed to keep it from all of us when she'd spent most of her time around my family when Sophia was here was the biggest shock. There's not a lot in the world I give up on, but she's hopeless, Miriam muttered. Maybe it makes me a bad sister, but she's bent on dragging everyone down with her, so she's not alone in her spiral. Her gaze zoned in on me. It's most likely why she gave you the pills. It's her way of feeling less alone in the person she's become. So she feels less lost because she doesn't realize what she does is a problem that's destroying her. I just stared. Miriam shifted the topic back to me. We need to find out what she gave you, she continued. She'll never tell me herself. So I need you to tell me what you felt like after you started taking them. I gulped and pulled myself up into a sitting position, my body protesting at the agony that sliced through my limbs at the movement. They started helping the next day, I began quietly. Before she came, I couldn't get myself out of bed. Every day I felt like, depression, Miriam said gently, and my eyes pricked with unshed tears. Everything you felt physically and mentally. The feeling of hopelessness that never quite went away. The tightness in your chest. The lack of energy. It's depression. I nodded tightly. I wasn't thinking straight when she came over. I wanted to stop feeling the way I was, so I took what she gave me without question. I would take one in the morning, and sometimes I hesitated, looking away. Another one at night. I felt like I had more energy every day. I got out of bed easier and I rarely felt tired. They helped me do things, get things done, so I didn't think anything was wrong with taking them. Miriam blinked. Stimulants, she murmured, briefly closing her eyes. I can't be entirely sure this way, but from what you're saying, that's the most likely option. My throat locked up. Miriam met my gaze and spoke again. These next few days are going to be tough, she said truthfully. It'll get worse before you start to feel better. Like now. I bit out, trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I nuzzled myself deeper under the comfort of my covers. Worse, Miriam replied gently, but I'd rather you be prepared than not know what to expect. Your body and mind need to learn how to function again without having the drugs to rely on. It's going to take time. I faintly nodded, shifting on the bed so I could look up at her. You'll be here, I asked softly, and Miriam smiled in return. As long as you need me, she said gently, and as if she had some special power, some of the tightness that held my body hostage eased. Some people had that power. They could be strangers, and yet they had a way of making people feel safe, protected. Miriam was going to be one of them, a beacon of hope, a person to pull me out of the darkness and back into the light. It would take me time to realize that she was hope incarnate, and not just for me, but for my entire family, because no matter how far gone some of us were or seemed, there was always a small chance left when true evil didn't exist in any of our hearts. I thought I was going to die. I wondered if that would be a cold mercy compared to the hell I was going through. My body was turning on me, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. All of my senses, all of my nerves were on fire, and it was ripping apart my insides. I was cold and I was hot. I was sweating and I was freezing. My teeth were chattering and nausea had my stomach rolling every minute of the day. It came in waves. Sometimes I'd feel all right, and other times I'd feel like I was in the verge of collapsing. I hadn't admitted it out loud, but deep down, I knew that if the pills were in front of me, I'd take them without another thought. Even as I lay on the bed, feeling like I was on the brink of death, there was an urge somewhere inside of me that was screaming at me to put myself out of my misery, to find something to make this all better, to make myself feel better by taking them because I'd go back to feeling normal. But I couldn't even if I wanted to. I was being watched every second of the day, and I didn't know where any of the medications that could help me were located. They'd been moved. Miriam stayed by my side, helping me as best as she could, until day turned to night and she had to leave. I found out, through the conversations she used in order to distract me, that she was a foster parent and she had children at home to take care of, too. She was married, so that was why Amina and her had different last names. She'd left home years ago, and she was happy with her career and her home. Since she'd left, Caden and Ethan had taken over the responsibility of staying by my side. I wanted to tell them that they could leave because I was sure they had other things to do, but a part of me was also glad because I didn't think I could do this alone. Elijah hadn't been around all day. I hadn't seen him since that night when he'd showed me his tattoo. Ethan was spinning in my desk chair while his eyes remained glued to his phone. Caden was next to me on my bed, running one hand through my hair comfortingly while he talked to me about everything he could muster up in attempts to help put my mind elsewhere. It wasn't working, but I didn't say anything as I inched closer to him. I was half asleep, dozing in and out of consciousness, as I listened to my brother speak when the doorbell rang. I startled awake, my eyes flying open, and lifted my head off the pillow. Ethan stopped spinning in my chair and Caden halted mid-sentence, his eyes shifting to my door. "You have someone coming over?" he asked Ethan, who shook his head in return and stood up. "I'll check who it is," Ethan told us before he disappeared out of my room. Caden had stood up and walked over to my window to glance outside. Meanwhile, I listened to the door open downstairs and distant voices fill the house. Not even a second later, I picked up on 2 sets of footsteps trailing up the stairs. Caden turned by the window when Ethan appeared again, lingering by the doorway. His expression seemed hesitant as he met my gaze. The wariness in his eyes had me tensing, and I pulled myself up to a sitting position. "What?" Ethan glanced at Caden and then me again. Someone's here to see you," he told me cautiously, and I frowned. Caden spoke first. "Who?" Ethan blinked and slowly moved to the side to reveal whoever was behind him. All it took was one glance at the dark hair and tall figure for me to gasp and duck under my covers to shield myself. I tugged them over my head, laying back down so I was completely hidden, my heart starting to race against my ribcage. "Izzy?" Ethan's voice called out for me, but I didn't react. He sounded amused and I didn't know why. He just wants to talk. I knew Julian did, but I wasn't going to. I looked like shit. Despite everything, that was my one and only concern at the moment. I did not want him to see me like this. "Ise?" Julian's voice broke the silence, and I gripped the blanket tighter over my head, refusing to let myself be seen. "You don't need to hide from me. Go away," I groaned, pinching my eyes shut. "I'll call you." "No, you won't," Julian replied. "You're avoiding me." I felt the bed shift as he took a seat on the edge of it. I clutched the covers as tight as I could because I knew that Ethan would rip them off just to mess with me. "I'm not. I just haven't been feeling well," I protested. "Please leave. She looks like shit." Ethan snickered, and I was positive that I was going to kill him as soon as Julian left. I didn't care if I'd collapse trying to get out of bed. "That's why she doesn't want you to see her." I was going to kill him. He was dead as soon as I got my hands on him. "Dead?" "Ethan?" Caden snapped, and I briefly closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. "We're leaving. Izzy, you two can talk." I heard their footsteps retreat and Ethan curse in annoyance. I assumed that Caden had roughly shoved him outside because a moment later, the door shut with a soft click and silence filled my room. I stayed under the covers. "Take the blanket off," Julian said. His voice twinged with amusement. "I want to see you when I'm talking to you." "No, go away," I grumbled. "You don't want to see me like this." I felt the blanket being tugged, and I instantly squeezed it tighter, pulling more of it under my body so it would be harder to pry off. "Julian," I groaned, "I don't want to talk to you when I'm like this." "Why?" he asked incredulously. "I'd never judge you, if that's what you're worried about. I know what you're going through, I say." I stayed quiet. He sighed and tried again. I felt him move closer to me on the bed. "Take it off," he said, and I refused. Julian groaned in annoyance. "I say, no, just talk like this. I can hear you," I said, watching his silhouette through the thin blanket. "I'm gonna stay here until you take the blanket off," he warned, and I huffed. "I'll stay all day if that's what it takes." Realizing that he meant what he was saying, I went limp, deciding to settle with a compromise. I slowly pulled the covers off of me until my face was visible, but nothing else. Julian smiled when he saw me, and the sight had me relaxing. My grip loosened and I gulped hard as I focused on him. "Hi," I said. "I see you're not giving me the silent treatment anymore," he commented, and I bit the inside of my cheek sheepishly. "I wasn't," I protested. "I was just..." Julian raised his eyebrows at my failure to come up with an excuse. "You were just what?" I went silent, not knowing what to say. He smiled knowingly and leaned forward, letting his elbows rest on his thighs. "I won't be dumb enough to ask if you're okay tonight, so we're good now," he said, and I grinned despite myself. "Sorry," I whispered, "for getting mad at you. I was being stupid and there was a lot going on. Not that it stopped, but sorry." Julian studied me wordlessly, not responding. It seemed like a lifetime passed before he spoke. "Can I spend the night?" I blinked. "What?" Julian's eyes flashed with amusement. "Can I spend the night?" he asked slowly this time. My lips parted in disbelief and my eyes jumped over to the closed door. But Caden won't let you," I scrambled out, still in disbelief. And I'm not feeling the best, so I wouldn't be able to. He cut me off. Your brothers won't mind and I can take care of you. He said the words flatly, as if he hadn't just suggested something that seemed impossible. My jaw dropped and I shot up into a sitting position, wincing at my sore stomach before I let out a small breath, leaning back against the headboard. You can't be serious. Are we talking about the same people? Julian laughed softly and grabbed my hand, running his finger over my knuckles. I already talked to Ethan downstairs. Believe it or not, they don't hate me. I had the sudden urge to pinch myself to see if I was dreaming. Oh, okay, I blurted out. You can stay then, I guess. Julian said nothing and I looked away. I realized I wanted clarification from Caden and Ethan. I'll be back. I need to get some water. I rushed out, ignoring the fact that his eyes went straight to the water bottle resting on my nightstand. I wrapped the blanket around me and dragged myself out of the bed. My legs quivered as I steadied myself on them, but I didn't waste any time before I was rushing for the door. I found Caden and Ethan in the living room, casually scattered across from each other on the couches. Their attention drifted away from the TV and straight to me when they noticed I was standing at the threshold. Ethan cocked his eyebrows in question when he realized I was staring at him. Can I help you? He asked sarcastically and I blinked. What are you doing? He frowned. What? I glanced at Caden, who was watching me in confusion. You told him he could stay the night? I pressed for clarification, stepping further into the living room. Yeah. Ethan shrugged simply, his attention returning back to the TV. You don't want him to? What? No, of course I do. I stuttered out and their heads whipped over to me again. It's just strange. It's not like us. Caden finished, smiling softly. I went slack as I stared at him and he chuckled, picking up his beer bottle from the table. He rolled his eyes. Yes, Izzy, we allowed him to. But how? I breathed and Ethan spoke up this time. I can always kick him out, he offered casually, and I rolled my eyes, turning back to Caden, who completely ignored Ethan. He seems trustworthy, Izzy. Ethan told me about him, Caden said evenly and then hesitated. And I was thinking about what you said to me a few months ago at that club. Caden sighed at my silence. You said we were hypocrites because we did things at your age that we got pissed at you for doing. He continued and my mouth dropped open. And I guess you were right. We haven't been fair to you and it's not right for us to decide what you can and can't do. He truly was improving. I realized, my limbs going limp. Caden was changing for the better. He was becoming calmer with each coming day. Whatever Miriam was doing with him, it was working. My heart welled with emotion. And you're 17, Ethan added, throwing an arm behind his head as he leaned back against the couch. Almost an adult. Caden smiled when he noticed how still I had gone. Caleb convinced me, too. He says you're happy with him and we think you can use someone like that these days. We're giving him a chance. I finally snapped out of my surprise, shifting on my feet as I straightened. Okay, I'm gonna go. Good night, I whispered, slowly spinning around to head back upstairs, still feeling like I was in a daze. Just make sure he leaves before Elijah comes home in the morning. Ethan called out behind me and I faltered by the stairs. We may not hate him, but Elijah does. I cast one last glance over my shoulders at Ethan and Caden, my hand falling limp on the railing as I stopped halfway up the stairs. I watched as Ethan leaned forward and laughed as he ripped Caden's beer out of his hand, taking it all for himself. Caden shot up from the couch and made his way around the table to get to Ethan. I found myself smiling as Ethan launched up from the couch in panic and started the opposite direction, dodging Caden's hand as he tried to grab the back of his shirt to pull him back. I shook my head and turned back around, making my way back up the stairs. I was almost back in my room when I heard something shatter and crash. What the fuck, Ethan? Caden hissed, sounding half surprised and half mad. It wasn't my fault, asshole. Ethan snapped in return and I paused outside my bedroom, listening to them start arguing about what they would tell Elijah about the now broken glass table. It was the little moments I realized as I hesitated before entering my room. The smallest moments that reminded me that despite everything, there was always that chance of happiness. A thread of hope, always present in the smallest, seemingly insignificant memories. Sorry. I winced as I kicked Julian's leg again, shifting to get more comfortable. It had been hours since we'd stopped talking, and he'd seen how tired I was, so we'd turned off the lights. Nothing had happened between us because it wouldn't be right with how I was feeling, and I needed someone else tonight. Someone like a best friend. Someone to talk to instead of someone like a boyfriend, even though we weren't technically together. Stop apologizing, he grumbled tiredly, and I couldn't see him in the dark, but I knew he'd rolled his eyes. Sorry? I stopped myself, closing my eyes as I took a deep breath, trying to get comfortable. It wasn't like I didn't want him here. I did, and I was happy that he'd stayed, but it didn't change the fact that I'd never been so nervous in my life. I liked him, a lot, and now the boy of my dreams was laying right next to me, our bodies barely touching, and yet, every part of me was on fire. I was too alert, too aware of every sensation, every breath, every movement, and I felt like I'd combust from the tension present between us. It wasn't a bad type of tension, but something else. Something that sent tingles running through my hand every time our arms touched. Julian sighed when I shifted for what seemed like the millionth time, not able to help my restlessness. My mind was wide awake, jumping from thought to thought. I can't sleep, I blurted out, breaking the silence. And I'm freezing. It was true. I was shivering so hard. The bed was shaking despite the piles of blankets I had draped over me. Julian stayed quiet for a few moments, and I wondered if he'd fallen asleep. I glanced over at him, squinting to see him in the dark. I can't either, he said quietly, and I said nothing in response. I felt him turn over, so he was laying on his side, towards me, and I held my breath because now we were facing each other. All right, come here, he murmured, and before I could react, he reached forward and grabbed my arm. He wrapped one strong arm around my waist and tugged my back against his chest. My heart rate skyrocketed as he shifted so one of his legs was resting between mine. His lips were inches away from my neck, and suddenly, all I could think about was that night we'd been interrupted. Julian moved closer and my breath hitched as his dark curls tickled my neck. I inched closer to him, nuzzling further into his body heat, trying to ignore my pounding heart. I'll be gone when you wake up in the morning, he suddenly whispered, and I shivered, feeling his voice travel through my spine from our proximity. Before your oldest brother gets home. I nodded. Wake me up before you leave, I said back, and then hesitated. I want to see you more. I felt him smile against my neck. Are you telling me or asking? He murmured sleepily. I didn't hesitate this time. Telling. Julian hummed and tightened his arm around my waist, pulling me closer against his hard chest. Good night, Ase, he said, his tone light with amusement. He fell asleep soon after, but I stayed wide awake for hours when I couldn't help but realize that I was falling for him way too quickly, and way too deeply. The next morning, a firm knock at the door had my eyes fluttering open. At first, all I felt was confusion and disorientation as I blinked multiple times, taking in my surroundings and the sunlight streaming in through the curtains. The next moment, I realized there was a lean arm wrapped around my hips and a familiar body pressed against my back. Izzy, Elijah's voice came through the door with another strong knock. The handle moved as he tried to open it. One instant, I was relaxed, but in the next, panic rushed through my veins as I jerked awake, my heart dropping to my stomach. We'd slept in and Julian had forgotten to leave. It wouldn't have been a problem if it were Ethan and Caden at the door because they knew he was here, but Elijah was a different story. He hated Julian and his entire family. Julian had helped me run away. Julian knew all of our family secrets, and there was no way in hell Elijah would even remotely be all right with him in his house. Julian? I started shaking him awake, and his arm fell away from my waist. Julian, wake up, I whispered urgently. Izzy, open the door. Elijah tried again, his voice hard. I froze as soon as Julian stirred awake. Another set of footsteps appeared outside of my room, and I recognized Ethan's voice, trying to persuade Elijah into coming with him downstairs. It sounded like he was trying to make some excuse about something to do with work. Elijah knocked firmly again, ignoring Ethan completely. "Fuck!" Julian shot out of the bed, and I followed, ignoring the nausea in my stomach. I was going to be sick. "Hide," I breathed, keeping my voice as low as possible. Julian stilled. "In my closet or under my bed. You pick." Julian didn't waste any time before he reached my closet. I quickly followed and softly shut the doors, making sure he was hidden well enough. My pulse was hammering as I took a deep breath and tiptoed over to my door, opening it. Elijah's gaze instantly found mine, and it was unreadable as he watched me stand there. Ethan went still right next to him, blinking as if he was asking me if Julian was gone without actually saying the words out loud. Elijah remained silent as he pushed past me and into my room, halting at the entrance as he scanned it. Ethan squeezed my arm as he followed, and I looked over at him. The look he sent me was questioning, and my throat closed up as I discreetly gestured to the closet. Ethan glared at me when he realized where exactly Julian was hiding. I could practically hear the words he wanted to say to me about our chosen hiding spot. We could have picked somewhere smarter, I knew that. I turned my attention back to Elijah, who'd walked up to my window. He was gazing outside at something I couldn't see from where I was. After a moment, my oldest brother turned around and shifted his attention back to me. "What took you so long?" he questioned calmly, holding my gaze. I blinked. "What do you want?" I asked in response instead, and Elijah's eyes narrowed when he realized I was avoiding his question. "What took you so long?" he repeated, his voice way too quiet. I swallowed hard. "I was sleeping," I said, grateful that my voice didn't give away the lie. "And you scare me, so I didn't want to open the door." It was a half-truth. He did scare me and I was sleeping. They just weren't the only reasons. Ethan choked on something that sounded like a surprised laugh, but he quickly covered it up with a fake cough. Elijah's expression remained empty, but I could have sworn he looked somewhat amused. My hands twitched as I waited for him to say something. "Okay," he finally replied. "How are you feeling?" I blinked, and even Ethan's head whipped up to Elijah at the random question. "Fine," I said, clearing my throat. "Some of my muscles are sore, and I'm cold, but I'm fine. Better than yesterday." I didn't know that he knew about what had happened yesterday, and what was going to continue to happen. Elijah studied me. "All right, get dressed then. I'm taking you to the hospital." My brows furrowed. "Why?" Elijah closed my curtains and started moving back towards the door. "You're getting a blood test. And a few others," he said, and I paled. "I'll be in the car, so be quick." He paused by my door, stopping at the last second to turn around and face me. He looked solely at me as he spoke. "By the way, whose car is parked on the street?" Elijah asked causally. Ethan tensed next to me. Before I could recover, he beat me to it. "Neighbors. I saw them cleaning out their garage." Elijah studied the two of us standing shoulder to shoulder, his expression blank. "They're on vacation," Elijah replied flatly. "How can they be cleaning out their garage if they're not home?" Ethan went speechless, and that was something that didn't happen a lot. I'd given up by now. He already knew, I could feel it. Elijah smiled and turned around to walk out of my room. "Tell your friend to move his car, Izzy," he offered as he strolled away, not bothering to spare a glance back. "And next time, pick a better hiding spot." Ethan scoffed. "Fucking asshole," he muttered, glaring at the spot Elijah had just been. "Every time I think we have him fooled, he's always one step ahead." Ethan glanced over at me when he noticed my silence. "The closet," he scoffed. "Really? He couldn't have jumped out the window or something?" He was shaking his head in disappointment as he walked off, muttering something about how he was always surrounded by idiots. I barely registered Julian come out and moved to stand next to me because there was only one thing on my mind. My stomach knotted up with anxiety and dread. I had to spend the day with Elijah. /N. Next chapter, Izzy's gonna break Elijah's heart.
一录2分钟，马上还有10秒。